Good evening and welcome. Welcome to a Sunday. How you doing? Hope you've all had a good weekend. Looking forward to a fun week of work. Sure, work. Good evening, Buck. How you doing, gorgeous? Long time no see. Phil, how you doing, my man? Welcome in. Jen, how are you doing? Welcome in, darling. Snow. Your time for staying out to watch me play this game. Well, now you get to listen to me play it again. You lucky, lucky soul. Need a recap of the story. No worries. So we just woken it up. I don't think anything else from you. Do I want to eat before I go? Stretches her arm, grabs a bowl. Give me a moment. You sit down at the clean table. After a moment, the keeper brings you a bowl of berries, too fresh, though cold, roasted perches, cold roast fish, and a cup of chamomile tea. Once you're done, a foggy packs of leftovers for you as a snack for the rest of the day. It mentions that you already paid for one more meal. Okay, we've got one more meal. Like, how far have we got? So, we are on day 5 of our journey. We're all the way up here. We had some incidents. Let's see what happened. So we're actually gonna. I think I'm gonna go. Oh yeah, we're gonna go Northern Road and see if we've caught some fish. I think we managed to scare off some monkeys, and we got a rawhide ding from this spot. We explored this sort of old tunnel here. We did explore it all. Yeah, we did get pretty far in the end. It definitely sped up. Where were we? I'm trying to think what I was. So we've got Howler's Dell here. This is blocked off on the rock slide. So we carried on up north, the Western Crossroads. We had the insects at the ford that we haven't really dealt with. Spoke to some people here, where I think in a few days' time we might be able to gather some free fruit. That sounds good. We carried on north. We found this ruined shelter. We lost a battle with some foxes. No, I don't think. No, I can't remember where that cave was. I'm trying to think where the cave was. I figure it was somewhere down here. It's definitely not this. This is the Elder's Cave, which is locked by a metal door that's got the sad old man. So we're going to carry on this way, because I think we need to try and find... there should be a couple of towns. Yeah, we kind of desperate. We spent a couple of days kind of around Foggy Lake. We did clear out this shelter here, found a couple of bones. The problem is we are super short on supplies and money, because we stayed at Foggy Lake a couple of times. The problem is there's nowhere to stable our horse, so we have to pay for our horse to be inside. Really, there are no good options. We are still super stinky. We haven't found anywhere to wash yet. We got some stuff to sell, but she doesn't want to buy any of the stuff that we've got. But we've got some scrap to sell. We've got a bone ring we can sell. We found a cave here, which is a type of mushroom, when we were exploring one of the caves, and we found this old blanket. So yeah, we're gonna carry on east, I think. Actually, is it north? I can't remember where she says I need to go. Yeah, we kind of need to make our way to Old Pagos, White Marshes, and Gale Rocks. So I think we're gonna go this way. Oh fuck! I meant to go and check the fish. Damn it, Bobby. The road east is beaten and clean with enough space to fit 2 wagons side by side. You pass by a few plum trees, apple trees, and cherry trees, but many more stumps, likely belonging to what has been turned into Foggy Lake. The life in the plains is busy and loud, but so far you don't see any lurking beasts, judging by the many trampled parts of the meadows and fresh food trails. The foragers search this corner of the peninsula quite often. You didn't leave much behind. You reach a shining pond at the edge of the forest. You ride beneath 2 trim trees growing on the opposite sides of the path, like columns leading to Right's temple. Shouts and heavy steps prepare you for trouble ahead. 2 shells are circling around each other. One of them is a 4-legged saurian with dark grey skin, as long as your palfrey, but only knee-high. It's wandering left and right along the bank, hissing, repetitively sticking out its split tongue, then retracting it. The stout monster doesn't look like a born hunter of humans, but its long tail swinging like a whip, for now only threateningly so. But you don't doubt that getting hit by it would likely break your bones. The second one belongs to a brown-skinned man wearing leather pants, a long brown woolen cloak, and the matching pelt of wolf on his head and shoulders, like a hunting hood. Or haunting hood. His voice is both gentle and scared, and he's stretching his hands in front of him, trying to make the beast stay away, as if it's a mouflon. A third shell is right in the middle between the other 2, a creature you don't recognize from a distance, but it's in a puddle of its own blood and isn't moving. Axe in hand, I jumped on the ground and rushed to help. It did certainly start getting more interesting after the first couple of hours. Or after the first day, which took us all of like 5 hours. I ride slowly. Let's ride in slowly, taking a closer look at the entire situation. I'm getting the feeling that something is injured, and the man is trying to help, and the other thing thinks it's not. You stand up in the saddle to have a better view and realise that the corpse on the ground is but that of a white ibex. The man, who acknowledges your presence with a nod, speaks with a hint of playfulness in his voice, asking the saurian to be so nice as to stay away. He then turns to you and points at the prey. "Friend, lend me a hand, will you? I'm trying to seize it." As you dismount, the saurian takes a step closer to the pond. "How can I help?" "I don't think your ibex can be helped, kind stranger." Ha 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 ha. I frown, raising my weapon. "Why? It would be easier to catch something by yourself." "Oh, was he stealing it?" "Just step away, I'm not going to help you die for a scrap of meat." Ooh. I breathe out relief. "I thought the beast killed someone." No, just be friendly. "How can I help?" He grins and triumphantly raises a finger. "That's the spirit. This ibex is our destiny, friend." He points at the beast, and as his hat moves around, the loose, shaking jaw distracts you. "Say, friend, do you have any fruit in those sacks? Throw some at it." "I haven't got any fruits." "Why would it care about fruits? It has a whole ibex to eat." I sigh and look at my weapon. "I'll distract it. You grab the ibex and drag it away." "Why would it care about fruits?" "Just trust me, he grumpily whispers. "It hunts only when there's nothing better for it to pick. They live on trees, you know." You look at the saurian shell, wet from the water in which it was sitting not so long ago. The man notices you're gay. I'm almost sure. "There's no way a few apples would work. Maybe a cart of them." He purses his lips for a moment. You expect the wolf head to follow his head. "Whatever." I sigh and look at my weapon. I'll distract it. Alright, let's distract it. He scratches his hood and nods with approval. "You know what, friend? That is an excellent plan. Do so." Without another glance, he once again shouts at the beast, then dashes away from you, followed by his cape. The monster hisses and reaches forward as if it's waiting to see what are you going to do. You step forward, hoping to draw the monster's attention as far away from the carcass as possible. It answers your challenge and shortens the distance even further. It's probably not going to get scared away. I try and wound it. You reach for my axe. Actually, we can reach for the crossbow. You jump away to reach your saddlebag. Oh, for fuck's sake. You jump away to reach your saddle, then grab the loaded weapon. The saurian starts chasing after you, but you have enough time to aim. A quarrel sinks into his shoulder, and hissing in pain, the beast simply gets up and flees into the water, disappearing beneath the surface and leaving a trail of blood behind. You see no disturbances in its movements. Ha! Dumb beast, you hear. The thief is already next to the ibex. You wait for a bit, observing how the beast swims with ease, though it's heading to the opposite side of the pond, instead of staying in it. That was risky, the man chatters. You sure can afford weapons better than my garbage here. He shows you his club, a nicely shapen plank embedded with blades made of black glass like obsidian. It looks more than sharp to you. Maybe. I still wouldn't like to get hit by it. Gives you a shining smile. I can chop a head off a head. He points at the neck. But it's hard to land a strong hit. Well, I'll grab it by the legs, you by the head. You tell Pferdy to run ahead, while the two of you carry the carcass, leaving a trail of blood behind you. The road leads slightly uphill. You pass the pond and approach the woods, even from a distance seeing a distinct trail leading between the trees. Not a garden in this forest, the man speaks briefly, gasping from the burden. But not too dark, and cats are but few. Boars are there, though, and gargoyles. Better not go too deep. There are no roads there. His face is not much older than 20, shaved with great care, cleaner even than among the city folk. While his hood is heavy and cloak mask his figure, he seems well fed and healthy. You're halfway there, friend. Creeks is a gorgeous place. You know, you'll love it. I'm sure I will. Carrying the ibex takes a while, but the man is incapable of being silent. Every unusual tree seems to be tied to a story from his life, and he makes sure that you notice the first stream you cross on a new solid bridge. One of many creeks, you see, he says with an untamed amusement. A thin gorge leads between the mountains. This place is quite susceptible to bandits. You follow the trail of shouts and laughter. 7 people, about 20 years old each, are gathered at the wooden bridge, leaning against the rail, bathing in the stream. Oh, we need a bath. Lying on the grass, pieces of clothing made of fur and leather are spread around next to coodles, and clubs. Once the sound of hooves manages to break through the chattering, the curious young eyes, untouched by wartime, turn towards you, and an excited whisper spreads. The shells are proudly displayed, and the confident smiles are both inviting and challenging. How's water? The hunter greets the tribesfolk while stepping on the logs. Gentle and warm, says a man resting on his friend's shoulder. That's a nice ibex. There are paths leading in many directions, but the main road will take you uphill. Awkward, as I walk past the naked people, I look at the watchtower. There's no reason for me to be embarrassed, I look at them. The light dances on wet hair, both on their heads and crotches, luring your eyes just as much as the revealed chests and muscular arms. You've interrupted not just their bath. The soul who's speaking with your guide is embracing another man he's sitting behind, while one of the women is keeping her arm around the waist of yet another man. You hardly see any wounds or marks caused by sickness. The harshest days of this group are still ahead. As you move your eyes from one person to another, they greet you with kind nods, but you notice that the ones standing on the bridge are holding their breath and leaning away. You notice your own scent, and once you step off the logs, the hunter chuckles. Seeking warmth? Aye, don't worry. You can always wash yourself here. I nod to the group and follow the man. We definitely need a bath. Palisade is as tall as trees, but being placed on top of the crags makes it look impassable. What? Why is the gate closed? The hunter turns to the watchtower and repeats the question, only louder. Maybe call Ela? Too blind to see we have a guest, eh? Hardly visible guard with a female voice leans from the tower. He's coming, Howler, relax. Her shouts hint of no patience towards him. The youth died in the woods after the bath. Why wouldn't we close? The man glances at you. No, this is making sense. Who's Eli? I whisper. Just my brother. He gestures for you to ignore it. And I'm Ephraim, so thanks to our parents, folk keep mistaking our names. But Eli has a stick in his ass and is as boring and nagging as a legless donkey. The soul from the tower hides again and the gates open. We doth enter. The sparse clumps of grass survive only on the edges of this spacious yard. The few onlookers wear working clothes suitable for their hard labour. They're carrying tools, planks and logs. You're next to a large building of unusual shape, either a temple or house of gathering. It makes you think of a cabin that's been getting larger over the course of the years, with the section in the middle being darker and more crude than the outer ones. A slightly overweight man is standing in front of the building with open arms. Welcome to Creeks, friend. His voice and eyes are gentle, but there's vigour in his stance and gestures. Ephraim was meant to hunt, but I see he brought not one, but two unusual creatures. The hunter rolls his eyes. Don't embarrass us with this prattle. He raises his voice and fills it with bitterness, addressing no soul in particular, and maybe ask someone to help us with this ibex. It's our shared catch. He points at you. Now I want to know whom we are grateful. To whom we are grateful. Ela nods towards you. While I introduce myself, I observe him more closely. Being close to 30 years old, he's one of the older souls around. Just like the other villagers, he has clothes made of animals, not plants. The leather pants and jacket are humble, but the shoulder cape reaching from his neck to elbows used to belong to a yellow elk. His brown skin is darker than that of a farmer, and yet you look at the outstretched hands, they carry the marks of being cut by tools. And I'm Ela, the carpenter. He takes a step towards the fruit trees and invites you to move forward. Like most men in the village, he's cleanly shaved. How about I show you the rest of the village? It may be humble, but it's as beautiful as blue starling. Sure, whatever. I like reading. Sorry, a bit throaty, we probably shouldn't have played this. As he grins, you notice his unusually white teeth. He moves with heavy but enthusiastic steps. It won't really take that long, but we have quite a view. I swear, interrupts the hunter, I'm not carrying this ibex to the kitchen. Someone call the cooks. After dropping the carcass on the ground, he springs away, fretting at the blood on his hands. Let's take a stroll then, says Ela, as he leads you forward. Your mount could drink at the creek here. Come on then, Pferdy. You tether your mount to a tree next to dried laundry. Ela points at the land behind the bridge proudly, our newest addition to the village. The hunters grow old, so we are taking steps away from meat and fruits. You spot only two people working the field, or rather, a large garden covered with cabbages, carrots, onions, and garlic, indistinguishable from the wild plants growing in the woods. On the path between the two halves of the field, an elderly woman is sitting on a stool, looking in your direction as if you're interrupting her contemplation. Old Harver there will turn this place into a proper farm one day. She has little strength but keeps precious memories of her trade. You lack proper seeds. The good ones are expensive, Ela responds right away, as if it's part of a prepared speech. And we weren't sure about our soil, it's just a test. He invites you with a gesture to follow him deeper into the village. And there are no seeds in Gale Rocks. While the folks at Howlers won't spare their own, they'd rather force us to buy food from them. There are farmers at White Marshes, as they're from, but it's a dark place. Who knows what would reap after a year? It's rough. The bonfire spot is surrounded by logs that were cut into tables and stools. Ela approaches the nearest chair, rubbing its back with his cut hands. When we share a meal, we do so here, sometimes beneath the stars. You'd have to see it. The flames dance on the walls to the monster roars and crickets. Efron's voice also grows in enthusiasm. Dining at the edge of the forest is something you wouldn't forget. Unless you can drink, don't swallow anything stronger than spoiled ibex milk. The shadows, friend, terrifying. Glance over the wooden buildings. While the walls seem fine, the roofs are primitive, mostly made of planks that are already soggy and bent. There are a few people working on cleaning bark from a log, but the square is mostly quiet, with a few kids observing you from above their toys. Bit of a fire hazard, isn't it? Burning such fires must take a lot of wood. It's not something we need to worry about. Ela shows you to look around. We mostly burn what's left after sawing and constructing, gathering fuel for a few dozen days. Some of us think they can learn woodworking all by themselves, Efron says mockingly. So we waste a lot of wood. At least we can roast meat on long sticks as we sit here. Nah, we already have results. The carpenter moves his hand from the chair to his stomach. Everything you see here, friend, was built by us and our elders. How about I show you our old forest? Is it far away? You find the answer right away. You stand between two of the houses in front of the gate of an animal pen. The walls are made of sharpened trunks and are as tall as two humans. The captured beasts are tethered by ropes, but have enough freedom to wander and graze. 2 brown boars and a black mouflon. And here are our captives, Efron declares proudly. I know, it's still a bit empty, but we'll crowd it just before the winter. Are the ropes really enough to keep them here? Can't they chew through them? Both men look at the animals with a renewed curiosity. Well, the hunter starts, if they can free themselves from a hemp rope, then squeeze through the stakes, and while no soul sees them, and then get to freedom, I say they deserve to go. Ela leans against the gate and points at the area behind the palisades. The mouflon may disappear, but the boars would be stuck on this plateau. Have you noticed the old forest, friend? I look north. The vast clearing is returning to life, with shrubs spread between the paths and tree stumps. You move to the bridge, then a gateway, and have a chance to look around. We can see the edge of our world from the watchtower, Ela narrates sublimely. In the long distance, the plateau ends, surrounded by cliffs. You either climb up the mountains or fall to your death. Both men tell you about the different parts of the village. A desperate camp, then a cabin, then 2 shifting its wooden walls. More and more trees were cut. Without tree crowns, we can walk with no shadow. Beast dens, gargoyles' eyes, concludes the carpenter. Some of this just really doesn't make a lot of sense. Is it really better than a forest garden? It would produce much more food. Now I only see berries. I'm surprised that the wraith of the herds hasn't smitten you yet. Smiten. I should probably say smiten. Or it probably does say smiten. I'm surprised that the wrath of the herds hasn't smitten you yet. These pointed sticks won't stop a unicorn. Nothing will, friend, the hunter counters, and the carpenter is eager to follow. I think the landscape, blocking the path here, was one of the first things our predecessors took care of, and it may be that the beasts don't realise how much this place has changed. He tells you there's one more thing to see and continues his tale as you walk away. From time to time, something reaches our territory. We feel safe among the bushes, but not so that we would send a child there. We have plans. So many lifetimes won't be enough to complete them, he says with a mix of melancholy and excitement, making Efron listen with attention. I want to see a stone wall with a walk for archers, weapons made of copper, a tannery set and its own camp so we're free of its stench. Farmers, fishers, sorcerers, herbalists. He returned to the main square again. The words of a dreamer. The hunter pats his companion's back. First, we need to learn how to feed our children. We lack strength and skill. Efron looks at you, but we have time. I nod. With time comes opportunity. You reach the edge of the village, a cliff as tall as the wall. Beneath you, two creeks meet each other and form a gentle river. These are the trees that we use to learn more about woodwork. Eli's smiling as he leans his back against the wall of a house. We plant new ones, but we'll soon have to bring wood from further away. Give the saplings a few years, or however long they grow. A decade? And this is where I leave the two of you with your boring tree talks. Everyone points at you. See me later if you need, I'll be around. I rarely hunt alone. The carpenter watches his departing companion with genial eyes. Genial. Well, there's work to be done. A new chair awaits me. He leads you to a humble working station placed at the edge of the square. The tools you notice are very simple, if not primitive. We don't have to talk about my trade, AV. What brings you to us? Okay. Well, we're probably going to read all of these, aren't we? We need to ask questions, because questions provide answers and information. I could do with... We should probably finish this first. I've heard about the bandits. Have they caused you any troubles? He makes an awkward cut with a chisel and lets out a quiet shit. And starts to rub the plank with his thumb. Bandits, you say? Soldiers from the city have already taken care of them. Okay, so he doesn't trust us to talk about it. Is Asterion around? He halts his work and looks at you with an exaggerated frown. That's a weird question. You're the first Roadwarden I've seen in, well, this season, I think. Did you check in the western villages? You'll get to Howler's Dell simply staying on the road. His right hand, still holding a tool, is now squeezing his stomach gently. People say that Asterion has spent a lot of time in your village. You're hiding something. He adjusts his shoulder cape and clears his throat with a grunt. People, eh? Well, there's some truth to that, but Asterion isn't here, and we don't know where he is. He took our coins, but for fair labour. He moved wares to the other settlements, patrolled the roads, escorted an old woman to a druid and back. Did you know he can get good prices for iron at Howler's Dell, but even better at White Marshes? We've got iron and steel that we do need to sell. Seeing your look, he turns away and rests his elbow on his workbench. His plans are his own problem, and I've no reason to believe he wanted to be found, nor can I help you. Okay. This village isn't much older than you are. What's its story? He proudly raises a carving knife and gestures for you to look around. It may be a young village, but there's lots to say. While his story is bloated with names, relationships, a step-by-step description of the growth of the settlement and bothersome creatures, you get the gist of it. The settlers arrived here 25 years ago, soon after one of the 10 cities had fallen to the southern invasion. Most of them came from the capital, while some joined them along the way. They soon came to realize that none of the villages had enough space or the will to host a few dozen refugees. The folks of Gale Rocks used to have a much kinder attitude towards strangers than they do now, and they offered the newcomers to stay at the beach behind their village. Yet there was nothing for them to eat other than what they caught in the salt waters. They soon started their search for land remote enough not to compete with the locals, and with the help of kind folk from Gale's Rocks, White Marshes, Alpagos and others, as Ela vaguely states, they received enough wooden tools to turn a scrap of this plateau into a clearing, then a camp, a hamlet, and finally a village. Fascinating. The tale is assisted by walking around the village, introducing you to the original settlers or their offspring, and showing you some of the treasures displayed in the House of Gatherings. A unicorn's horn found at the heart of the woods, a blue rock that shapes and hollowed like an egg, and is dark inside, an arrow that hits a frightened... An arrow that hit a fright ape in an eye and knocked him down. Okay, I don't know what a fright ape is. Behind each of them, there are names, stories, and memories. At the very end, Ela leads you back to his workbench, holding a hand on his conspicuous stomach. To give his throat some rest, he turns the topic around. And what are the folks in Holven like, friend? Foggy says there are thousands of souls at the capital, and one can go their entire life still finding new faces in the crowd. I don't really know, do I? It may be so, but my city feels lonely. There are many people around, but all of them are too busy with their duties to share their lives with others. People spend time with their families and close friends, especially ones they work with. They are close to each other, but no soul knows what happens behind doors. In the evenings, the streets feel empty. It's hard to get to know new people when everyone's so busy, but kids often spend a lot of time together and build long-time friendships. One can easily find groups to hang out with. People shop together, work, take baths, pray, and when one has nothing to do in the evening, they just go outside and seek company. It's not easy to build a strong friendship, though. Hard to say. The merchants are getting richer, the priests have their games, craft guilds decide who goes in and out, and the workers have to compete. There are no monsters on the streets, at least not every day, but there is distrust in many souls. I mean, this is probably closer to the mark. He looks at you with a sigh. I know folks go there to be safe, but what you describe, friend, sounds like a place darker than the heart of the woods. It's not, if you're at the top. He adjusts his shoulder cloak and reaches for the next plank without saying anything. I'd like to learn more about the peninsula. I tried won't be much help there, he admits while judging the harsh surface of a small plank. It was our parents who did all the travelling, and they did so while we were kids, or not yet born. Most of them are already gone, and most of us travel no further than Foggy's, and only when we have to. Let's say you would need to place some traps in an old tunnel. Do I look like someone who crawls through tunnels? He smiles and pats his stomach. You on Efron. He catches everything that doesn't fly or swim. What do you think about Efron? Gives you a surprised look. I care for him deeply. He's brave and has a big heart, but both of our paths were rough. I don't think you need to hear about them. I've heard you've had some issues with the Eastern Path. At first, he gives you a bright smile, but then nods with a sigh. Aye. So our issues are so clear that folks gossip on them. I'm glad you came to our help, friend, but it doesn't feel right to admit we need help from an outsider. He stands up slowly, walks away, and leaps over one of the log-made tables and looks for something in the pile of wood. In this part of the land, there's always going to be something to do for a Roadwarden. He straightens up with a piece of charred wood in his hand and gets back to you. As we draw black lines on the workbench, he mentions a few names. Creeks, Foggies, Gales Rock. Here's the lake. The map is simplistic and doesn't align with your own understanding of local distances, but you follow his description without issues. The path from here to the south is getting too wild for us, he repines, making another few strokes. The merchants travel through the other route, through Howler's Dell, passing by Old Pagos and White Marshes. Once they reach Foggy, they already have full stomachs and many deals closed. When they travel back, they visit the same places again. Folks already know that trading here takes a long time. So you want me to give them an option to get to you first and move west without backtracking, and to do so all by myself. How exactly? Well, I'm sure you can find some help. He pats his stomach without noticing that he leaves a few black dots on his leather jacket. There's a few things you could do. Follow the eastern road and see if it's clear. Are there any safe shelters left? Any blockades to get rid of? Is there an overgrown path to burn? Maybe see if the road from here to the western crossroads is safe, or if the carts can get through in the heart of the woods, if you're brave enough. I hope you're a soul with sage judgment. Seeing your puzzled look, he rests his palms on the table with a shy smile. I know I'm vague, but I bet you already know more about these roads than I do, friend. His eyes return to the map, and after a moment of hesitation, he rubs the uneven line with his thumb. Wouldn't it be better for you to put work into the western road? You could split the labour with the other settlements. They can't be trusted, especially some of them. He crosses the western side of the map on a long, thin line. Even a paved route would force merchants to add a day of pointless travel to their plans, and that's a big loss in their trade. Having our path clear gives everyone more options and more conveniences. You forgot to mention my pay. That depends on what you're about to do, eh? The tribe has but a few dragons. To confirm his words, he enters a nearby house from which he picks up an old wooden case, crude in shape and with an unsightly engraving of a three-headed hydra on its lid. Inside it, you see maybe 24 dragon bones. Let's say you'll get a dragon for any news about cleared or blocked areas, and more if it takes real effort from you. So you want me to act first and pick up my reward after? You're playing with my patience. Seems a bit rude. Where would you like me to start? Go to the shelters set just at the side of the roads. There's a ruined campsite west of Foggy's. He makes a small circle on his map. Or you could go south to a cabin our elders built. He makes a larger square. It's halfway from here to the river. Take a look around and see what's their condition, if there are any beasts about. You can add a few small creatures, can't you? So 2 shelters. Well, I've already done one of them. And then you'll just want me to take care of anything I find. He laughs, but not with his eyes. Forgive me, friend, but you don't sound like someone with much experience behind them. You're nothing like Asterion. He took pride in his self-reliance. So you want me to act first and pick up the reward after? You're playing with my patience. Are you not paid by the rich folk from Holven? His voice once again gets apologetic. I believe what I'm asking you for is your job. Very job. I just try to motivate you to do it well, Roadwarden. I'm not your master. You'll do as you please. I don't like the way you handle the payment, but fine. Lets out a sigh of relief and squeezes his stomach. You almost made me worried there, friend. He then throws away the charred wood and returns to his stool and looks for his tools. I got rid of a small pack of dusk foxes that lived in the ruined shelter in the west. Dusk foxes? After he meets your silence, he carries on. I don't know what that is. You describe their look and the threat they present as Ela observes the clouds, sometimes asking you to explain more. He finally taps his stomach. Well, better than a tribe of goblins. And what about the ruins? Is the wood standing strong? He thinks about your brief tale and looks inside his wooden case. I admit, restoring this place right away would be a waste of time and effort. We may need your help with it, but maybe next spring. Or even the one after that. I'll give you 1 dragon for the news and another 2 for handling the foxes. Sweet. Good to see you don't idle around, Roadwarden. I took a look at the dolmen in the south, it's safe. He keeps sculpting wood and asks you about the size and the entrance of the chapel. I've heard it's small, but not that small. Not enough for a group, but maybe a lone traveller without a mount. He looks at you with a smile. Pick a dragon bone from the case, will you? I don't want to stop you now. You reach towards the ugly head of a hydra. If he's not looking, no, we'll just take one. Well, friend, thank you to the tales, the hunters and foragers feel more confident about the meadows from here to Foggy's and even beyond. When you have a day to spare, come here any morning, ask our tribesfolk about a job for a roadwoman, unless it rains. You'll get 2 dragons and enough stew to fill your belly for a day of patrolling the roads and assisting us in our wagons. So the things you meant to do anyway, eh? Okay. Just remember to come with a healthy shell. It won't be a stroll. I'll let you know if there's anything else. About the eastern path? Imagine being a carpenter in this part of the realm isn't easy. You have a healthy imagination. He rests his elbow on the workbench and smiles. I have patience, and I'm getting better with tools, and these are some of the shoddy tools. He says singingly, and it's hard to disagree with him. They have been used for many years, with only the wooden parts being somewhat in shape since they seem to have been recently replaced. The steel chisels and saws are jagged and dull. The hammers and axes are made of stone. Some of them were brought here by the settlers, and we can't buy any more right now. There's work to be done, but I do have a plan. You ask him to explain, and he's all too eager to do so. He enters the nearby house and shows you his more successful works, each of which has some shortcomings, noticeable even to a layperson. A bowl engraved with a fish was poorly planed, with animals too large to fit in the entire space, and so a part of it's blank. The simple relief of two naked people in their embrace look almost believable, but the legs are in one case too long and in the other too short. One chair has a broken leg, and the remaining three show that they are a bit too ambitiously shaped and got dangerously thin. The chest seems fine, but equipment sticks out of it, and the man acknowledges that he wrongly estimated the required size. Oh dear. So you want to be an artist? Better. I want to turn pots, cups, weapons, cupboards, everyday stuff into things of beauty. Seeing your look, he pats his stomach. I know I'm far from mastering it, but trust me, these are so much better than the ones I did this winter, and I started only 3 years ago. Pride makes him look even larger, especially in the shoulders. There aren't many carpenters in this peninsula. Folks do things for their own use, but I'll be a specialist. It's the city thing. Foggy told me so. Not just a joiner, but someone who does only a few things, but better than others. The tribe supports me with food and time, and I'll pay them back with dragon bones and prettier houses. When he leads you outside, you start to share some of your excitement, but most of it dwindles away after you sit down at his workbench again, on wobbly stools surrounded by broken planks and croutons. I'll see you later. We need. I approach the shallow creek, meaning to wash. With the calming sounds of the waterfall around you, you observe the stream as clean as a spring. The oak ash soap and the tea set you own can help you get cleaner. I jump in the stream. There are no fish or plants to bother with, and your feet find mud among the not always smooth pebbles. The water reaches above your waist, allowing you to have some fun and wash every spot of your shell. Thanks to the gentle flow, you are able to remove the mud stains from your clothes and boots. Ooh. We're not stinky! Right, how much of that day has it taken? I actually want to come back to... I want to go check on our fish. Oh, it's fine. It's only an extra 45 minutes away. This is what I meant to do. You prepare your axe. So this is where the monkeys were. Thank goodness. Yeah, so that was a lot of talking, wasn't it? You prepare your axe, hearing a suspicious rustle coming from the meadows, but whatever was behind it is now running away from you. The howlers are spread on the branches, but as you get closer, they flee through the tall grasses. Only a few stay nearby, observing you with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Yeah, we scared off the howlers. Let's see if fish trap have any luck. It's still empty. Oh, man. We must have got super lucky last time. That sucks balls. How far away is this? Should we see if there's any fruits? Yes. A small group of roe notices your arrival. The largest one sounds a bark-like warning. At once, all of them hurry away, heading west. There are some ripe fruits in sight. Spend a few minutes foraging for wild plants. Most of what you find are large apples, not as sour as the wild ones, and some wild strawberries. Picking them takes little effort. The short meadow hides nothing more dangerous than rats, rabbits, mice, and grasshoppers, and with the help of your mount, you can reach higher branches. I don't have nets and bags. Are they just in my inventory? Okay, not very funny. Oh, thank goodness I'm not stinky. Let's get all the way back to Creeks. That's a bit of a waste. A few scantily clad people are standing on the bridge greeting you as you ride by. On your way to the gate, a flock of sparrows takes off from the road, landing either on the watchtower or on the tree to your right. Oh, it's too late for mass services. Maybe there are some locals looking for a match in other villages. After a few minutes, you find yourself sitting at a table with Shoshi, a dark-haired 20-year-old who some call a woodcutter, others a singer. In both of these roles, her massive stature must be of help. When she walks, she either carries a large axe on her shoulder or swings it around, towering over her tribesfolk like a chieftain from the Tales War. Ugh, words. She admits she enjoys a friendly shag from time to time, but can't see a future for her in Creeks. Enough of those friends lose their lives in the wilderness. I start seeing cats and gargoyles in every shadow. I'd rather have a few calm, safe years at the side of a pretty little woman who I'll just see in my bed in the evenings. There you know, friend, not just her. She lets out a sonorous laughter. You mention that you don't know if she'll be able to keep her trade after moving away. She strokes her axe with affection. I'd miss the woods, but who knows? My tribe can't be the only one that cuts trees down around here. You try to ask her about her worldview, but she gets bored by the topic. We here, she looks around, have no temples and priests, and I don't aim to become one. So what did it? It did update. Oh, I see. So it's like an ongoing thing. I was fairly sure that Timo wasn't looking for another woman. Okay, so Timo from Howlersdale is looking for a hardworking man who will marry her according to the traditions of her ancestors, then either move in with her or take her to a new home. Oh, we are literally playing matchmaker to the realm. Shoshi from the Creeks is looking for a safe, slow life with a woman who lives in another village and is interested in keeping their relationship open. Casual lesbians. Why not? We did the creek. Let's go and see Halva. I mean, if it works, sure, go for it. Oh, I thought Halva was a woman. Okay. You follow the path between the fields, witnessing a one-sided conversation between old Halva and a barely adult man. Oh, it is a woman. She orders him around, pointing at various plants, criticizing the sight of weeds, and addressing the fancy clothes he's wearing. He observes his red-dyed boots and lets out a relieved sigh after your arrival. I better change, he mumbles, heading to the main square. The woman spars you a wry glance, then turns away, focused on the struggling vegetables. She's the only person in the village who wears clothes made of plant fabric, but they're weathered and covered with decade-old patches. Her hands, clasped behind her back, are continuously twitching. How are you doing? After a moment, she turns to you slowly, chewing her bottom lip. Doing my break. Say what you want and fast. What do you have for sale? We sold what we had, we're lacking hunters, and these, she looks at the wrinkled vegetables, will go into a stew if they're even worth picking. Without noticing it, she grabs her left forearm with her right hand, but it doesn't stop twitching. We always have a fish trap to spare. We'll just make them just in case. We make them just in case. A large basket put into a creek and wait a day or two until something swims by. I'll say you one for 2 dragon bones. I've already got one. And if you'd rather eat something right away, she carries on after a short pause, our cooks would spare you a roast grouse or a chicken. It'll be cold but fresh. We always have one. You never know where the maggots are in your supplies, and kids shouldn't skip a meal. You ask her to tell you more, but her patience grows thin. It's the best light roast in the north. We have plenty of spices to it, so it spoils slowly. That's it. Show me how this trap works. I have a fish trap. A roast chicken. I don't need to buy it yet. I met some annoying howlers. Do you have any earplugs? Well, we already scared them off. Their shoulders flinch. But will they work? They can break the skull of a death shell. After you shrug, she looks at one of the farmers who's wearing a muffler. Give me something good to eat and I'll give you a few tufts of thick wool. Put them in your ears, then wear them under a tight hood. How about some wild fruits and greens? She nods and orders the farmer to bring her a knife. We'll need more seeds anyway. After a few minutes, you hold a new pair of earplugs. I don't expect many merchants to reach this place. Why don't you move your traps to Foggy's? What's it to you? She doesn't wait for your response. Does her yard look like it has space for nets? Looking for somewhere to sleep. We need another hut and we have no space for it. She gazes at you with dry, tired eyes. If you need a scrap of floor, go to the tavern. Okay, well where is the tavern? Let's go back to Ephron. Actually, we should get food off this guide. What do you think about Ela? Yeah, he doesn't trust me, does he? He repeats your question, making sure he heard correctly. I respect him. He took good care of me as an older brother. Our tale isn't an easy one, so I'd rather keep it to ourselves before you blurt something back to him. There. Are you the only hunter around? Of course not. He takes a suspiciously long pause. 7 of us. The tribe is small, we have enough food without daily trips. If we catch too much meat, it spoils, so it's better to let the animals feel safe. Tried to change the topic, but the man suddenly looks around and lowers his wolf's head. Well, there's just one issue. 3 of my friends left the village just a few days ago, and they haven't returned yet. But they should. Elo's going to ask questions, and soon. Aren't you worried about the other hunters? He walks around from time to time looking at you with an open mouth, not sure how to start. He takes off his heavy cloak and looks you in the eyes. They left for a few days to seek and kill some big game, each of them a different one, then bring all of them for me to judge. His confident voice falters when he mentions his own part. The winner would have caught me the prey of the greatest size, rarity, utility, and the greatest threat. He turns away and lowers the wolf's mouth. Tell me more about these 3. They are hunters and fighters, but also close friends. If one of them was in trouble, the others would have done all they could to help. They've been a team for years, and were planning to start a family this winter, you know. Their last big adventure before Dahlia's belly locks her at home. Gives you a quiet tale of their deeds and features. Dahlia is the bravest of them, with strong legs. She has simple ways and looks for beasts in the open, by the roads. Her hair is light and always tied in a single braid. Admon is a man who seeks paths and challenges. He believes that seeking knowledge of the peninsula will bring the tribe ways to survive hardships. He is smaller than the others, and knows more about dressing the wild game than any of us. His arms are small, so he often places traps. His hair is a bit darker than Dahlia's, but short, just like his beard. Vachel is not a man, though they were born with a prick. Okay, that's an interesting phrase. Vachel is not a man, though they were born with a prick. And wears browns and greens to blend with the trees. They hunt like a gargoyle hiding amongst the leaves, jumping at a creature when it gets close. Because of that, they often have roamed the woods, even those that are far away from the village. Descriptive, right? Yeah. I'm assuming that Vachel then identifies as a woman. It sounds serious, but if you want me to take a look around for them, I deserve a reward. Let's say I were to find them. What should I tell them? Have you no shred of optimism? Maybe they're fine. Just tell them to come home. We've got enough wood and food to start the next feast. And I have a hint that an honourable guest may be welcome there. He smiles at you, and for a moment you think you see the wolf's head wink. Hey, Mel, welcome in. How are you doing, darling? Lovely to see you. How was your Sunday? What you been up to? Bug, thank you very much for the shout out to Mel. I appreciate it. Oh, and I imagine thank you very much for the shout out to Jen. I will assume you shouted out Jen, so I thank you for it, because I probably missed it. Where should I start? Pretty chill day. Nice. We like a chill day. I had a chill day. Bug, thank you for the shout out to Jen. I am enjoying my long weekend. Well, my one I had to book off, but you'll get a long weekend anyway, don't you? Or is that next week? I can't remember. Oh, you were waiting. I see. Fair enough. Does your tribe often send lone hunters? Why not work in groups? This isn't a hunt, but a competition. The winner names their first child. What? I've heard of their arguments, but you wouldn't believe how hard it is to pick a name when you have 3 parents. What? Oh. This is just weird. Once the memory fades, he gets serious again. But I can't disagree with you, friend. It's the first time in many years since my tribesfolk have gone on such a reckless trip, and I fear it may remind us why the peninsula isn't a place for adventurers. Where should I start? He looks at you as if you're slow. I would have found them myself if I knew. Let the horse take you to the other settlements, ask there. Sounds serious. What's my reward? Isn't helping 3 young, strong souls enough? Seeing your look, he raises his voice, and draws his obsidian-edged club and touches his chest with it. I will loyally assist you, friend. For your brave deeds, you may count on me on a day of a great challenge. He lowers his weapon, he winks at you, and others will be grateful as well, you know. I'll tell you if I find anything. Thanks, friend. And if all you have is a tale of the dead shells, bring me something to prove it. Aye. A trinket, a weapon, a thing we can throw into a pile. Does this rawhide belong to your tribe? He gives it only a glance and throws it away. I think so. After you describe where you found it, he reaches towards the wolf's head but doesn't touch it. Me and the other hunters go to this place in the spring when there's fewer beasts around. Sit on blankets. He points at the hide. Eat before the hunt. Maybe you'll find a trail there? Okay. Really? Okay. Do the hunters from the Pell to the north hinder your job? I mean, they're quite a way away. Nah, they only get closer when they chase after wounded prey. So I would stay mostly the same. You could have another village twice our size, he glances towards the gate. Halfway from here to Pelton, they would still be more than enough game for every belly, as long as they would forage and set up farms. You ask him if he has ever considered joining professional hunters, but he takes off the wolf's head and gives it to you so you can take a better look. It's weirdly warm from the sun. That's the only wolf any of us felled in the last 5 years, you see. Not that we're cowards. Our trade just isn't like the big game hunters. I place fish traps, put glue to catch birds, shoot rocks at rats and rabbits. When in a group, we may seek roe deer or aurochs. He takes the hat back and looks at it with nostalgia. Those in the inn speak of trophies, not meat, so they hunt for big beasts, ones that, fight back. Our ways are different, but I like that bunch. At least they smile, unlike the others in the peninsula. Hunters will always find a common tongue. Once you see enough blood and guts, you have to laugh or go crazy. What sort of traps do you put in an old tunnel? Depends. Got anyone to help you? Then start with tasks, taking a good look around. Find some sticks, tools, or maybe bigger tusks this long. He shows with a span of his fingers. Or bigger. What's your catch? You mentioned the skeletons and he scratches the side of his hat, grunting. Then. A bit fast, eh? Put something fast too, but firm. But hitting right away. But camouflaged, but... He sees your frown and straightens up. Well, let's say you can find any wood. Put dead falls where you can gather hard things to drop, maybe above doors, and whip traps behind the turns and corners. But these take a lot of work. Foothold traps are easier to make, but the tunnel is rocky. Oh, lazy spirits, just come with me. You take a short walk to the woods and he shows you a few spots with traps for animal feet, made of short slats surrounding by camouflaged holes. Tells you how to place some larger traps without having trees around. You head back to the village and you repeat his instructions. So I reckon we've got that dead-like animal, that big-ass dead creature we can probably use, and we found the tools. Hey, Bagger, welcome in. How you doing, buddy? Hope you had a good Sunday. What do you know about the road running through the heart of the forest? I know to avoid it, blood there. Seeing that you're waiting for a longer tale, he adjusts his heavy cloak, spending a good minute on making sure that you understand it's a dangerous place. You'll do better riding around it. The northern road is the safest, he concludes. After you insist that any sort of guidance may be of use, he scratches the wolf's head. I've heard from a friend that gnolls were moving there. Those very small beast folk, you know. They'll threaten you until you give them some meat, and that's all they'll eat. No fruits, nope, I don't know, bones. But it's the frightens that scare me the most, or the fright apes. And there's an entire family of them. Trust me, if you ever hear the terrible scream of a human somewhere in the tree crowns, run as fast as you can. Don't seek it, and certainly don't fight it, just ride as fast as you can. Potato! Hey, Potato Tycoon! Welcome in. Happy New Year to you. I don't think I've seen you. How are you doing? I hope all is well with you. You've had a good Sunday, a good weekend. I plan to help the foragers with catching a big runner. Any tips on how to approach this? Oh, this is a good thing we should ask. So that's their scheme. He looks in the tavern's direction, pausing for a moment, then straightens up. Ah, so you're seeking advice from a more experienced hunter. He pats his club proudly. Well, there is the usual stuff. Don't fight hungry, have a decent jacket, be sure to have something to block the bird's charge. Oh, and maybe, he points at the sky and stretches out his arms, as if holding a long stick, a spear. The longer you keep a runner at distance, the better. You're good? Excellent. Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. Enjoying a couple of days off work. Post-Christmas and New Year de-stressing has been most welcome. Have you ever fought such a bird? Not yet, but I ran away from a few, and not everyone can say that. They are way too common at the edges of our woods, if you ask me. Ever since I met the first one, I jog. Maybe not every day, but almost. Have a good hunting. Okay. Don't really know what else we can do. Eli. Do I want anything else from him? No, I don't. Bug, thank you very much for the shout out to Potato Tycoon. I appreciate it. Enjoying some Morrowind. Oh, classic, classic, classic. Alright. I'm here. Why can't I go anywhere else? I want to go up. What's the time of day? We've still got 5.5 hours. Okay, we can go back to Froggy, I suppose. We'll get close to Froggy. Oh, is that a person? The air is fresh, just as it was in the tavern. The light touches the road and shrubs, blocked only by the single willow, wild and untrimmed. You're by a lake, too large for you to see its other bank, but the local soil isn't too fertile. There's only a few trees on the horizon, while the struggling bushes and grasses fight with layers of rocks. In the south, you see the uninviting hills, cut with tiresome roads. Grey Rabbit is clearing its fur near the brook, but the sound of hooves makes it hop towards the nearest shrub. Right after it sinks into the leaves, you hear it squeal, cut off quickly. Whatever its hunter was, it leaves behind only the rustling of the thicket and a trail of blood. You wait for a long minute with a hand on your axe, but the creature doesn't return. You relax a bit, then turn towards the stone statue of a young woman. Let's have a goose. Such a monument would have been better fit for a temple or a rich city folks' house. Here, without any cover, it's already losing its shape from the rains and dust. Chunks of the face and hair have already broken off. It has detailed eyes and human-like proportions, and the clothes are like fabric petrified by a spell. The statue carries the usual travelling equipment, a walking staff, a gabeson, simple pants, now covered by leaves. It's a shame to see it deteriorating. Look at the pedestal, maybe someone left a valuable offering. You dismount and approach the bushes covering the legs and the pedestal. You see some old wooden bowls as well as rocks. You try to push the leaves away, but their stems are thick and healthy, crowded with insects and spiderwebs. Until you remove the thicket, you won't be able to see if there's anything worth stealing. Thankfully, there are no thorns, and the touch of a leaf doesn't make your finger itchy. It's not stealing. An abandoned statue needs no gifts. In about half an hour, I could use my axe to cut down the bushes and twigs. Let's do that. You tether Pferdy to a tree, letting it choose between drinking, grazing, and napping. You prepare your equipment, keeping an eye on the bush where you saw the rabbit's last moments. You use your weight to move the plants to one side, then cut right above the ground. The stems are healthy and flexible, so getting through them is rough, but you have enough strength to deal with them in a couple of minutes. Then you throw them into the lake. The work goes on for a bit, but once you're done, the statue stands in its former glory. A couple of old offerings are still on the pedestal, polished rocks, bone figurines, and mouldy bowls and plates that used to store food. In one vessel, you see a dragon bone. It's dark and could be older than a generation, but it would surely be accepted by any merchant. I don't know. Do you reckon we should take the coin? Are we superstitious? Let's take it. You wash it in the brook and straighten up just a tiny bit richer. The statue is silent. Oh, this would be a good spot for a fishing. Maybe we should move it here. Consider washing myself. But I'm already clean, right? Oh, I see. You need 3 pieces of bathing equipment to get more out of this place. Gotcha. We have 2, so we need a third. So each piece must be like one thing we can get, right? Like stuff to make us clean. So we've got soap is one thing. We have an air quotes toothbrush set, right? That's another thing. Bathing equipment, like cleaning stuff. Toiletries, yes, exactly. Old schooly toiletries. Hey, Roller, welcome in. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Hey, having a good Sunday. This is our Boulevard of Broken Dreams, right? That's a big ass skeleton, I see. Okay. The valley is flanked by the hills. To the west, the grasses and the bushes blend into the horizon and turn into another part of the forest. The southern hills are grey and tall, with fortress-like rock faces and a crown of conifers. The northern ones have countless sand-coloured rocks lumped together like piles of rubble and clay, bearing hardly any soil or weeds. The plants here are struggling. The grass is short and yellowish, sometimes dried out. The bushes have silver leaves, like many plants from sunny areas. The mushrooms can't hide in the shadows, but as you approach one, you see it's growing from the remains of a dead bird, while others are covering old branches and other plants. They won't last much longer. It will be easy to spot any larger beasts around. I want to see what this is. You had to squint to spot the first threatening creature. A runner is in the far east, close to the hills, though it completely ignores you. Walking around and observing the grass, looking for its next prey. You don't have to worry about it for now. There are boot prints on the road as well as in the short grasses, fresher than even on the western roads. Since many mushrooms were cut away with a knife, you notice a few berries on the shrubs. You conclude that it's a foraging spot for the people from the north, though there doesn't seem to be much food left. There are almost no prints leading further south. I could try and forage for a bit. You let Pferdy keep himself busy while you walk around, looking for anything edible. It takes a fair bit of time. You don't plan to carry around raw mushrooms in bugs. The wild vegetables need to be washed before you put them in your bag. You finally find a few handfuls of plants, fruits, and nuts. Next time, however, it's not going to be so easy, especially since the runner, a bird both taller and wider than you, observes you carefully, at first from a distance, then circling around you. After about half an hour, you hear its piercing screech. As the creature runs at you, shaking its beak larger than your head, you throw everything into a sack and get in the saddle. I should avoid this place. Okay. How much time have I got? 3 hours. That's fine. I don't really want to go back here because it costs too much to stay at Foggy's. Let's go to Creeks. A group of woodcutters wave to you from the copse grove. By the copse grove by the river, both are passed in the yards behind the gate bears fresh blood stains as well as claw marks. Oh, the locals don't have any rooms for me to rent. Oh shit. Uh, oh dear. Big shelter. Damn it! Too dangerous to stay here. You can't sleep here, but there's still time to travel. Ah, fuck. Let's go to Foggy's. There's a hint of a strange stench and fresh claw marks left on the ground. A large saurian entered and left the yard through the lake. The foragers are expecting the boat, talking about their recent fishing trip. And the taller man welcomes you with a nod. They're preparing for the night. Okay, into the tavern. The air is humid and stuffy. The tables were just washed with a wet cloth. Foggy is standing in the middle of the room, lost in her thoughts. She welcomes you with a gentle nod. I have some things I'm willing to part with. No. Schlep. I can't really afford. I need this energy back, don't I? The vitality. At least we got a few coins. As you prepare for your belongings, you realise that the days are getting noticeably shorter. The closer you get to autumn, the less time you have before the beasts of the night leave their lairs. For now, it won't be that bad, but I better make sure not to waste too many hours. I'm trying not to. I really feel like we're not making any progress. It's another day gone. It's a calm, warm night. As your first sleep ends, you stretch out and prepare yourself for an active hour or two. It's time to take care of some things that must be done at least once every few days. Though they are a bit more challenging than your nightly routine. It's time for my training. I practice cuts, stances, dodges and steps, but also inspect every blade I own. Your dog is overdosing? What on earth are you feeding your dog, Will? Listening to the grunts of the annoyed Pferdy makes you feel uneasy, but at least the furs covering the floor are helping you relax, and you don't even notice early morning, and we don't have to deal with the smell. Blah, blah, blah. Wild doggy-o. Right, we'll have one more meal. What have we got today? Old toasted acorn bread, large slice of Mouffon cheese, and a piece of roasted pike. Okay, so we haven't got any more meals. Should we buy another 4 meals? Well, we've got some. Let's buy 4 in advance. Let's go. Where, oh, where do we go? Do we carry on this way? Right, first of all, let's see any fucking fish. The stout brown beaver clumsily carries a pile of twigs in its front paws. Noticing your arrival, it lets out a terrified whine, and disappears in the lake. It left one of the sticks behind. Huzzah! We found a stick. The howlers are spread on the branches. Yeah, we don't know. Let's see if the fish trap had any luck. It's still fucking empty. 3 days in a row. I want to pick up that. I search the area looking for any traces of the owner of the rawhide. Interesting. After an hour, you find no corpse, but the trail of the fight tells you enough. A human was dining near the tree. A large cat jumped them and dragged them through the meadow north. For a few minutes, you follow the broken blades of the tall grasses, losing track more than once, deceived by the paths used by the howlers, which are now following your march anxiously. You reach a gully, then to a thick forest growing in a cauldron-shaped basin. The branchy trees are taller than the 3 houses placed on one another. The beast dragged a human through the thicket, and the scratched skin left blood on the edges of the twigs. You consider walking in, but as you look around, the howlers are getting more numerous and confident, sitting on every tree in sight, threatening you with their shouts. The path is too overgrown for Pferdy to follow you. To enter the woods, I will need to leave it at Foggy's. For now, I step back. Okay. You approach your bundles. I leave Pferdy at Foggy's and enter the lair of the howlers. Dun dun dun! Let's enter the lair of the howlers. You're more used to Pferdy's trot than your own gait. You rush forward as if you're tracking your next meal or delivering a message. After a few minutes, the light dancing on the calm surface of the lake lures your eyes, and the whispering meadow calms down your breath. A fine opportunity for a stroll. I need no calming down. Fine opportunity for a stroll. You stretch out, then allow your shoulders to rest a bit. Your pace lets you observe the fish trying to catch their tiny prey above the water. The nest hidden among the branches, the mouse living in an old stump. So far, no larger beast has approached the road. You reach the trail of blood again, then the gully. The shadows cast by the trees make you alert, as if you're entering a very different world. Your axe is not much comfort. You take a better look at your belts, cords, and the rest of your equipment. Having no horse, you find a way to squeeze through the thickets. Walk down into the valley. Not much light gets through the tree crowns. The cauldron-shaped basin is filled with howls of monkey and chirping of insects. Soon as you enter the lair, hundreds of throats burst up with threats and worries. Some of the monkeys run away, others gather in groups, following your movements like a loyal squad. The gurgling is distracting, but as you look through the darkness, there are countless more black and golden furs letting out ghastly cries. This distant army is hardly aware of your arrival. Most of them eat, sleep, or groom their companions. You follow the trail of blood, but it only leads further downhill. Your head starts to spin from the overwhelming noise. Ah, good thing we still got those earplugs. I was like, do we need those earplugs? Not really, but we got them anyway, didn't we? Nice. I had forgotten about the noise. Better not linger. I follow the trail, putting trust in the earplugs. I mean, I imagine it's supposed to be quite creepy, right? Ah, that sounds much better. Oh, that's cool. They actually turned down the noise. The sound gets gentler on your ears, but no matter how much you try, your thoughts keep returning to the vibrations in your head and stomach, and the blunt pain that grows slowly. Your plugged ears may keep you safer, but not for long. The first large monkey touches the ground, but after you raise your axe to show it your teeth, it climbs back up again. Though you right away notice similar movement on the other side. Nothing attacks you just yet. It's obvious that you or any human can never single-handedly put an end to such a grand pack of creatures, but if you break through their strike, maybe the rest would be too afraid to push on, especially if they remember what happened to them the last time. Yeah, exactly. We fucking got them last time, didn't we? I may never get so far again. I need to use this opportunity. There's no way the hunters survive such a blood loss in the Valley of the Monsters. I get back to Foggies. No, we're going to keep going. The monkeys observe you with respect, pouting their lips and growling, but keeping their distance for quite a few breaths. Soon the first monster falls from a high branch, breaking through the foliage and shrubs, then leaps at you with a shout. You reach for anything that could be of assistance to you. Not much time to aim, but I can stop one of the charging beasts with my crossbow. Better to scare them with a troll urine. The troll urine doesn't work with the... They're ape things, aren't they? Do I want to use troll pee? Goblins and pebblers. Yeah, that's not going to work. Let's use the power of force. Time to put my training in... Oh, wow, we've got loads of options now. Time to put my training into practice. Dun, dun, dun. With a few dancing steps, you shorten the distance between you and the nearest beast. Confused, it tries to catch you, but you effortlessly elude it, then put all your strength into turning around, and your wide swing lands on the creature's back. It falls to the ground, but you're already far behind it. A few of the monkeys climb back up into the trees, and as you go further, the pressure weakens. The forest gets darker, but the trail of blood is still easy to follow, which may not be a good sign. I move forward. You push forward, struggling to find a path between the remaining groups of monkey. You duck, leap, sprint, and at one point you manage to reach the final group. You swing your blade left and right, hoping to squeeze through the wall of black and golden furs. A strong arm clasps around your waist. You hit the ground, trampled by feet. The blunt pain in your left leg is followed by something tearing it off. AV Soul has left his shell? But dead. Oh dear. We died. Yeah, our leg got. We're dead. Our soul has left its shell. I mean, we can replay the encounter. Or should we do like true D&D style and start from the beginning, right? Wrong choice. You're not allowed to go back pages, right, in these adventure games? Okay. Use the power of training. Okay. Charging beats with a crossbow. There's a lot of creatures to choose from, and since they're unfamiliar with your weapon, hitting one of them right in the skull is as easy as pulling the trigger. Without so much of a gasp, the creature plunges to the ground. You don't have time to reload, but the monkeys don't know it yet. For some time, you walk undisturbed. The trail of blood gets weaker, and you estimate that the middle of the valley is already behind you. It's pee-pee time! Well, we'll use the troll pee then. You open the repellent and generously scatter it around, though a splash of it also lands on your pants and hands, instantly making you regret it. We're smelly now. But you don't have to wait for the effects long. You don't have to wait for the effects long. Half of the animals climb up the trees again, many others are fleeing through the thicket. The howls get lower, and you keep spilling the urine for another minute, until the beasts gather enough courage to ignore it. The trail of blood is scarce, and you think it leads into the brighter part of the valley. As you approach through the rock face, the forest gets sparser. I'm out of options. I move forward, relying solely on my axe. Dear. Your head starts to ache from all the howls and shouts. Your face is covered in sweat. Holding your axe, you duck, leap, sprint, and at one point manage to reach the final group. You swing left and right, hoping to squeeze through the wall of black and golden furs. Then a strong arm clasps around your waist and throws you. You hit the ground where the animal's feet trample your shell. You feel the hands clasping on your legs, but you shout, gathering the remains of your strength. You release your arm, and the blade hits the beast's legs, shoulders, and skulls. You can't tell if the blood on your neck is yours. The gasp of howlers falters. You stand up and run for it, and the whining pack doesn't follow. What do I find at the end of the blood trail? Monkey boss. Ooh, Avatar coming in with the resub. Wait, Avatar, lovely to see you. How you doing, my friend? I thought you resubbed on New Year's. Lol. Is this being funny again? Yeah, you resubbed on New Year's. How funny. Oh, 17. Oh, actually, maybe you just hit the point. I do apologise. That one says 17. This one says 18. Well, thank you so much for the continued support, my friend. I very much appreciate it. It's good to see you, mate. How you been keeping? Bug, thank you very much for the shout out to your avatar. I appreciate it. Okay. It leads you to a lone, treeless, rocky mound at the edge of the valley. The light falls on the short grasses and flowers growing around the pale human bones. The flesh is almost scraped clean, and the few ravens feasting on them lazily move aside, at first observing you, then preening their feathers. The remains are resting in a pool of dark blood, now served as a breeding ground for worms. The torn clothes are spread around, most of them made of leather and rawhide. The howls reach you again. The monkeys may be far away, but their presence is overwhelming. You can't prepare a pyre with the constantly increasing pain in your head and stomach, but your plugged ears may give you enough time to look around. Ugh. I searched the huntress's possessions. The now soggy club with an unusual row of teeth carved in its edge is of no value to you. There's no sack or bag in sight, and after you investigate the clothes, you estimate that the only unspoiled, undamaged thing around is the pretty belt buckle made of yellowish bone, carved into the shape of a jumping boar. You hide it in your pocket. The howls and crawling underneath your skin. You're on the edge of losing your senses. Dun-dun. I look for the beast that brought the shell here. Oh, we're getting mad. We're gonna die. You spot not a single wolf, bear, or cat. The paw prints surrounding the corpse are so muddled that they're hard to identify, yet none are so fresh that you should worry about them. One thing that catches your attention is there are no marks of 8 feet anywhere nearby. The howls are shaking your shell so much you feel as if your bones are gonna break. I collect the bones and carry them with me. Since they're detached from each other, you shove them all into a sack. The skull, the spine, the ribs, the pelvis. Too many of them to wonder if they're complete. They're warm from the sun. The stench of rotten blood is gut-wrenching, and you gladly step away from it. I leave this place. You hold your head briefly, hoping it will stop spinning, then rush towards the gully. The monkey's howls are both painful and desperate, which seem proper while you run through the blood and shells of their pack members. Once you reach the meadow, you gasp for breath, and your guts stop twisting your soul. You glance at the belt buckle. It's nothing extraordinary, but may be worth a dragon or two. The large sack of human remains, however, is going to bother you with its rattling. You stay for a bit in the middle of the road, unpack your sacks, then tie together as many bones as you can hide them again. Oh, fuck's sake. You stay for a bit in the middle of the road, unpack your sacks, then tie together as many bones as you can and hide them again. Let's hope they won't form an undead once they get touched by a fog. Ephron will surely appreciate your efforts. He'd better, and generously so. Was a bit migging, right? And we were a little bit cheapy because we restarted. We should have done a permadeath run. Well, what's the time? Can I rest still? I don't know if I can. The light shines on the water and the empty road. With no herbal beds or travellers in sight, the tavern looks like an abandoned hamlet. The tavern staff is sitting on the stairs enjoying the light and silence as they share roasted fish. Can I rest? No. There's a heavy scent of hard drinks. You spot a closed bottle and a small cup on one of the tables. Foggy is eating a stew from a bowl, but once she sees you, she finishes it with a few large gulps. She welcomes you with a gentle nod. Oh, we still have Trollpy. Oh, cool. Survived a few confrontations with hostile creatures. Welcome back, Avatar. No problem. What's the time of day? We got half a day. Let's just go back up there, right? We need to have a wash. We're going to have to come back here to sleep again. What's that mean? Safe water source. We're going this way anyway. We'll get this safe water source. We gotta wash the pee off, you're right. There we are. In an hour, I'll remove the bloodstains from my clothes. Thanks to the bridge, shaking, pounding, and rubbing the fabric goes smoothly. I jump into the stream. There are no fish or plants. Blah blah blah. The water reaches your waist, allowing you to have some fun and wash every spot of your shell. Thanks to the gentle flow, you're able to remove mud stains from your clothes. We need to get this repaired. I was going to say that if you can skip the notification in every stream, you're reminded about it. So this is true. Yeah, this is totally fair. I think it's funny. It's only because Packer had one the other day. Packer had, or it came up in I think yesterday's stream that he had resubscribed, even though he had only resubscribed like a few days previously. But like it had given him. It had come up twice on here, but I don't know if that's a Prime thing. So I was just wondering if the same thing had happened to you. So what can I do with Halva? Not a lot. Hunter. He's inside the House of Gatherings, comparing a few sharpened quills placed on one of the table. Once you get closer, he nods politely. I noticed that no soul in your tribe carries a weapon that would contain iron or copper. Not because of some priest prattle, we just have neither. He taps the sharpened obsidian of his club proudly. But we do what we can, and with fine results. We hunt nothing larger than a deer and cast rocks from slingshots. Ela hopes to trade for copper with his firewood shares. We'll see. His eyes tell you that you'll see nothing of the sort. There was even a traveller here a year or two ago who was seeking ore in this land. He went to the eastern ravine and foraging ground south of here and gives you a playful look. Suddenly claps his hand and steps forward, making the wolf's jaw bounce up and down. Dead. His tent is still there, but the shell went into the fogs. About the hunters. I found this a belt buckle made of bone. He reaches for the buckle without giving it a closer look. I'd recognize it anywhere. Dahlia had a gift, was ready to give up the hunt if it would mean more craft time for her. So where was it? He interrupts your tale many times, but having little knowledge to spare, you can't satisfy his curiosity. A sudden realization comes to him. Shag it. I hope that cat didn't play with its prey. I'm sure it was quick and effective. One bit of bad news isn't all, eh? Maybe the others are fine. These bones belong to Dahlia. What in the troll shite? He steps away as you try to handle the sack. Oh, what? Take it and burn it. He points at the ground and lets you place the sack there. He grabs it only to turn it around. Let's not show the children before the burning, he whispers. But after a few breaths, his confidence returns. Her siblings and uncle will be glad she's not coming back as an awoken. Every human deserves a proper pyre. And that's it. A whole roast chicken. It's not even a warm one. It's a cold roast chicken. It should be good for a few days. Life sucks. Hey Weevil, how you doing, buddy? Good to see ya. Welcome in. Thank you for the shout out to Weevil. Appreciate it, bug. How was the TLD stream? Have we restarted again? There's nothing else here, is there, for us? Apparently being on the verge of death affects our appearance. Travel. How much time do I have? I've got like 6 hours, but I don't really know how far I'm going to get when I'm nearly dead. Fucking spend another day at Foggy Lake. Maybe we can make it all the way there and back, right? Oh, we already gathered plants there though, didn't we? Hasn't Foggy got a fish trap? How much money have I got? Should we get a second fish trap? I've only got 4, and I have to spend one of them. Day 255! Awesome, my man. You are over halfway there. GG. Is that the furthest you've got now, right? Isn't it? Is this in England? I don't think so, Avatar. I don't think it's based in anywhere of realisticness. Farther than I've ever got, my man. You have got more patience than me. Mum. Oh, I can only carry one at a time. Now you tell me that after I brought it. Fucking Nora. What? You're going to complete it this week? No chance, mate. 250 days in a week. Am I good for washing? No. Let's set up the fish trap. Now we have not much time. We went to the foraging ground, but there's that dirty bird kicking around. Let's try the northern road again. I suppose you can just pass time, can't you? Alright, we still can't do that. Let's just get a bid. Weevil is running out of patience. Hey mate, you can just pass whole days. Eat, drink, past 12 hours. Eat, drink, past 12 hours. How much time have we got? No, we got to stick around Foggy, really. Like, these guys are a pain in the dick. Oh no, this is the pain in the dick. You're fishing at Blake? Jesus. Let's chat to these guys. Adwin, Dahlia and Vachel didn't return from their hunting trip. Did they share any plans with you? Why would they? Growls Savvy. They don't waste our time, we don't bother with theirs. Ian's eyes are a bit warmer. Efren already asked us. They ate there on the stairs and left days ago. They didn't want to get in each other's way, so they planned to spread. That's all I know. Seeing your look, he spreads his arms in an awkward shrug. They were laughing, eating, all confident and strong. I didn't know they would disappear. You consider his words when the shorter man starts to snap his fingers. Wait. I heard one thing. Something about, that they won't go north because of the dark magic in the tunnel. Then it's smart of them, concludes Ian with a humble smile. Better than nothing, eh? I'm sure they're fine. So they're not north, they're either... Well, we found one west, so then south and east. True. I mean, it's... Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like medievally setting, shall we say, time frame, Avatar. Or it's just the fact they can't spell properly. They're dyslexic. Look, why? So, Cases, you're both told me you have some sort of visions. He meets your eyes and straightens up, reaching out to you with his dirty hand. I allow him. It rests on your shoulders, light like a bird. Your nose tells you that he hasn't washed in quite a few days. The right hears the prayers of the people, I mean of the 10 cities, all the tribes and the empress and priests, merchants, farmers. We thought things were lost and glory behind us, punished by humiliation for our weak hearts. He starts to shake his stump a foot away from your face. But there's hope. His voice grows stronger with every heartbeat, and a wide smile shows under his beard. The right's test is behind us, and we, the sinners, have failed it. Now are the days of atonement, and of the new cities, with new tribes, and the cleansed land. We, have to fix this ourselves. Change what we can, weed out our sins, and bring fresh hearts to the holiest soul carrier, and let them guide us anew. With new tablets and prayers, a new church, the only church. Yes. He steps in place, bursting with excitement. All the rivers will flow as one wave, and the new cities, the reborn city, will wipe out the barbarians. He spits on the ground, and then send them back into their chains. He points his hand south. We will come through the ashes, reborn into a power greater than any fortress, than 1,000 dragons, than all the ships and armies. He steps back, lowering his head. I, the humble servant, was granted this vision. Okay. Someone applaud Avatar for recognizing Old English. Your heart is empty and your vitality is nearly empty. I mean, Avatar's not wrong. Yeah, we're gonna have to stay here. I nod enthusiastically. So be it. I see. So be it! He turns away from you and approaches the wall. Take this word and carry it in your heart and on your lips. Be part of the wave that swallows the faithless. Savvy presses a clenched fist to his lips, stopping himself from laughter, while Ian looks at the prophet with concern. Don't encourage him, friend. It's not right. We have nothing here. Boggy in a chair. I eat. I sleep. I have to pay for it. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads. So we could just stay at the tavern all day and get some vitality back. Because it's supposed to be really difficult to do stuff when it's really muddy. Although I don't know if I can afford another night here. We may have to go back down south, because I've got to try and shift some gear to make some money. You lose your senses right after you lie down. In the middle of the warm, stuffy night, you are entangled by your dreams, too tired to fully wake up, too accustomed to having a mid-sleep break to just get back to sleep. You are between the realms, surrounded by visions so vivid, you are tempted to reach out, touch them, stretch them out. They are your playground. Once I realize I'm in power, I do my best to enjoy myself. I fly, defeat dragons, eat and drink whatever I want. I wouldn't dare to disturb the natural flow of dreams. I accept them as they are, hoping to spot any visions they bring. No matter how much I try, my nightmares interfere with even the most joyful dreams. I wake up sweating, gasping for air. I try to break free of this state, thinking of all the things I was meant to do tonight. When I wake up, I'm still not sure if I did anything at all. I'm doing alright, thank you, Weevil. I have had a chilled weekend. I spent today mostly sleeping. We slept for 11 hours, and I got up just before 8 this evening. And I could have quite easily just stayed in bed and gone back to sleep. And I could quite easily go to sleep now. So, do you know what? My body just always wants sleep, so we should just not give it sleep and be productive instead of giving it sleep and still not being productive. Yeah, but it almost feels like It almost feels like, you know, in TLD when you have parasites and you can just sleep forever. Like, you can sleep for 12 hours and then you can sleep for 12 hours straight afterwards because you have parasites, and it makes no difference to your condition. It almost feels like that. It's like, well, hang on, I usually try and sleep for 6 hours and I'm always tired. And then I spent 11 hours sleeping today. And I could have just stayed in bed and slept for longer, and I could easily have gone back to bed an hour or two later, or even right now. Like, so, I don't know. It's like my sleep never properly fills up. Oh my god, you slept for 13 hours. Holy hell, Jen. And then, like, if I don't feel any different in the morning, right? So then I'm like, well, what is the point in trying to get extra sleep if it makes zero difference to me? Like, if I feel pretty much the same after having 6 hours sleep as I do from having 11 hours sleep, what is the point in me giving myself extra sleep? I should just give myself extra time awake to, I don't know, do something or attempt something. I wouldn't dare disturb the natural flow of my dreams. Hibernation time. Oh, we should totally. Let's just shut down everything for a month, right? And go to sleep. Alright. Well, we got something back. I think we have to rest today. Because it is a rainy day. Excuse me. Alright, night everyone. It took me a while to get to sleep last night because my feet were really cold. It's funny, they get really cold early morning. Sleep stream. Do I have to put the camera on for that? I mean, I am legitimately just reading a story, right? Fuck, look at this. We spent 7 days. We got 14 hours in our day. I think we're going to have to rest, though. Gotta let our shell and soul rest, I feel. Time to play TLD Bear Hug Edition. You were pretty busy today, but not exhaustingly so, taking care of your mount as well as all the patches, scratches, bandages, and the general mess amongst your possession took some reorganizing. But at the end of the day, your muscles are grateful for not spending hours on riding. The foragers and foggies spend some time chatting with you, but are mostly focused on their own daily chores. Well, now I guess I go to sleep. And here's my last coin, so we definitely have to go south. You got your dinner? Nice. I ordered takeaway pizza today. Domino. The shivers wake you up. Foggy is standing by the open door, letting the dense fog in, with her back lit by a lantern. While she breathes slowly, her eyes are keenly observing the area, and after you focus, you hear the distorted shouts of roaming saurians. Fog tends to get more common in late summer, but the tribes of the Dragonwoods often see them as a bad sign. The wild spirits they carry are believed to impact both the visible and the invisible, and not in ways that help humankind. I sigh. If there are any undead in these woods, the fog will strengthen them. Prime rib and mashed potatoes. Nice. Enjoy, my friend. Dinner of champions. The moon is bright, and so is the night. You recognize shapes of owls, bats, and spot movements on the ground. There are many stories about the moon's origins and purpose, and they're older than any of the doctrines known in the cities. These legends are shared not by religions, but rather by tribes, as if they're part of a deeper conviction, something spread through the milk of mothers and wet nurses, or through the whisper of the trees and winds. The moon is a powerful spirit who watches and guides humankind when we have no sun to protect us. That's why we call what's in its center the eye. It's a large rock that one day will fall from the sky and crush everything that's alive, starting a new age of darkness. For some reason, it controls the weather, it gathers weak clouds like a shepherd and shapes the tides. It's home to strange animals. They are different, but as bright as humans and sometimes visit the land. The moon is up there and we are here. Now, who cares what it hides? Ooh, very not philosophical. Or aliens, or scientist, or fatalist, or I don't know. Pagan? I thought the dinner of champions was that's the liquid dinner. Okay. Time for me to go. I need to eat. How many meals have I got left? 2. Today she brings me toasted acorn bread, mouflon cheese and some pike. I might leave the other 2 meals. No. It will be alright. Well, we're going to travel a lot. Again. Baked cold pheasant and raw eggplant. Okay. Eating with the forages. No. Alright, we have a whole day ahead of us. 13 hours. Oh shit, we've got less time now. I might take this opportunity to go and get some drinks actually. As we're all actually all out. Funnily enough, talking a lot makes you thirsty. Right, I'll pop to Lou while I'm up. I'll be back in about 5. Can grab myself a coffee and some more juice. See you shortly. Are we committing ourselves? We are on day 6, I think. Oh no, we're on day 7 now. We're on a new PB, and now we're stuck. So I guess. Wasn't supposed to go that way. Wait, did we lose our wife? Someone lost their wife. Oh, that's pretty freaky. I thought that was a skull at first. Great Cthulhu rises. It's Squidward! Show me the meaning of being lonely. Is this... I forgot my coffee. Is the feeling I need a moment? Tell me why. This is Mateo. Can you see my butt? Do I line up my stream? There's Mateo, alright? You perverts. That was out. We like to drink with Amy because Amy is our mate. He drinks in moderation, and that's what makes it great, 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 great. Why was he born so beautiful? Why was he born at all? He's no fucking used to anyone. He's no fucking use at all. Get it down, you Zulu warrior. Get it down, you Zulu chief, 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 chief. Dun dun dun. Where did you go, Shaba? go? I wanna know. Maybe we need to pretend. Oh, I want to walk up the road and escape. Come in, I am here. Welcome to my thing. Yeah, you may want to turn away because this is.
My fingers feel numb.
A lot of bumps. Okay, that was random and weird. Oh my god, no. Oh no. That's exactly what I was thinking, Wolf. I want to eat you. Fucking Nora, take care of yourself. Can I ride a bike while licking a person with the person riding us? That sounds really sexual and wrong. We totally can! Woo! Oh, no, don't get caught in the cogs! Ow, no! Oh. It's really difficult, man. His legs flailing around and get caught in the cogs. Try again. Yeah, she's bugged. Is she good bugged or bad bugged? This is the question. This could really fuck up my run. What is it with me and these friggin' bears? Nailed it. Oh wow, that tickled me far too much. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cackle so loudly. Oh, that tickled me. That was following it. Ah! We're following her, but she's so fucking scary. I don't want to see her again. I think we need to go this way. Ah! Fucking! Ah! What are you doing? No!
I gotta get out.
So to speak, of the occasion, and then offers it up as a moment within everybody that's in chat, and they can claim those moments. If you hover over Tina, you'll see that she's got quite a few moments, and then you'll be able to go and have a look, and you can click on that moment or see which moments you have, and it will tell you like what the clip was for. What? She's going. She's fading.
I've never felt so cold in my life.
I don't know if you remember my ex. Wee. You're rubbish at this game, Astrid. Your stick game. Oh, now we're cold. We're totally fucked. Yo. We made it! 251! Apparently we died from food poisoning. "51 days. Great things. We accomplished nothing." I'm a wolf rider. fear me. Gotta get me, I'm riding on a wolf. Yeah. Exactly, Wolf Rider. Where's my wolf? And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. 'Cause everything's made to be broken. What? And why are we with the fucking rope, you cunt chop? Fuck you. Baby birch. You're like David Attenborough, and here we are, inside the mother birch. We can see the baby birch. Here we have Daddy Birch, which is much smaller than Mummy Birch. It's taken down a fresh deer. Soon, Mummy Birch. I think we got poor angles. Don't hurt me, Philip. I love you. Philip, no! I'm not that way! I'm not like that! No! Philip, why? I guess what it is, Bug, is a wolf! Duck and weave, duck and weave, duck and weave, duck and weave, duck and weave. No, no, it didn't work! We're dead. What I was trying to say was having good friends in chat gave me the confidence to not be annoying. Can I ride a bike while licking a person with the person riding us? That sounds really sexual and wrong. We tell again! Woo! Oh, no, don't get caught in the cogs! Ow, no! It's really difficult, man. His legs flailing around and get caught in the cogs. Try again. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for sticking around, appreciate it, folks. Thank you, Evil, thank you, Avatar, thank you, Bug. Will we get a 24-hour stream for the celebrations in February? Good question, Mel. And thank you, Mel. I don't know. I'll probably do at least a 12-hour stream. If I can finagle my time correctly, then we might do 24 hours. I need to think of something, some sort of exciting schedule or something to do, or things to do. 12 is acceptable. Okay. Thank you, Jen. I could probably do 48 hours. We went very well last time we did the 24-hour stream. We did our longest stream and we weren't actually very well at the time, so probably could do 48 hours. Might have to have a little bit of a stream. Might have to have a couple of power nap streams. Hey, the Strawberry Jerry coming in with a raid. Sophia, so lovely to see you. How are you doing, darling? Happy New Year to you. How have you been keeping? Thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate it. I'm doing okay. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm enjoying a few days off. A few extra days off, I should say. A couple of days holiday in the new year. It has definitely helped recoup from a busy December. Bloodstain TV, welcome in. And thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate it. How are you doing today? Yeah, good Sunday. Hope you enjoyed the stream with Sophia. What were you up to? Ooh, doing some Elden Ring. How are you finding Elden Ring? Are you a Souls game person then, Sophia? I can't remember. I've never tried any of the Souls-like games. I keep getting badgered to try them, and I would like to try them one day. Hey, I remember the boyfriend. Oh, nice. Love it. It's very fun. Good. I'm glad you had a good stream. So welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Acidic Virus. I am usually primarily The Long Dark player. We've taken a little time off from The Long Dark. Well, we're not taking time off. We just haven't played it in a little bit. We are playing this little game here, the Roadwarden, which is a text-based, story-rich, I guess kind of like a visual novel, choose-your-own adventure type thing. It's quite interesting. There is a lot of reading involved. That's the only thing. There's lots of wordiness. But it is basically a book on screen, so I'm not surprised there are lots of reading. We are a road warden who has been sent to the north to... well, we're supposed to patrol the roads and kind of keep them clear of monsters. It has been described as being more witchery than The Witcher, which I don't think we found that quite yet. The premise is there. But yeah, we're also trying to scout out, and we're working for a merchant's guild to try and liaise with, you know, settlements that are up here, scouting out the land. And we basically have 40 days to do this, and we're on like day 30. Oh no, we're on like day 7, I think, of our 40 days before we're supposed to report back what we can. So yeah. You have to raid and run as you have work in the morning? Of course. Yes, pretty late for you, work in the morning. Well, thank you so much again for that raid. I very much appreciate it. It's lovely to see you again. I'm glad that you're doing well. And you have a wonderful sleep, and I will see you soon, darling. Okay, so... Love you too, darling. Take care of yourself. So, we really need to sell stuff, right? How long is it going to take us to get here? 6 hours. So I'm kind of thinking, do we just go all the way down here and then head our way back up? Maybe we could do some exploring here before, or we come all the way back up here and try down here. Or maybe we just go here and then go this way. Let's go to the Pale of the North. Guard ignores you in your arrival. Oh, sorry. The guard ignores your arrival. As you ride in, the other hunters sitting at the table and on the stairs, gossiping with mugs of beer in their hands. You hear the clinking of tools. So we do need to repair our armor. But we know there's a good repair person, like, here at Howler's Dell. I guess it depends whether we want to... Well, I suppose we could see what we get from here. It might not that we might not actually be able to sell everything here. Let's go into the inn. Smell it. Oh, hang on, I'll go outside. Can I get to the well? Let's have a wash first. Oh, Peros is still here. Let's have a chat with Peros. Finally! Someone with coins show up. Actually, I don't have any coins. Do I have anything you'd like to buy? Oh, the only thing you want is our iron scraps. 6 coins. Okay. So he'll buy both our... okay, that's okay. I am super stinky. Off to bed, Avatar. Okay, my friend. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you again for that the resub. I do very much appreciate it. You have a lovely stream. A lovely stream? Fuck's sake. You have a lovely sleep. And I will catch you soon, mate. Take care. Okay. Alright, well, we've made some coins. Let's speak to the armorer. But we can get +1. Ah, okay, sweet. Alright, well, it took 2 hours and 2 coins, but we're back up to as good as we had it before. That's pretty sweet. Oh, actually, do I want to buy anything from... I should have checked the income. What have you got? Do I want to buy some more quarrels? I've only got 2 crossbow bolts. Let's get another 3 rations, because we can use the rations to pay for our lodgings. Can't afford to get the elk fur. So what have we got left in our inventory that we could potentially sell? The bone ring, and I think that's about it, isn't it? Oh, and the cave ear. I think we should go this way. The neglected path barely finds any space amongst the hills, trees and streams. There's a deer on the ground, lying in a red puddle, surrounded by a small pack of creatures which notice your presence quickly. There's about 8 of them with thick furs in shades of brown, grey and black, and hairless faces with small eyes and large mouths, currently stained by the blood of their prey. Some of them move on all 4s, while others comfortably stand on 2 feet. They are 2 to 3 heads shorter than you, but it's your mount which truly towers over them, and you see how a couple of the beasts take a few steps back, grunting and glancing at one another. The one with grey fur shouts, and the others move towards the rocks and sticks which are piled on the road. They hold them awkwardly, and some struggle to maintain a straight posture, leaning on their new weapons for support. Then, almost all of them spread out to your left and right, blending with the shrubs loudly. Only 2 of the apes are standing still. Are they goblins? I grab my axe and hold the reins tightly. Pferdy tries to turn around, but loyalty follows your direction. Okay, let's see. I charge at the goblins in the middle of the road. I scream at the pack, shaking my weapon. I try to scare them away. I may still have time to load my crossbow. It will take a moment, but I reach the jar of troll urine. I throw them some food, maybe they'll leave me alone. I look behind me just to be sure they are not already there. Make a few threatening swings, focusing my attention on the beasts that entered the forest. I dismount and prepare for combat. I wait for their move. What if we use violence or direct force? How does that change things? It shows that there's enough things to do. So is this... So this is using my... So is this telling me that if I'm using my violence or direct threat that these things are not options that we should choose? Do I use the troll P? Let's charge at the goblins in the middle of the road. Your mount speeds up, though it doesn't have enough space to enter a gallop. You prepare your weapon, but while you may have hundreds of hours training behind you, hardly any of them happen in the saddle. You do your best to focus. The younger goblin attempts to stop your horse, but the strike it receives sends it into a nearby bush, screaming in pain. The grey one, however, managed to grab your boot and is now trying to keep up with your speed, making one long leap after another. The first strong swing of your axe wasn't able to reach the target. A spear would do better in this scenario. I aim for the head. A lucky swing of your axe hits the skull, not only crushing the bone but also pushing it out of your way. It rolls over the road and your mount runs faster. Still riding, you shake the blood off your blade. Your leg is free, the road is clear. We ride as fast as we can. For a few moments you hear the angry shouts and screeches, but soon after that it's again only you and your mount. Time to see what we're going to find down the road. Brilliant. A round pine tree blocks the road. For a wayfarer, walking over the thin branches at the top is not much of an issue. Even Pferdy, led on a rope, could walk around the stump, but a large wagon couldn't move onward in one piece, at least not without detaching the mules, unpacking all the wares and moving everything by hand. Cutting a tree into pieces would take hours, even with proper tools, and you can't hope to move it with just the muscles that you and your mount have to offer. Decent spot for a fishing trap. Do I want to have a wash? What is that noise? I want to look around. What do you want to... what do I investigate? Surrounding area. You walk deeper into the wilderness, searching through the shrubs and trees. You don't find any side paths nor remains of a camp or a hamlet. The first game trail you find has been used exclusively by animals. Tree. The leaves are not completely dry, and when you break one of the twigs it still contains water. There are no signs of sickness that you can recognize, and the termites and other bugs are still sparse. Beneath the trunk there's no blood, no abandoned limbs. Stump. You don't find any marks of moss, of more or paw. The top is hip high and unnaturally smooth. You could comfortably sit down on it, so it's been chopped. The tracks. In the trampled grass you find two sets of tracks to follow. There are no hoofprints. The first set is near the destroyed wagon. The wayfarers suddenly stop and see where they made a sharp turn. The second trail is close to the tree stump. Most of the marks are left by flat, cheap boots, not suitable for long walks, but someone was wearing hard, wide heels, distorting the ground. Both trails avoid the eastern wilderness. They stick to the main road and lead you north. They could have belonged to 24 people, maybe more. You follow them for a bit, but lose them once there's no more mud in the and trees needed to find. Wagon. The planks are still firm, and there's no mustiness in the air, but the vehicle needs just a push to fall to pieces, like a child's toy with nothing to keep the parts together. There are ways to construct a wagon with just wood, leather and fibre, but you find marks of hinges, braces, nails and clamps, which are all now gone. The wheels are missing, there's steel rims. You find only one linen bag, empty and moist. You can't estimate how deep the tracks are, the ground was hard, so the cart's weight wasn't a significant factor. It would take only 2 steps to disappear into this deep water. The rocky bank smells fresh and is filled with the sound of frogs, insects and birds. It's not a good spot to quench your thirst. The beds of long kelp fall by the flow of the river, crowded with fish and four-legged creatures that you don't even recognise. Keep an eye on the land. There's no carcass in sight and no signs of shells that would have been left nearby. What's in the bushes? There are no berries left, only broken twigs, fallen leaves and trampled grass. You notice a pointy arrow made by human hand with a head made of horn and black-orange fletchlings. You don't know what type of bird would have such feathers. You see no arrow marks around, not even on the wagon. The western hill. The rocky wall isn't much of a challenge. The top of the hill is covered with the short grass and sparse trees. You notice a couple of bushes with a good view of the road just next to the remains of a campfire. Charred pieces of wood, ash, bird bones, trampled grass and broken earthenware bottle. You follow the deepest track leading to the edge of the soft earth. Someone jumped down or at least stopped stepping on the grass. The road here is already being overgrown, fading away, but it's in no worse shape than the other parts of the southern route. No alternate path is formed around the blockade. I think I know what happened here. It was cut down to set up an ambush. Why was the wagon abandoned? I think it broke. I feel like it might have been attacked by highwaymen. It's pretty impossible to tell what was in there. I think they went north. You think that the tree was cut down to set up an ambush. The cart which transported unknown contents was attacked by highwaymen. Its owners were taken north. Actually, that's second thought. Let's return to the wagon. Yeah, it definitely feels like an ambush. No, well I don't know how long, it seems to have been a little while. It's pretty hard packed, so it doesn't seem like there's any like horse drags. I reckon it feels like they're not walking boots, so I reckon it's definitely an ambush by highwaymen. And I'm guessing, I don't know what there was though. I don't think they gave us any clue as what was in the wagon. So weight's not an issue. I mean, it would make sense it was some sort of valuables, right? You can't estimate how deep the tracks are. The ground was hard, so the cart's weight wasn't a significant factor. I mean, the river's got nothing to do with it. Okay, I think I know what happened. It's cut down for an ambush. That much makes sense because the tree was cut. The wagon was abandoned because it was probably attacked by highwaymen, because we've got remains of like a campfire and hiding spots above it in the bushes. We can't tell. It would make sense it was food supplies or valuable merchandise, but it is impossible to tell. The only thing we found was a sack. We think everyone went north. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, you can't be sure of what really happened here. You don't think there's much left for you to find. Let's hope you haven't missed anything. How much time do we have? 2.5. Yeah, they took all valuable parts of the wagon. But we don't know what was actually in the wagon. Go and talk with me. Okay. I guess we will. Did we find anything? Just an arrow, wasn't it? Let's rent a room. Hardly any light reaches the ground through the clouded sky, the deep night as some people call it, so dark that you can't see the fingertips on your extended hand. You tried to look outside, but to no avail. Even the predators will spend the next few hours hidden, unsure what surrounds their shelters and hideouts. Not all of them, though. You hear cheerful howling coming from the heart of the forest. A hunt queen, or maybe a hunt lord, has already captured its next meal. I should feel safe in such a well-guarded stronghold, but just in case I crawl to the window and make sure it's closed. The room is small and quiet and far away from unwanted eyes. You take a calm bath, rest on a soft mattress, look through the window, enjoy the minutes of safety. In the morning, you find a stall with a large wooden plate bearing an aromatic breakfast, a pie with hare and cabbage, a bowl of plums and grapes, and a cup of mouflon milk. Downstairs, the innkeeper is putting firewood onto the stove. He asks if you need anything. I have no fish. Shame we didn't get any fish. How about some axe throwing? I'm ready where you are. Hey, what a surprise, we won the axe throwing. Dalit, right? Oh, she giggles to cover her confusion. Are you asking me out? Are you interested in any silliness? Brushes away her hair from her forehead, the tangled chaos all over her scalp, cares not for her efforts. Well, yeah, half my life ago I was living on crops, but I bet I've shot down more monsters than you've broken eggs. Are you much of a fighter? Many more eyes turn towards you. Hard to say, I'd rather have friendly blades on my side. I don't fight when I don't have to. If you live as a traveller, you face enemies, not really an option. Fight to protect others, that's my job. There's something pleasing in triumph. If you live life as a traveller, you face enemies, not really an option. I fight to protect others, that's my job. While Daliet pats the boar, the guards get back down to their efforts. Hero material, huh? Ain't something I'm going to be jealous about, this trade of yours. I had a cousin who tried to get rich as a Roadwarden. She kept it together for maybe half a year. Was lucky enough to die in a village, not in the middle of nowhere. At least she hadn't woken up. The good folk burned her on a proper pile. I met Ian. He says hi. She looks up, twirling her hair, and she thinks, I'm sorry, who? Big forager from the north. She gives you a beaming smile. Ah, so that's his name. His accent is so thick, I think I kind of misheard it. Forgive me. How's he doing? You gossip about the man and his companion, and a couple of the hunters join your conversation, asking about the Eastern Road, the tavern, and the travelling in general. A good couple of minutes is spent on discussing fashion and creeks. Some of the hunters regret not being used to wearing leathers and furs, while others are convinced that linen is more convenient. And if you're cold, just put on a cloak, says a woman with a bandage on her neck. After some time, the guards walk away, leaving you with Dalit and the napping boar. I'm looking for a few hunters from the creeks. Vachel, Dahlia, and Amon. Here. I don't know these names. She looks at her companions, and while there's someone who claims to have met them, he has nothing to say about them. She then glances at the boar, which is now very interested in the smell of your boots, and giggles. It's a long way from here to the creeks. I mostly spoke with Ephron. Have you met him? Sure, he's a nice guy. What's Ephron? Oh, yes, I know Ephron. She starts to laugh. Well, maybe I wouldn't say nice, but there's charm to his Viger. Did you know there are undead that use lights? Kind of? She gives you an unconvinced smile. I know they grow more human-like the older they get. I think they don't need light, they just want it. Like when they put on clothes or take trinkets from those they kill. I show her the arrow I found in the fallen tree. Did any of you drop this? She returns it without hesitation. Nah, we get ours from the villages in the south, and they don't use pheasant feathers. The locals ask too much for their arrows, as if they're filled with pneumonia or something. Looking for knowledge about wild creatures. You know how it is, Avi. For you, it's 10. I smile. Come on, it'll be fun. In something you love to talk about beasts. She giggles. Oh, didn't you say such a thing? You make me sound like an old lady. I'm still a hunter, not a talker. She winks at you. 8. I'm not paying 8. I don't have 8. How much for the goblins again? 13. 10. How many do I have on me? 11. Do we risk it and get the goblins cleared out now? And then try and save? I have your dragon. Well, we're heading that way anyway, right? I have your dragons. There's no soul in the entire ruins. Let's get to it. She reaches out for the coins and hides them without counting. Cheers, AV. She looks at the sun. Give us 2 days to prepare for the raid. We'll handle it with a small team. There's a different kind of confidence in her voice, and her stance is more like a leader's. Better stay away from the ruins until then, or you may get a random quarrel between your ears. Okay, so we got 2 to do. Just a moment. She runs out in front of you, cutting you away with a wide grin. Want to help us out? I spoke with our boss, and I kind of need a rider. What do you need? We could use another pair of hands here, someone who knows their way around the woods. You start to explain that you'd rather stick to the saddle, but she waves it off. So help me find a better soul. There are 2 people I've heard of who would like to join us. Eristos from Howler's Dell and Cassia from Gale Rocks. Eristos? Who is Eristos in Howler's? She rubs the side of her boar, then pushes it away gently, as if she's asking a child to play by itself for a few minutes. The thing is, we already have hunters who used to live in these places, and they told me they ain't too eager to welcome them here. I'd like you to speak with them both, and to ask the folks from their tribes about them. Before I can make a decision whom I should invite, I need to be sure I can handle the job. They can handle the job. Who is this Eristos? A trapper? A few months ago, he told a passing-by caravan he wanted to leave his home and asked them to bring us his message. One of his past neighbours told me he remembers Eristos was a weak, quiet boy. I ain't sure he knows how to fight, but he'd rather use traps anyway. And Cassia? She mentioned to Asterion she'd like to come here. She's a guard, but I've heard she's more of a talker than a fighter. Gale Rocks is so far away, I'd really prefer not to travel there, but if she's the better choice, I may have no other option. Any tips? She glances at the other guards, and one of them with a fancily braided beard clears his throat. Ask as many people as you can. In the small villages, you can never know who sleeps with whom. And what's in it for me? Coins, duh, she giggles. How about 5? I'll give you a few more if you amaze me with all the news you bring. Okay. Alright, now we're out of money again. But we are fully healed. You amaze me. Where should we go? Do we think these link up? Or do we go Howlers and go this way? Oh, we have to deal with Dickhead, didn't we? Yeah, that's good. Oh, shit, no, we can sell the bone ring. The other place we haven't been to yet, we're looking for it still. I do need to go to Howlers, you're not wrong. And I wanted to try and sell something at Howlers, but fuck it. We're a Roadwarden, we'll work it out. We got no money, but we've got food. As long as you ride uphill, the forest is sparse. Soon after, the tree roots tear the path apart. The road is coated with branches, acorns, leaves, and chestnuts, and some seedlings have already broken through the pitted surface of the road. If left undisturbed for another year or two, the forest will reclaim this place. Finally, you ride upward again. The plants are getting smaller, the road more rocky. Asa with Walif. I quite like the noises in this. I think they're quite cool. We found the 4 major crossroads, apparently, because we got an achievement. Wait, what just happened? Why did it do that? While the hills are full of life, you don't hear anything coming from the watchtower. Its upper levels lack a wooden platform from which the guards could fire their crossbows or drop stones on the opponents below. So this place was not meant to be used in combat, but rather as a shelter from claws and fangs. Where did I find this game? On Steam, mate! We find all manner of awesomeness on Steam. I know, it came out... I don't think it came out too long ago. We like to, like, most weeks we tend to, like, we try once or twice a week to go through and see, like, what the new releases are, kind of, on Steam. Or we'll have a look at what's been recommended to us, see if something comes up. Or, you know, something might pop up on Facebook from one of the, like, PC Gamer magazines or something, and we might have a goose on that. Such structures can be found especially Such structures can be found in especially untamed parts of the Dragonswood. Used occasionally by travellers or patrolling squads, since the end of the war, the cities can't find enough people and dragon bones to keep them in good shape. You see no footsteps, no lights, no fresh trash or a latrine. The birds are preening their feathers on top of the tower, while the branches of nearby trees are swaying in the fierce cold wind. I look for the tracks I saw near the fallen tree. The tracks lead here through the narrow gate, then west. The hard hills are especially noticeable. West. Let's see if there's something interesting among the spruce trees. It must be a human-made copse. Only the smallest of the spruces are out of order, born of wild seeds. The largest trees are tall as the tower itself, which surely doesn't help those who are meant to observe their surroundings. There are also some stumps, most of which used to belong to young saplings. These trees were likely meant to be sold to carpenters and coopers, but they were left alone many years ago. In the copse you find wild fennel and lettuce thriving in shadows, and there are pears and berries growing amongst nearby trees and shrubs. Wild plants here need a few more days before they ripe. Okay, let's examine the campfire spot at the fence. You see a shattered bowl, the remains of a meal from many years ago. However, the firewood and lonely stool are not too old. You don't doubt that the watchtower seems less threatening to wayfarers than the wilderness around it. What does the signpost say? The planks and letters are damaged by decades of rains, frosts, boars and claws. Scratch out some of the moss. There are 3 planks on the signpost. Sharp monkey. Each one pointing in a different direction. The letters don't tell you anything. Planks on top points both south and north, but there are no pictures that would tell you anything more than that. The one beneath it points to the east, and there's a word written in blue paint. The arrow here looks more like a magic wand. The bottom plank has a picture of a tall tower surrounded by little houses and points west. The wood is covered in red paint, suggesting danger. I approach the entrance. You take a look at Pferdy. If necessary, it could bow its head and walk inside. This place should be a decent shelter for both of you. Oh, cool. The planks are strong, heavy, well protected from the wind and rain, and when you knock, they seem to be thick. While the door shakes at your push, it won't open. Defensive structures usually have a locking bar on the inner side, but you also see a large keyhole. You walk around the tower, making sure there are no open windows or other entrances. It doesn't look like you can get in them without destroying the door, and doing so is going to make it a potential entryway for wild creatures. Look through the keyhole. You kneel down and take a peek. There's nothing in the hole, but the room is dark, with tiny bits of light passing through the crevices in the windows. You see the shapes of wooden furniture, like tables, casks, a ladder, but the only movement you notice belong to the dust dancing in the sunbeams. Let's go to the gates. Setting up a firm wall in a place like this is a bit unusual. It goes on for no more than 40 feet until it connects with natural rock face. Such a structure could be found near the city, acting as a checkpoint as which to stop travellers to search through their belongings or request a fee. But in the middle of nowhere, deer and other animals used to running here with no hindrance must have been more than annoyed. A risky investment. You touch the gate made of high quality wood, previously soaked in oil, now mostly wiped off. It was left open and you don't see any wooden bar that would be used to lock it. You tried to move the coal planks, buried deep in dried out mud, but with no luck. It would require some wary digging. Okay. Well, do we go west? We've got a lot of time. We're in good shape as well. West. This way. The path leads downwards through the hills. The forest gets thicker and the signs of human touch are rare. The lone, large boulder surely draws attention. You can't guess its age, but the paths around it suggest it was passed plenty of times already. You stop Pferdy to take a closer look. The remains of red paint are covering the eastern side. It's the same message as the one you saw at the southern crossroad. Don't enter, danger ahead. You look down the dark road and hear the distant roar of a dragon. I ask the right for protection. You look at the blue sky, take a deep breath, and start humming an old tune. You don't remember the words, but they tell the story of Sailor, a brave soul from Wright's tablets. Betrayed by his fellow warriors, abandoned in the wilderness, with no weapons to protect himself. Thanks to the Wright's inspiration, he realized that a lizard's bone, the only thing left from his last meal, could be broken, sharpened, and used as the head of a spear. Thus, he managed to defeat a large cat and return to his family. The road gets a bit brighter. I searched for the tracks I found at the watchtower. The hard hills can't be mistaken, and the travellers didn't mask their steps. They passed the rock from both sides, heading deeper into the forest. Do we carry on? Sounds a bit scary. We could go back. Oh, carry on. Stream ahead can be crossed by a humble ford made of hundreds of rocks that used to reach from the bottom to the surface, but now is partially demolished either by time or a living creature. For a rider, crossing it wouldn't be much of a problem, but most travellers would have to take off their pants and shoes. Moving an entire wagon would pose quite a challenge. The water is clean and the banks are low, a good watering spot for Pferdy. We are a Roadwarden, yes. All roads are ours. We could spend some time gathering rocks and throw them into the water. For now, I ignore it. The colours of leaves range from greens to purples and overwhelm you with shadows. The stems of shrubs twisted in all directions, seeking the slightest scraps of sunlight. The trees are not too tall, but their trunks are wide as buildings. The neglected road has been carved into the thicket, an inch at a time, a corridor of plants with a floor made of pebbles that give way to saplings and vines. From time to time you pass by many turns, relics left by roaming dragons, unicorns and trolls. Some of them are still used by beasts, boars, striped cats or packs of goblins. The birds are sharing their songs as cheerful as ever. When necessary, I clear any thicket that's in Pferdy's way. You reach a gap in the tunnel of plants. The meadow nourishes a lonely tree growing in the shadow of a rocky hill, surrounded by humble grasses. Near the tree roots, a wolf without fur is feasting on a human corpse, unaware of your presence. Attack. You get down. I tried to sneak up on the beast with my axe. The wolf notices your steps quickly, it leaps away, turns around, gives you a long look and dashes forward, opening its jaw. I prepare for the strike. Pferdy takes a few steps forward, too scared to stay at your side, but too smart to enter the forest all by itself. The wolf will jump on me, I'll duck beneath it and cut its stomach. Risky. I'm ready to step aside, avoiding the charge. Risky. I hold my ground, ready to strike back. It will stop and try to bite me, I need to attack first. Let's try and duck and cut. You slide beneath the jumping creature as it's in the air, aiming at the place where your throat used to be. Losing balance, you take a swing with your axe but find only the air. Your knee burrows in the grass and your weaker hand helps you keep your balance. I get up. The beast walks around you with a lowered head, seeking an opportunity. You can't tell anything from its black eyes. Your foe keeps its distance, hesitant to strike. I clash with it, cutting it once it gets closer. I'll bait it into biting my armored forearm, then chop into its side. That's not a good idea. I jump forward, swinging at it while avoiding its jaws. It may be my only chance to do so, but I throw my axe at it. I intimidate with aggressive gestures. Let's use forced. I hit it with an axe throw, though it won't get fooled twice. I can scare it away. You wave your arms around, showing it how large and scary you are. As you shout, moving towards it, it leaps away, growling and flinching nervously. After one last howl, it flees. I chase after it until it disappears amongst the trees. You take a couple of deep, slow breaths and stretch out your arms. Pferdy is looking around, stepping in place. Rah! We scared him. I examine the corpse. Parts of its chest, face, neck and arms were turned into a red mush. Wolf didn't break any bones, not even the ribs. The first worms start to crawl over its blood-soaked clothes. The human was a male with brown skin and short black hair. His brown pants and green jacket were made of dyed leather. It has no sacks, bags or equipment, but you spot a trail of blood leading into the trees. The creature must have dragged the shell from the deeper woods. Inside the left ear you spot a trinket made of animal bone, from which contrasts with the dark skin and lures your eyes away from the blood. Knowing Ephron's description, you have no doubts, you have found the shell. I remove the earring from the corpse's ear. With a few splashes of water, you wash the cold blood off your hands and the knife. I consider burning the corpse. There's plenty of birds gathered at the edge of the meadow, waiting for you to walk away for the next meal. The larger beasts will come soon. You don't have much time, surely not enough to make a pie. My church requires that I set human remains on fire. I spare a few minutes doing the bare minimum. You grab the only boot worn by the corpse and drag it towards the middle of the trail, then spend some time surrounding it with dry sticks and grasses, then cover it with a single dry bough. The guts are likely to put out the fire soon after your departure, but maybe you'll be lucky. You light up a simple torch and set fire in a couple of promising spots. As the skin and hair start to burn, Pferdy gives you a weird look. You realise that it hasn't used any of its time to graze. I leave the torch here. I'll prepare another one before I get asleep. Pferdy rushes you with a snort. Go right away. Your eyes wander between the walls of trees and shrubs on one side and the dirty pond on the other. The road itself is wide, covered with soggy logs that keep the ground from turning into mud. It's breaking under your mount's hooves, letting out what sounds like a sigh of relief. The water insufferably stinks of carrion as it's covered with a blanket of green plants and white flowers that draw countless buzzing insects. Guess we won't have a wash. Pferdy tries to get familiar with the unusual pavement and speeds up to jump over a fallen trunk blocking your path. Once it lands, it breaks one of the logs in halves. Soon after, you reach a massive black saurian resting on the ground, enjoying the light at the edge of the forest. It seems to be ignoring your presence. Once again, Pferdy canters. I trust it's insane. Once the monster raises its head, you're already in the air. The beast pushes itself away from the ground with its forelimbs, trying to catch any chunk of flesh with its massive jaws, but you safely hit the ground and return to a trot slowly. I pay attention to the dead trees sticking out of the pond. They look similar to that saurian. The road is bright, empty, surrounded by sparsely growing trees, gentle hills and meadows. It leads you to a cairn, a pile of rocks ranging in size from your abdomen to your fist. There's also quite a few tiny pebbles. A narrow, hardly passable trail leads south, but likely won't survive another year without travellers. Very broken. I looked for the tracks that I found at the fallen tree. Without a doubt, the travellers were here, led by the person in hard heels, though there are more tracks around, both older and younger. I wonder if this is the bandit woman. What's her name? Begins with G, isn't it? That we're supposed to find out about, that people are scared of. I take a closer look at the cairn. Excuse me. It's wider than two people standing side by side and taller than Pferdy. The grass surrounds it tightly. It must be years old, but could just as well be older than any village in the north. You find rocks in many colours, including red, cream, white, black and blue. Many dotted or mixed ones. While the cairn stays firmly beneath your touch, it would be easy to shatter it with a pickaxe or a single swipe of a dragon. You also notice pieces of old chicken bones pressed among the rocks. Unfortunately, no coins. Do I want to follow the tracks? I dismount and follow the tracks west. They soon turn north into an old game trail, wide enough for your mount to enter the thicket. After a few minutes and with little effort, you reach an even wider trail. You get back to the saddle and ride uphill, following a convenient rocky trail, covered in sunlight, cleared of plants. Once you get to the top, you look around. From here, you get a good view of the heart of the woods and spot the smoke coming from the villages far in the distance. The further pass ends at a ravine. You look over the edge and the gentle brook far below. The hole is too wide to be crossed with a jump, even for Pferdy. You narrow your eyes. On the other side is a simple bridge made of logs and ropes, now rolled up and resting by a green shrub. Okay, how much time do I have? I could really use a grappling hook, which I don't have. A lot of time and effort. I tried to walk around the gully. I don't have time for this. Nearby shrubs are shaking. You hear the sound of a fight. After you get closer, the battling creatures run deeper into the woods. So what was south? Narrow, hardly passable trail leads south. Maybe we have a look south. You grab Pferdy's lead and use your axe to get through the branches and the tall grass. After a few minutes, you reach a colourful meadow with orange, red and white flowers as tall as a wheat field. The late summer scent lures all sorts of insects as well as tiny birds. The path ends at the edge of a glade. A bird or an ape might get me from above. I move forward but keep an eye on the closest trees. A cat could leap at me from amongst the flowers. I keep looking around. I observe the ground. A snake may bite my leg. God. Let's just look around. You tether your mount to a tree and tread forward carefully, keeping your eyes and weapon high. Soon the nearest birds flee from your screen. You reach to your side and look down. A 100-legged worm as wide as your fist and maybe 3 feet long has crawled underneath your gums and has chewed off a bit of your flesh. Ew. You pull it by its tail and stretch out your arm. The creature wriggles in the air, incapable of bending its shell enough to scratch your hand. It's red, covered with armor made of plates. You throw it away and touch the hole left in your clothes. There's hardly any blood. Damage my clothes. I seek anything of value amongst the plants. Your steps force the mice and insects to spread, but your presence remains hardly noticed by the colourful life around you. I don't know anything about herbs. Brilliant. Fine, I guess I continue my journey. Well, that was a waste of time, wasn't it? Just grab all the plants. Ooh. That doesn't sound good. Every minute or so, you get lost in the dense woods. When possible, you stick to the remains of the beaten path, clearing the overgrown thicket that blocks your way, but it would take many more travellers to sustain such a trail. The land around you may lack greens, but it's far from being empty. The fallen boughs and dead stumps are slowly devoured by ants and mushrooms, a web-like labyrinth of wooden walls, while the white termites, larger than your hands, continue their never-ending march. Oh my god, termites larger than your hands, that sounds fucking scary. Jesus, ugh, fuck that, no thank you. Their guards notice your presence, but simply form a warning line in front of their workers. Don't go near those fuckers. Ugh, god, wood ants are bad enough, and they're like... Ugh. They're tiny. Termites the side of your hand. Fuck that. The trees are taller than the temple in the city, with trunks resembling the legs of giants. The shadows they cast are like a carpet, and the few beams of light nourish the sparse bushes and ferns. The only plants that aren't choked by the rotting late summer leaves, shaped like toothed squares as large as your face. Termites, for sure. I mean, yeah, to be fair, none of them sound nice, do they? Now that I'm more familiar with this part of the forest, I may be able to find a smoother path. Okay. The forest gives ways to rocks and green hills, but amongst the tall trees are numerous monkeys, sitting in small groups, loud, yet shorter than half your size. They distort the green leaves with red, brown, white and blue fur. How much piss have I still got? We got plenty. Maybe it's like a never-ending jar of troll piss. I love it. As you approach their territory, their excitement grows. They climb up and down the trunks, sway on vines, jump between branches, or hang down, putting to use their long tails. They throw at you countless angry glances and grunts, but also cones, branches, and chestnuts. A piece of their fresh feces lands close to Pferdy, but the pack's aim is rather miserable. Freaking monkeys. Oh no, I haven't got enough... What? Okay, fine, I don't have enough crossbow bolts. I dismount and yell back at them. Oh dear. Well, that doesn't look like it was good. You approach one of the crowded trees, holding your trusted axe. The creatures spread at first, but then surround you and your palfrey, throwing at you anything they can grab while staying amongst the branches. You cover your face, but to no avail. Two animals move to the lower branches and cackle as they effortlessly dodge your swipes. Your angry shout is met with mocking howls. A few more of the creatures get on the ground. A lucky rock reaches your forehead, making you retreat. Wendy! Happy New Year, Wendy! Oh my god, you already lied to me. Wendy, welcome in. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well. Did you have a good New Year? Shit, of course I forget. It's now Monday morning, isn't it? Oh no, really? Oh shit. Oh, poor stuffing. Oh man, I sent him a message. Thank you for letting me know, Bug. And thank you for the shout out to Wendy. What's this jungle sound? We're basically reading a storybook. I didn't notice anything in Discord when I was speaking to you earlier, so you must have only just posted it. I'll try. I'll have to have a look tomorrow or later. Probably tomorrow. Well, we've just got pelted by monkeys. I guess we climb into the saddle and rush Pferdy. We got beaten by monkeys and we got beaten by foxes. Oh man, what's this? Ah, okay. The corridor of leaves and grey rocks leads you to a gate, large enough to let a wagon through, held together by a wooden bar. The planks and rocks are covered with claw marks left by various monsters, but they weren't able to damage the walls as much as the passage of time and the piercing rains. A large man covered in shadows is observing you from the roof tower. His voice is hoarse, distrustful. You lost or what? Listen, grab the wooden bar on the door. I'll grab the one on my side. Just give me a minute. I dismount and lift the log. Oh, you gotta kiss them at work? That's a bit weird. Can't you just write it on a piece of paper and like sellotape it to your top? Just says Happy New Year. Or have you got like a jumper or something that just says Happy New Year on it and then you can just point to it? The man lowers the rope that hangs from an iron hook. You hear him pressing his feet to the wall as he climbs down, getting on the ground swiftly. Now, step back! His voice is muffled. The man pushes both leaves of the gate and steps closer, looking around. He's holding a loaded crossbow but doesn't aim it at you. He's both tall and wide. He's wearing a black gamson so ragged it can't be fastened anymore. It tells a story of claws, thorns, and improvised repairs. The hole in the man's hemp pants reveals a scraped knee. You followed? He whispers. Not really. With your co-workers? That's a bit weird. On the mouth. No tongue. You only do that at midnight. Ooh la la. Good, good. He steps away, letting you through. The stool and the bucket filled with dirty water don't look like much of a resting spot. You're safe now. The man closes the gate and observes you with keen eyes. It's hard to tell his age through his exhausted, sleepy eyes, a short, unkempt beard, and a bandage horizontally covering his ears, and the spot that used to be his nose. There's clotted blood in his brown hair, and mud on his clothes, and a brown neck. Ugh. Despite all of this, he's of a huge cell with wide shoulders and thick legs. Now, how are ye alive? He still holds his weapon, but doesn't aim at you. I don't know your mug. Whilst holding hands because you just congratulated them. Wow, okay. Welcome back, Packer. Basically, when he just goes around snogging everyone at work for the New Year's or if it's their birthday. So that sounds canon to me. Don't tell DB though, he'll just keep reminding you. Right. Are we going to be friendly? Introduce yourself. Good time to get to know each other. Better remember this mug friend is going to stay around for a while. I don't know. Does he feel like someone that's going to take a joke? Probably not. You're a gatekeeper. I'm a Roadwarden. Wow. You want to avoid. I mean, we survived 2023. Congratulations, Snogs, all round. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Packer's back to being a miserable shit, Wendy. Don't worry. 2024 hasn't changed him. And he still has access to TLD. He just can't be asked to play it, so he just sits being bored all day. The exciting life of a Packer. And a Packer fan. Apparently he's too good for Twitch and us now. Sounds like a great new tradition. Yeah. That woman, it was tradition. Let's just de-friendly. We've pretty much done friendly all the way. When we get to a couple of the villages around here, we're going to do funny, I think. Yeah, I'm not but time, he chuckles weakly. I heard no human voice in days. He looks at his weapon. I'm no enemy, just on duty, guarding. You can hang around, but I've got no ale or water. He takes a deep breath, observing you with curiosity. So, a warden, you new to the job? New here, but I know what I'm doing. No past would prepare you for this shit place. Nights are all ate piss and blood. Just before sunrise, a bird tried to pluck my eye. This gate, here? He places his hand on a brick as if to prove it exists. It's older than me. All there? He points behind him. Wilds and beasts. My tribe build this place to keep them away from us. Naught but brave ones enter the woods, and naught but the stupid ones do it alone. He scratches the bandage on his cheek. Name's Quintus from Old Pagos. Been there? Not yet. Alright, we're close to Pagos. Hugs you don't mind, but kisses. Ugh. Feels like a bit of French. So you don't know, it's west from here behind the crossroads, but it's touched by sickness. We used to send one soul here every morning and escort them back before nightfall. But some days ago, no one came for me. I spent a night here, sneaking wolf shits almost got me. He crouches, draws a handful of water from the bucket, but after he smells it, he grunts and straightens up. I went home by myself only to learn about the sick. I've been here ever since. So what do you know about the plague? Not much, it kills. That's all there is to know. My tribe's smart, locking the gate. The right gave them the strength. Shouldn't you look for real shelter? He trembles, his eyes widen. Someone has got to stay at the gate. The villages in the east don't know about the illness. They may try crossing the woods, hit the closed gate while fleeing some wolves and stuff. He rubs his dirty neck. And I also can't leave the gate open. It's like a dam for monsters. If all I can do is choose the way I die, this is it, with my duty fulfilled. You could at least spend the night time in one of the villages. He adjusts his jacket by shaking his shoulders, making the buckles jingle. I'm not a beggar, and the villages in the north won't help me for more than a day or two. I've got no dragon bones, just this little ibex. He pats his crossbow. Old Pagos is by himself. We don't look for kind folk. My French noises kill me. My French noises? Look, gonna try not to stay up as late tonight. Jen, thank you so much for hanging out, darling. I appreciate it. Lovely to see you. Have a good sleep. And we will see you soon. Take care of yourself, darling. I will probably be back tomorrow night. In fact, I will be back tomorrow. But not so late, obviously. We'll try and start earlier. You like the French noise of the French kiss? A little bit of tongue. He thinks for a moment. I'll just wait. I'll get back home once the plague is done, or before winter. You look at his disfigured face. He's either mad or dumb. He may be a bit too proud, but he knows more about the locals than I do. Why does it say weekend high? Because today is Sunday, which is part of the weekend, right? And I'm not working, so woo. It is still, I haven't gone to bed yet, so it's technically still Sunday to me. And it's still the weekend for these Americans. And also, I couldn't think of what else to do, so we just left it kind of the same as last night's. Right. Why are you picking holes, Wendy? Where's your streams? Some days don't end until the sun rises. Well, in fact, most of my days don't end until the sun rises. It is the day that, whatever day it is when I wake up, it stays that day until I go to sleep. That's kind of how it works, right? Oh, what's this? Oh, I got through the heart of the woods. That wasn't that bad. He glances at Pferdy. You understand, I'm sure. Wardens are souls of duty. I'm surprised you survived this long. That's logic you can't handle. Well, that's because you basically normally go... You probably went to bed about the same time I got up today, so... You know. Well, you can call it surviving. I call it potions. He chuckles. His chuckles make him wince in pain. He puts a hand on his stomach and leans away. Why do they all do this thing with holding their stomach? It's weird. Beast took me for easy prey, but the good monks from the mountains equipped our guards well. They're helping our ill, but used to brew all sorts of stuff. His hand moves to an earthenware bottle by his belt. I changed the topic. So if I were to ask you to keep this gate open for me, well, you saw how it is. I could open it for you. He touches his stomach and takes a deep breath. But I need you to give me alt first. What do you want? I'm hungry. Bring me some rations. Maybe. Dried meat, apples, nuts, maybe. He sizes you up. 5 meals. Then I'll help you with the gate. Don't you have time to hunt? Time, but I've got to stay near the gate. I can't keep people waiting while I track deer. He touches the bandage on his face. And if I die, there will be no keeper left. Shoot some birds with your crossbow. Surely they land on this wall. I'm not much of a shot, really. He scratches his right arm. I'd rather save my arrows for the beasts and stuff. I'll go with you. Take the trophies. You get the meat for roasting. Be lucky Great Bear doesn't get like 3 hours of sunlight or darkness. You can just forage for nuts and berries. I eat berries and sorrel every day, but it isn't real food. And I've got to fight off all the snakes and badgers. Nuts are nowhere around. Too many squirrels, rats and boars. He licks his lips at the very thought. I found some acorns, but I never roasted them before. They make me sick. I'll go with you. I take the trophies. You get meat for roasting. But goblins and trolls can smell the burning of fat. Roasting is the opposite of what I should do. Okay, this guy just doesn't want it. Fine, I'll get you some fucking food. Thanks. He smiles, maybe disfigured by his wound, but is as warm as his voice. I'll take any help I can get. Let's ask questions before we give him the food. I'm looking for a Styrian. That's nice, but he hasn't been here in many days. You sure he's not dead? After you admit that he very much may be, he puts a hand on his waist. Well, better get ready to slit open every dragon belly in the wilds. Did he often travel through the woods? Sure, though on a different mount. He had a saurian, 4 ibexes long, 2 ibexes tall. It moves on 4 legs and jumps high and far. It's dark green like rotting leaves. That one time I was taking a piss in the shrubs and Asteria made the beast run up the rock face and jumped on that. He was to the hill. And like they ran above the wall and landed on the other side just like that. He snapped his fingers, his voice and eyes gained new vigor. You say the saurian was large and green. I mean, not everywhere. He points at his eyebrows. He had red scales here and on the tail and shoulders, I think. I don't know what to call it. You ask him for a bit about Mysterion, but he has little to add. There used to be 6 of us keepers. I saw him every now and then, but not that often. I haven't been a miserable shit, I promise. By no means am I the person I was from August to November. Always a downer, but I have been going through some TLD burnout, and yes, my Twitch time check is down like 70%, but I plan to return to my normal way soon, trust me. I'm not a downer. Okay, I'm just trying to poke you into actually saying something, Packer, that's all. As long as you're finding something else to do. As long as you're staying happy and positive. I've already got a Debbie Downer. I've got too many Debbie Downers in my life already. I don't need more. Wendy doesn't even play TLD, so I don't know what she's saying. Right. Have you ever met Erastos? Nah, I remember him trading with my neighbours once or twice, but I never spoke with him. Bit of a wimp. Do you? I suppose you stream as well. Maybe you're enough for all of us. Yeah, exactly. No one else is allowed to be grumpy in the grumpiness. It's my grumpiness. What can you tell me about the road behind the gate? Oh, not much. His chuckle turns into a cough. It leads through the lowlands, mostly woods and some ponds. It's dark and lethal. He mentions tales of ghosts, dragons, frogs, and blood mages, but whenever you ask about any creature in particular, his response is finger brief. The tribes abandoned this path. Ever since the war, the trade has been slow. People refuse to patrol it. The plants are getting taller, but for at least a few more seasons, it's still a shortcut. It's good that you have a mount. If what chases you, always stay close to the pass and ride as fast as you can. Technical issues in the train. I really hope it will continue. Why would you want technical issues to continue in the train? Do you not want to go to work and all your friends at work? If no one uses this road, why are you here? He scowls at you. Not no one. It's where people hunt for monsters, and every few days I have to open it for reasons. I heard about some bandits. Were they bothering you? He scratches the bandage on his cheek. I only know there's one band somewhere, but not around. I never saw them. He's lying. Why are you afraid of Glaucia? He straightens up and gives you a long look. I don't know who you're talking about. He doesn't trust me enough, of course. What's it like to live in Old Pagos? That is what Wendy is looking forward to. That's why she doesn't want to be late for work. He opens his mouth, giving you a puzzled look, and then lets out a weak chuckle. What am I to say? We've got rocks, he taps on the wall. We make houses, bowls, tools, we sell them too. We grow oats and broad beans, ibexes give us wool and skins for monks. What do you call it? The ones you write on? He moves on when you mention parchment. Yeah, it's a good place, beautiful. Old hill, that's what Pagos means, old hill. I mean, none of us want to work, do they? Really? Oh wait, Belle doesn't have to work. She's a bum. I mean, a lady of leisure. When you bring out the monastery, his eyes get brighter. Good people. They came here on a mission, teaching us the right book. My grandparents were pagans, you know. But now we follow the river of truth. We keep to ourselves, but help others when they need us. Am I part of that one? I don't think I am. Some time ago, a few people from the Greeks left their home to hunt. Have you met them? I don't know about people, but I met Vachel. It takes him a few breaths to notice that you're waiting for him to go on. They spent one night at this tower with me, came from there, he points at the woods in the east, and then went back there. They were building a trap somewhere behind the lake. They shared a partridge with me, but never came here again. Good soul, very open-eyed. I think Michelle died somewhere at the heart of the woods. Shit, he starts, but then he nods with acceptance. Too bad, I'd rather had more strong hunters around. You want to be a lady of leisure. Psst. He gives you a radiant smile. He cups his large, scarred hands, waiting for you to give him the packages. Once you're done, he opens a sack of nuts and shoves them into his mouth. The bandage is the only thing that stops him from looking like a hamster. But seriously, you're tempting the forest. You need to seek shelter. Nah, he waves it off with a smile. But once he speaks, his voice cracks. And where would I go? You'd go to Foggy's. Foggy's place is not that far. Maybe for you, but her tavern is already full. I'll have even less space than I have here in this tower. He gives you a long look. I could spend some time with Pelt's crew again, but I can't afford to stay from now until spring. Unless they're looking for a pair of hands, I better stay here. So the thing that stops you going from Pelt right away is dragon bones? Don't you miss fresh, warm food? Rations lose their charm quickly. He lets out a hiss that raises his chin proudly, but after another breath, he licks his lips. So the thing that stops you going from Pelt right away is dragon bones. I mean, it's a pretty big thing. In the north, everyone looks after themselves. The hunters may be friends, but I won't beg them for help. Could ask the innkeeper to let him stay for later. We could do, actually. Let's pretend to sleep. Alright, well, let's just go. Do I want to be a lady of leisure? Ooh la la, I'd love to be a lady of leisure. Where am I? Oh, I'm here. Oh, we were right there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Interesting. What's the time of day? Who says I'm not a lady of leisure already? Do you want to dip to Howes? What have I got? I just spent all my money and all my food, didn't I? I have no food rations. I have one. Oh, what's this? A bone earring. Right, yeah. We're in a worse position than we were before. Let's go this way. The path is clear in a way. The pebbler is nowhere in sight, but the road is covered with leaves and broken branches. The only fruit-bearing trees are growing right on the sides of the road, surely planted there by humans. There are many more fruits and leaves the monster may chew on, so it may return any day now. Let's hope the scavenger was right about the troll urine. If it craves what this place has to offer so much, I should just get rid of its food. It may take me an hour or two, but at least I'll gather some fruits for myself. Yeah, let's get some stuff. You prepare all your tools, especially your thick protective gloves, and tether Pferdy to one of the younger trees. It's not an easy task. You spend more than an hour cutting down the twigs, shaking off the fruits of the thinner branches, picking them by hand, or hitting them with a stick. Your rope helps you stay secure, and the first few minutes of climbing is closer to fun than work. But the longer it takes, the more tired you become. You finally take a break to eat a couple of plums and apples, but the best ones you save for later, covering them with a blanket and putting them on the very top of your bundles. You're standing on a carpet of greens, browns, reds, and purples. You drag some of the thicker branches to the side, making riding forward easier, but the earthworms and boars are going to have a feast. Let's hope the pebbler is picky enough to ignore all the mess on the ground. Corridor of pruned trees leads you to a steep ascent. Behind them grows a peaceful meadow filled with flowers and crickets and the humming of a waterfall. On the beaten path you spot no footprints or wheel trails, but there's smoke on the horizon. I dismount and leave Pferdy on a rope. The pastures and fields are spread over a natural plateau. Humans must have been carving the hill for generations, covering it with soil brought here in buckets and wagons. Among the weeds and tall grasses you spot rotting tools and a tunic. The pasture is overgrowing and so are the fields. Some of the oats are ready for harvest. Something is wrong, I prepare my axe. The lock gate is taller than a troll, and you can't imagine climbing up its massive wall. For a moment you follow the path to the edge of the cliff. The roaring ocean is more than 100 feet below you. You spot no one looking at you from the watchtower, no patrols of archers. The wall is occupied by black and blue birds of various types. You return to the gate and focus on the sounds. There are a few screaming ibexes. A young boy is crying. I knock on the gate with the handle of my weapon. The thudding scares away the birds. They call loudly, starting the cacophony of throats and flapping wings. After maybe a minute, you hear a bronze plate scratching against the wood as someone reveals the peephole. The strict female voice stops you from moving closer. Traveller! Old Pagos is secluding, for it's been smitten by a deadly plague. Begone before you get sick. Do you need any help? I'm the new Roadwarden. Let your Roadwarden in. I can handle a sore throat. I introduce myself. Keep your distance. I'm a Roadwoman. I need to stay healthy. I nod towards the peephole and step back. From a distance, I introduce myself. Don't be a pussy. You need any help? I'm the new Roadwarden. Blah, 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 blah. No one can save us. You look into the young brown eyes that match the skin of the black-haired owner. While the woman looks like a southerner, she has a strong local accent. She follows you cautiously without blinking, like a fighter awaiting a strike. North from here, in the monastery, live the masters of spells and potions, blessed people guided by the right themselves, and even they are powerless. You hear more footsteps gathered near the entrance. May them be blessed, for they look after our ill, a weak voice of an elder chips in. We thank you, Warden, the woman continues. We can't know how many of us will see the winter. If you really want to help us or warn the other tribes, they wouldn't move a finger for us, but we ought to protect them. There must be something I can do. After she blinks, you catch the sadness in her eyes. I've heard such words more times than I can count. We've done all that we could. What's left is to ask the right to ease our pain and wait. Can I ask you a few questions while you're dying? Ask, but there's not much we have for ye. We see no one, we travel nowhere. We were born on this hill and will die here. After a few breaths, her eyes get kinder. I'm Tertia. If you bring any news, I'll take them to our council. Tell me more about this illness. What does it do? She glances at someone or something that stands to her right. It lasts a long time. Even those who seem to avoid death remain weak for days. There are fevers, headaches, red faces, red eyes, and rash. Those whom have had to burn were sleeping and raving. Those whom we had to burn were sleeping and raving, unable to understand us, and got too weak to move or even drink. She looks down. Children are elderly suffer the most. Why don't you harvest your crops? Even though her cold gaze doesn't break, her voice betrays her pain. Some of our youth refuse to stay behind the walls. They say they need to leave before they fall sick. If we were to let them outside, one of them could refuse to come back. Brown. No, it wasn't pain. Shame. I'm looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. You can't tell anything from her eyes. Isn't he dead? What makes you think that? I'd say that about any traveller who disappeared in the wilds. Wardens may know the roads, but they're not above humans. You know the saying, wait 2 days for the lost, 10 for the wounded, 20 for the ill and mad. You don't wait for more. Train is working! Huzzah! No TLD for you today. Oh, why not? I was in, no one's streaming it. You do have quite a delay. A train delay or a stream delay? So you were waiting for him. That's not much of a secret. She looks to her right and then at you again. Head far east to the crossroads. You'll find a watchtower, an old building made of stone. You notice the pride in her voice, but hardly used since the war. Your friend wanted to turn it into a shelter. Hire guards patrol the roads. He took our key and rode away. He was meant to meet with us again. Trade for materials and tools never happened. Thank you for the bomb wiggle and the hydrate. I'll definitely take you up on that. The posture check. My bum wiggle. Get up, wiggle my bum. Any idea who else could have such a key? Before it's completed, the builders were spending the rainy days in the coastal village in the far north. Gale Rocks it's called. Ask there. Have you ever met Erastos? She speaks slowly. Remind me who that is. I don't know, I've never met them. After your brief description, she still needs you to ask someone for advice. He still needs to ask someone for advice. I believe he was here, yes, but soon left to ask the monks for their guidance. Rather unusual. Her voice gets cold. For a pagan. Dun, dun, dun. Which way would you take if you were to travel to the watchtower? The northern road, most likely. There are more tribes there, but the eastern road is dangerous no matter which way you're going to enter it. But if you care about time, you could check on the gate, though opening it on your own may not be easy. It used to be that our guards were keeping it open for the travellers, but the last one that we sent away, Quintus, is either dead or seeking refuge in another village. Still. Behind the gate, you'll find the shortcut. It's a dangerous path, but your palfrey may just be fast enough to get you to the other end. You ask her what she can tell you about this gatekeeper, and she gives you a warm look. He may not be the sharpest wits, but he's loyal to his duty and returns kindness with kindness, like we all should. Well, we actually just saw him, and we gave him food. I met Quintus. He's doing fine. So he's still with us? Her voice rings with enthusiasm. She asks about his well-being, reacting to your story with a mixture of worry and joy. I'm sorry to hear about his nose. I hope he knows what he's doing in his position. I would just look for work in Howler's Dell or ask for help from his friends at the Pelt. Are there any hunters from the creeks locked in there with you? She frowns. You're the first soul who has come here in a very long time. Were you bothered by any bandits in recent seasons? Not in years, Warden. They did attack us on the road once before, but their little pack won't come here. At first their tone is gentle, but after she blinks twice it turns solemn. Or they would face our anger. Our wars fear only dragons. Our blades are made of steel. Oh great, there is an issue with another train that I take after this one, causing me to be even more delayed. Dang, Wendy, you are looking at it the wrong way round. The gods are giving you more time here with us and less time at work. It is a blessing, right? Don't you want me to ask the other villagers for help? There's no love between us and them. We don't share drinks, stories, or dances. If it weren't for marriages, our children would never see each other. And if it wasn't for trade, we could just live on a mountain peak. They need our stone, we need fishes and salt from Gale Rocks, game meat from creeks and grain from Howler's Dell. But all of them are harpies, led by greed and lust, the same ills that wounded our grandparents. She hesitates and looks to her left. Still, the wicked souls of White Marshes are even more borrowed in shadows. Like you hold a grudge against them. He takes a deep breath. Yet, I won't spread any rumours. As much as it saddens me, they need to survive, and we need them, and yeah, even stronger to us than they are. People from the other tribes are looking for spouses. She blinks as if the question reached her from another realm. We can't be sure of the next spring, even less so that our gates will ever be open. I can't offer you any promises for the tribes. You have anything for sale? Maybe some food rations? We hardly have enough for ourselves. We used to get supplies for rocks and sculptures, but the monks advised us against it. Our wares may carry illness. Okay. I already sacrificed a lot for time for my work. I don't calculate train delays into my work time, so I won't be working longer. I wouldn't. It's not your fault they get delayed. Okay, well, there's nothing else we can do here, apparently. Where can we travel? Up, I guess? How much time have I got left? 4.5 hours. Are we going to get stuck? I mean, we can go here. Oh, this is not that far. I don't like the ford. Get up. You ascend a gentle hill with green thickets coating the valleys. The path is like an endless bridge built by the ancient three-legged giants, or maybe by the pagan spellcasters. The higher you get, the fewer plants you see. Hit by a cold wind, you adjust your cloak. I ride slowly, sitting on the center of the saddle. Mountains are harsh for horses. You approach the raised drawbridge and observe the face of the mountain. The hooks holding the hourglass are as large as the person, displaying their devotion to the right proudly. It took tremendous wealth and labour. What a waste of steel. I wonder who's responsible for polishing it. The temples in the city are even grander. Tremendous wealth and labour. Well, the rustling of leaves carries no songs of birds, shouts of apes, or whines of hunted critters. River attacks its banks with a fierce roar. You get off your palfrey. The cave mouths are connected by paths, stairs, and bridges. You don't see any people, but there's smoke coming from one of the entrances, and you hear muffled thuds of a hammer. The gardens are weeded, the buildings firm. The green trees on top of the mountains bear red and brown fruits. 2 rounded sticks are tied with a rope to a nearby rock. You grab them and take a closer look. They're culls. I make a few firm hits and shout greeting at anyone who shows up near the building. Play a tune from a silly counting out rhyme. I make a few firm hits, then wait. I keep hitting them until someone knows the bridge. I just hit them 3 times, not too loud. We do the friendly hit. The echo of your hits cuts through the swashing stream. After a few minutes, 2 hooded figures leave a cave mouth on top of the mountain and give you a look from the edge of the cliff, then walk down the path with caution. You smile and wave to them before they disappear behind the buildings, which are made of bricks, not logs, and are covered with tiles instead of thatch. Little by little, the bridge gets closer. Little by little, the bridge gets looser, then it hits the grass gently. The taller figure, now covered with shadows, invites you with a gesture. I lead Pferdy inside. Greetings! And greetings to ye! He hesitates, his voice is hoarse but sonorous. Salutations to thou, traveller. He puts his bandaged hand on his waist. You're at White's Haven. The greeters take off their hoods. They wear brown, dark, simple worn robes and ropes instead of belts. They've no jewellery or ornaments, just small bags made of fabric on their shoulders. The largest shell belongs to a strong, barefoot man in his 50s. Despite having no weapon, his eyes are audacious and could belong to a mussel standing on the door of a harbour tavern. His wrinkles are subtle, but there are only a few tufts of grey hair left on his greasy head. His skin is pale, covered with liver spots, though at closer look you realise a few of them are just stains left by ink. Look at the second monk. The girl is about 14, with unsightly acne on her forehead and a robe that brushes the ground whenever she takes a step. Her black hair is tied into a humble ponytail. She observes your horse curiously, cocking her head to a side, but once she catches your look, she meets your eyes boldly, raising her chin as if to challenge you. Thy mount is free to help itself with hay and water. We'll wait outside. Thou can't stay here for now, but leave before the night. Thou can't stay here for now, but leave before the night. The plague is nearby, the struggle ahead. While they indeed leave the room, their trust only goes so far. They observe you through an open door. The building is a single-storied room filled with crates and barrels, a stack of firewood and another one of bricks, a pile of straw, a chest, 2 wheelbarrows, and finally the racks, shelves, tools, clothing, and utensils. The light comes from the open gates, accompanied by the sharp draft. Tether Pferdy to the nearby water trough and join the monks. The lack of walls make you feel exposed. A few pairs of eyes observe you from the pass above you, while others either climb to the very top or approach to the unremarkable vegetable beds. Most of the dwellers wear hoods, and all of them wear similar worn robes. A chilling wind touches your neck. I'm not afraid of some wind. They keep their distance. Oh, we're smelly again. Why are we always smelly when we meet people? God damn it. They keep their distance. The man greets you by raising an open palm, wrapped with bandages that disappear underneath his sleeve. His lips form something between a sneer and a smile. What brings thee here? Art thou a go-between? The girl keeps an eye on your axe and occasionally glances at your boot, the one that hides a knife. I may be the new Roadwarden. Good. Well. The roads need their wardens, the folk need their roads, but there are none behind this mountain, and we take care of the one that you've just crossed. Thou dost not need to bother, thy services are not required. He gestures for you to wait. But where's the man with a red beard? There isn't enough work here for the two of you. Asterion, I was hoping to find him here. I'm sorry to disappoint thee, he rubs a liver spot on his hands, but he hasn't been here in months. We rarely have visitors different than our friends from Old Pagos. We didn't invite the outside world, and we don't care much for it. Hast thou checked in Pelt of the North, on the southern road? If he's wounded, it's a safe shelter, I've heard. The girl scratches the ground with her boot, though it remains hidden underneath her robe. The man looks at her with amusement. It looks like Decimia here is eager to return to her duties. I'm Eli. Or Eli, whatever, Eli. We'll just call you Eli. But I'll not shake thy hand. One of us could carry the plague in our flesh. Who knows? Who can tell? What brings thee to our monastery? Fuckloads of reasons, apparently. Is there nothing you can do about the plague that has beset Old Pagos? Well, his cough doesn't help his hoarse throat. We don't understand what makes it grow. We've put to use all the ingredients we found, brewed as many potions and balms as we could, and they worked for one afternoon. Then, people once again fell ill. Who can tell where the sickness dwells? A powerful healer can get rid of it once and for all with a single spell, but no follower of the rite in the north carries such talents. Maybe it's time for someone to enter the village and look for the source. Thou thinkest? He smirks. The well isn't poisoned, the sea brings fresh air, the crops have their regular colour, the ibexes drop healthy feces. The tribe isn't dumb, no reason to lock you inside. What can you tell me about Asterion? Let me think. He looks at the sky and clenches his fist around the strap on his bag. The first time he was here, we asked him to find us some iron in Gale Rocks. The second time, he did bring us a few scraps, but was wounded. A piece of flesh bitten away by his thigh. Said that a 100-legged worm had caught him off guard in a meadow. Instead of his pay, we offered him a potion. Anything? I mean, we got bitten by one of those things, but we were fine. Anything noteworthy about the iron he delivered? Scavenged from furniture. A few of them were rusty. Who knows where he brought them? We melted them for nails. Tell me about Gale Rocks. He hesitates, but finally nods. Just some seaweed eaters. Their soil is barren, but the strongest of them spend their days on boats among the sharp rocks. Those who can't hunt for fish boil water to make salt. They trade with other villages, more than anyone in the peninsula, for crops, wood and meat. He snorts. But they're weak folk, weak and angry, like a wolf beaten and kicked from a pup. Loud, ready to bite, but all it takes is for someone to raise their hand, then it jumps away in whimpers. He lets go of his bag. At least they follow the right teachings. What can you tell me about Aristos? I can a lot, but should not. He's a troubled soul. You ask a few more questions, unable to shatter his patience, and the monk thinks about his words carefully. He saw us as alchemists, not rites followers. His heart craves someone it can't have, and he begged us for a remedy, but there's no potion that can cut such ties, only time. When you mention Aristos sounds like a determined young man, Eli scoffs. More like a child who thinks that the day they're touching is the only one that will ever come. Do you know of anything interesting about the path leading through the heart of the woods? I used to, but like all places that belong to beasts, it shifts every year. The only reason why it still has trails at all is that creatures use our roads as their own game trails. Only a dimwit would try to cross it now. After you ask him if he knows any such person, he takes a deep breath. Well, last I've heard, Quintus, the gatekeeper from Olpagos, is missing or dead. He's a brute and an idiot, can't understand jokes, can't stand weaklings. If thou ever meet him, just smile and let him speak as much as he needs to shut up. That's not very nice. I'm looking for a few hunters from creeks. Were they here? Hunters from creeks? He mimics your voice with a hint of mockery. Not a soul from there has reached this temple inn. He rubs the back of his bandaged hand and looks at a monk who's carrying buckets of water. Well, a decade? They've got enough hunting grounds, the heart of the woods, the watchtower, the northern hills. Trying to learn more about the local bandits. Then asking the villagers. He looks at the wooden entrance hall behind you. No group is going to bother us, for they've got no understanding of our pneumonia and potions. Do you need any help? I'm looking for a job. He puts his hands together, repeatedly taps his fingers. After a few breaths, he straightens up. No. He doesn't trust us. What do you know about the necromancers in the north? He rubs the liver spots on his forehead with a bandaged hand, looking at one eye at his short companion. This and that. Ahead, you can find them in the northwest. He nods. Head back to the crossroads, then north, then right into the bogs. There you will find white marshes. We keep missing white marshes. Tribe used to forage and gather peat, but now it follows Orentius, their priest. Who knows, maybe he's the reason why so many travellers have disappeared on the road. Tasima scratches the ground with her boot, humming a tune, but Eli tells her to shut up. He carries on with sudden anger. The story is as old as Wright's stables. Tribes look at monsters and ask themselves, how can we use them? Their pride pushes them into their own fall. They hurt the innocent and vanish into flames, or awake as empty ones. any thoughts of Arentius. He's never been here, he's locked in that hut, a prisoner of his own conscience, speaking to his tribe as to children. Could there be a darker joke? A necromancer who calls himself a prophet? As he snorts, Decima puts on a wide grin. What next? An emperor bathing in blood? No follower of the right could survive such a fall. What is your stance on necromancy in general? He pulls his fingers, gathering his thoughts. My stance? I don't need one. I trust the right. The den makers must be weeded out. Their power brings only fogs. One may think the spellcaster in control of the shells, but once they lose their breath, the dead are freed, searching for blood. Humans will never control the dead. How does one deal with the undead or necromancers? Well, is it a single corpse or a squad or an army? Thou's needed to learn how true the enemy is. Can it sense thy presence? Can it use a bow or spells? As long as thou art alone, it's always better to run. The older empty ones, even more so than that, weren't woken by the fogs, get cunning, human-like, but with cruelty thou hast never seen. What was White Marshes like before the priests arrived? Far from lovely. His smirk softens as his eyes grow worried. It's been struggling for years with food, children, the beasts of the bogs, the traders. They were strangers to us even in the old days when they used to join old Pagus in their pagan feasts. He looks at Decima, who listens to his tale curiously. But then the monks arrived, and that bridge went down with flames. When the missionaries reached the bogs during the years of war, there were already some wounds that could never be sealed, not even by a shared prayer. Why can't I spend a night here? Want us to give thee a chest and a weapon rack too? Or maybe feed thy mouflons in our gardens? Or ask us to bed with thou? It's not an inn. We respect the hardship of one's journey, so we don't scare off the strangers who cross the mountains, but we don't let them wander around and take our time for granted. He looks at his bandaged hand, makes a fist, then opens it and stretches out his fingers. Maybe with old Pagos locked, our old rules shall change. Would you like to barter? Not today, not before the spring. Our orders use every bottle we made to help the sick from old Pagos, as well as to protect ourselves. I could bring you dragon bones or something that doesn't grow in the mountains. He looks at the steel hourglass hanging from the wall. Taste, softness, tools of murder. We shall crave naught. One thing we lack are delicacies we could offer the sick and weak. But thou wilt not find such a thing in this sad land. I have some questions about the monastery. And what could those be? Does this place have a name, or is it just the monastery? It depends on who thou askest. The largest temple on this side of Hag Hills, and the only one beside the sacred cave in Gale Rocks. Points at the huge hourglass. Its right summit, or the Temple of Old Pagos, or high caves like they used to be for my nana. He rests his thumbs behind the rope on his waist. The tribes come and go, the name shifts. For now, we all know what we mean by the monastery. What can you tell me about your order? How does one describe the air they swallow, the water they draw each day? His contemporaneous yet playful smile makes it clear he doesn't seek your answer. I can tell thee it's not old, but older than thou, and that its monks work and pray. But it's not a place nor a congregation. Words don't reflect our purpose, for human tongue is meagre and stupid, and so are our ears. He straightens up and puts on a more serious tone. We look for knowledge, knowing will not uncover the truth. We study herbs, mushrooms, rocks, and winds. Pagos feeds us and we take care of his orphans. He glances at Decima. Heal its sick, write down its stories. We silence our thoughts, fix our past wrongdoings, seek peace and understanding. I've seen and touched stuff I can't even name, and they were delightful. I now find no difference between what I do to keep my shell alive and what to fulfill the right's will. An old woman without her hood who leans forward while walking exits one of the caves and walks along the rock face, from time to time stopping in place to watch the garden. The scars on her face can't distort her kind smile. Does this place have a leader of sorts? He crosses his arms and takes a look at the cave mouth behind him and gives you a harsh look. If our prelate was willing to see thee, they'd let thee know. I'm willing to prove that I'm trustworthy. We'll see, maybe. Tell me about your faith. He takes a deep breath, puts on his hood, closes his eyes. His voice, while still hoarse, becomes monotone, like a scribe reading a list of the dead. The right is the greatest of souls, the wall of light that protects humankind, the life after death. Those who follow their teachings will abandon their shells. To follow means to guard right's tribe and to help it grow in strength and peace. To achieve this goal, one needs to learn and to accept the creation and its nature. This allows us to shape matter, soul's own nuclear, without turning them against us. To be a monk means to find freedom in right's tablets, to abandon one's ambitions. I serve right's will, I let it build my salvation, I prepare the tribes for the end. He takes off the hood again. For the first time you see true gentleness in his eyes. May the words be carried with my blood, so be it. So be it. He smiles and adjusts his robe. Yes. May they be written on my soul. How does one become a monk? He lets out an amused grunt and clasps his hands together. When one needs to join an order, they find a way. It's not aught thou wantest, but stuff that happens to thee. Example. Oh, I don't know. Abandon thy past, throw thy pet down the cliff and pray. You don't find even a hint of playfulness in this voice. After a longer pause, he carries on. I'd like to learn some of your knowledge about the peninsula. No, he sighs. The order protects what it knows and we seek no wealth. You remind him of your trade and he responds with annoyance. Knowledge builds and destroys the cities. We, he points at the two monks who are seeking snails among the garden perches, are responsible for what we bring from our journey. Our blacksmith isn't judged by the deaths of their swords, but they oughtn't sell them to scoundrels. I just try to keep myself safe. I use what I learned to protect other people. Are you never tempted to do something great with your knowledge? If you believe that there's freedom and peace in understanding the world, it seems strange that you wouldn't share what you know with other people. But does the order keep everything it learns to itself? I mean, are we ever going to win a quasi-philosophical debate with a monk? Let's go with if you believe there's freedom and peace in understanding the world, it seems strange that you wouldn't share what you know with other people. He scowls at his young companion who grins back at him like someone who just won an argument. He wipes his bare hand on his robe. Well, maybe, who knows. But it takes more to find peace than just knowing stuff. Wisdom needs order of thoughts, a healthy and humble soul. One can lead to the other, but doesn't have to. It's crucial for everyone's safety that we value our trust. Let's return to my other questions, which I'm fairly sure I've exhausted. And that's it. Where are we gonna go? Oh, I can't get here before night. Where can I go before nightfall? Oh, actually, there's quite a bit of range. How much time do I have? I've got 4 hours. What have I got in my inventory though? 1 coin. No point going to the ruined shelter. This is no good. I mean, we should go to Howlers, right? I guess. There's 1.5. How much time did I say I had? 24 hours. Interesting. So how far away is this? 130. So if we go to the Beholder, maybe? I'm trying to think, is there something we can do before going to Howlers? We go to Beholder and then pop up to... I don't know if there's anything we can do here. We did ask some questions about it. But... You reach the crossroads, the tree is perfectly still and hasn't changed a bit since the first time you saw it. The smell of the water hasn't changed a bit, but the cold breeze brings refreshing air from the meadows. Take a close look at the roots. You kneel in front of the one that's lying on the shore. It's brown, covered with hair that resembles that on your arm. When you touch it, it's moist, soft and warm than you expect. I do something with it. Do I want to chop it? Chop. You pull out your axe, then stop in place. You can't tell what the results of wounding the tree would be. I better not do that. Let's look at the altar. Make an offering. I don't know what I have. What am I supposed to offer again? Is it? I swear we may have been like, I don't know, places. What's it under? Tree. Okay. I got no hope of finding it in here. Swamp altar. Find an altar in the swamps which seems to be somewhat connected to the tree roots that surround it. There may be a way to get some response from it. Hmm. We try the ring. You put the ring on the altar, but nothing happens. Okay, fine. No point going back to the pelt of the north. I guess we'll just go to Howlers. You eyes through the open gate and swiftly dismount. Some of the locals greet you politely, but they keep their distance. After you notice your own smell and the dirt on your clothes, you no longer wonder why. I head to the stables. Stable stays up and steps away from Pferdy. I don't have any money. Need some water and hay. There we are. Druids won't see me. Timo's looking for a match. Too late for us for work. I'll go to the main square. Let's go to the trader. Did you have any issues with Erastos? He wags his long finger. What do you mean? He broke something again? And what now? He wants me to pay you back? Tell him to fix it on his own, or grab him and drag him here. You wait for a few moments, not sure if you'd ask how many times such a thing has happened. Please. I bring goods to sell. Phone ring. Is that it? Do you have one with a boar or an elk? He says without conviction. I guess 'tis pretty enough. One dragon. No. But the earring. It's nothing special. I'll ask you to pack you a meal. No. Your shit. I was meant to speak with Eristos for daylight. You ask an archeress if she could point you to the trapper, and she directs you beyond the walls to the edge of the northern pasturage. There, next to the creek, a lone wanderer examines simple box traps. They're placed every few steps, and judging by the man's empty sack, so far all of them have turned out to be empty. Hearing your steps, the man sends you a glance, but soon returns to his task. In the city, he'd barely be seen as an adult. His facial hair is sparse and light, and he's shorter and slimmer than most women in his tribe. His elegant dark blue tunic suits his tan skin, and the long dagger he's carrying has a curved handle. He's crouching, looking towards the other bank and playing with blades of grass. Daylight heard you're interested in heading south. He turns his head only slightly, as if it's easier than raising his voice, but he still avoids looking at you. She did? Are you taking me there? His voice is surprisingly deep, adding to his years. What are you going to bring to the table? He waves at the boxes. You see? Caught a hare yesterday. They're in a box, in a snare. I can cut and dress pelts too. You wait for a bit longer, but he has nothing more. Won't you miss home? He drops the grass on the ground and stands up and wipes his hand against his pants. Nah, they want to talk to. Can you survive in the woods? Using a puzzled look. Why would I? I'll go with a group, dig holes, sharpen sticks. It's not like I'm going to put anyone in danger. This job is much more difficult than you think. His voice grows frustrated. All hunters act as if they're masters of the woods, but they die all the time. He grabs the nearest box. One of the walls turns out to be loose, so he adjusts it quickly. And starts to wander away. Just give me a chance to do what you want, and I'll do it. I can go any day, any hour. I guess that's that. What can I get from the tailor? I need your services. You know Aristos, right? Better than I know you. No one fucking will talk to us. The guard informs you that she needs to look for her. So you sit down on the bench and wait for what feels like eternity. If Thesis joins you, she apologizes for the wait, though her voice and eyes are harsh. Okay. Okay. She leans forward, and even though she smiles, her voice is close to a whisper. I wonder, why are you here? What pushes someone to becoming a Roadwarden? All of these are lies. A new life, that's all I need. It doesn't matter why. This is very true. Need coin for a friend I hear about? No. Retire it. Oh, these are all the options that we had before. That's for me to know. Let's just tell the truth. So mysterious, but I understand. So you're more of an adventurer than a soldier. I'd say it's going to suit you well in this peninsula. Only needs to know how to... One needs to know how to improvise. There's something uneasy about her smile. I bring news about the other parts of the peninsula. The people of the creeks face many struggles. Your tale takes quite a few minutes. Not only does Stasis have many questions, she finally asks Erix to bring her a wax tablet, in which she starts making notes. Once you're done, she lets out a relief sigh and speaks more to herself than to you. If it just so happens that the tribe will need my help, I'll be prepared to answer their call. She looks you in the eyes and smiles warmly, then closes the tablet loudly. Matt, I have a few questions about Erastos. She makes an old grimace, trying to smile while expressing confusion. I doubt there's much to say here. He's just a trapper and not the best one. Okay. Miran asks about her money. I bring sad news from old Pagos. The villagers were stricken by a plague. For a few breaths, she doesn't even blink. So close to us, a plague? How? She adjusts her cape and calls a guard with a gesture. Tell the others to gather by Ape Ale. She tells her, and then looks back into your eyes. I'll pass them news once we're done here. We have to close the gate. It may keep strangers away. She starts to tap on her dear buckle. At least we can make some preparations thanks to you. Good wardening, she says with a little conviction. But you should also speak with our druids. They may have more questions for you. Guards return and the mayor sends her away again. Warn Elpis. She must speak with Avi soon. Ha! Now you have to talk to me, motherfuckers. Alright, thanks for your time. Trader's closed, lead square. I go to the druids. This time the tall druid gives you an encouraging nod. Even though he remains on a bench, he's huge. He would do well as a guard and in the city alehouse. I walk further south to the spot where the new building is being built. You approach the building site. The stone foundations are finished and the timber frame is jointed together with a set of intriguing cuts like a large toy. One day their walls will be whitewashed with limestone and turned into a prestigious shelter, unlike the houses made of logs and boards. The other buildings are surrounded by grass, flowers and herbs. The turmoil of village life is drowned out by the sound of the creek, but the knocking of a hammer shatters this tranquility. The builders give you curious looks from above the log they're cutting. Let's walk past them and head to the druids. You're welcomed by 8 elders gathered in a semicircle, watching your steps closely. They're not as large as the workers, and their clothes are far from humble. Instead of hemp pants or tunics, they wear colourful robes and dresses made of wool. They vary in style, length and embellishment, separating them from the outfits of monks. You spot belts and cords, sandals and closed shoes. One person is bald, one has silver hair long enough to cover her back like a cape. Most of the druids are clean and rested, though one is a bit of a sloven, with uncombed hair, stained clothes and dusty feet. Also, unlike priests of Holvan, their hands are marked by scars, hard skin, old burns and missing fingers. Still in silence, a woman with a staff steps forward. Let's look at her. A grey robe is decorated with brown thread that portrays leaves, tree branches and birds. She is over 50, but the youngest one of them all. Her back is straight, the grey hair only an inch long. She doesn't need a walking stick, her weapon is smooth, longer than she is tall. Her blue eyes are vigilant and keenly observe your face, as if in search of venom in your nose and lips. Her lips are thin and small, formed into an austere line that shakes slightly, so she's on the brink of a burst of anger. She says nothing. I mean, should I just be distanced with them? I don't know, we'll just keep with a friendly approach. I'm honoured to meet you. She closes her eyes and tilts her head to the left. You listen to the creak, the hammer, and your own breath. Honoured, pleased, or maybe curious? Her words are slow and soft, as if she's tasting them. Thank you, Bug. Anything I need to get some refills. Ah! Here we are out. I thought you'd be asleep by now, baby. I am curious. Her lips form a gentle smile, and so are we. If you're any like, if you're not like the other city folk, then you're willing to be, rather than change. What? So are we. If you're not like the other city folk, then you're willing to be, rather than change. She pauses and opens her eyes, which are now shiny as a midday sky. We're curious to learn of the thoughts. That is things you should know about the plague that has fallen upon old Pagos. You tell her what you've learned at the village gates, making her lean on her staff, touching it with her cheek. We cannot help with this tragedy. The people of old Pagos are not our friends, and we will not risk our lives for theirs. She turns towards the rest of her gathering. After their nod, she takes a deep breath as she speaks. She looks at the ground. Travel south to the great healer who lives in a cave beyond the beholder, the spirit that guides us through the swamps. Only he may find a way. Thanks, I'll see what he has to say. Is that might be the guy by the wooden cave, right? What, play this again and do it on YouTube? I'm making you nap. Is they? Oh, God, we can do a second playthrough on YouTube, I suppose, offline. Oh, is in uploading the playthrough VODs? Yeah, but the problem with that is the interaction with chat, right? It's not really fair. Especially without chat coming up. Oh well, I'll think about it. Gonna go for a bit. My phone battery goes down really fast. So still, yeah, no, of course, Wendy. I really appreciate you coming and hanging out. I know we'll mock you for not saving your juice for me. But yeah, Wendy, I hope you have a good day at work. Take care of yourself, darling. And we'll see you very soon. I mean, yeah, I'm probably only gonna have another hour or so of my Sunday. I think we'll go grab another drink and go for another hour or so. Yeah. Acidic books, yeah, exactly, Roller. Hey, you've had a bad start to the day, it can only get better, alright, Wendy? Just don't get bird poo on your legs, on your trousers, yeah? Okay. Yeah, I wonder if this guy is the one by the metal cave, or the cave of the Meldor, the old man. Travel south to the great healer who lives in the cave beyond the beholder. Oh, the beholder is the tree, isn't it? That's what they call the tree. I keep thinking of beholder being a monster because of D&D. Or gum. Oh, that was it. It was gum, not bird poo, wasn't it? See you later, Wendy. Take care, darling. Alright, I'll see what he has to say. Why do you speak for the entire group? She steps away, tilting her staff towards the other druids, who look at you gently. There's no master among us. I've answers for our neighbours, and I know how to guide them, that's all. For now, I'm trusted, but I'm not above anyone, and I take upon myself the burdens of daily life from the shoulders of the elders. One day, my soul will get cloudier, or even lost in madness, like my mother's before me. Then, my lips will be sealed, and better shell will take my place. Can't tell if her eyes show sadness or relief. Can you tell me anything about Erastos? She looks at the other elders. I doubt this boy did something that would require the attention of the city folk. Okay. Tell me about your faith. She tilts her head to the right and looks directly into your eyes. What do you want to know? I'd like to hear of your teachings. Give away what you can, take only what you need. From your soul, from the soil, from the fellowship of humans, you'll leave behind only ashes. Accept it and grow in peace. She ends with a kind smile. If you think it's not much, you're right. If you think any soul has enough years to follow this path fully, your soul is already beset by thorns. For me, Wright's teachings make more sense. Her lips get thinner and she moves her staff in front of her, partially covering her face. She looks at you with one shiny eye. What does it mean to be a druid? To be worthy of trust, our elders have to trust that we'll master our shells under their guidance, and to use them to strengthen all of us. Our neighbours have to trust that they're worthy of their food, even if we do not work with our hands. The creatures need to trust that we deserve to enter their woods. She observes you for a bit, and her fingertips tap on her staff. This trust would never be put in an outside. White's followers have their tablets. How about you? For a moment you think she's not sure how to answer, but then you realise that she's humming to herself silently. She raises her hand and gestures for you to look around. The world of our ancestors was not the same as the one we see. They had their truth, we have ours. Stories come from humans, the animals think nothing of them, yet prosper. How do you feel about other religions? We do not have to feel about them. If they let us live, we will not strike first. A preacher was here once when I was but a teen. Her eyes get a bit more cloudy. I see that one could take the tablets and grow upon them, but the right burns the freedoms of others, and their followers build their grey, dead temples from the skulls of those who do not listen. We request trust, not slavery. There are many rumours surrounding druids. Some of them portray you as rather cruel. No one ought to seek wisdom in every mouth they see. Her thin lips form a smirk, but her voice gets stronger. The butchers of the Unites are driven by fear, afraid to admit their old malice, to give up on their dreams of power, of comfort. They make us the monsters of their tales, for they want their people to look away as they hunt us. We're a mirror of their weakness, the sun to their shadow. We're the proof that they do not have to rule. Change topic. Have you ever met a Styrian? No. Seeing that you wait for a more detailed answer, she taps her fingers on her staff. We had no reason to talk with him. What's your stance on necromancy? She grabs her staff with both hands. The awoken spit onto the order of things, on time and nature. When held by human spells, they only grow, waiting for the Numia of corruption to cover their bones. Their will is simple and will never be forgotten. They will hunt for those we care for, and they will drink up their blood. Her face hides any emotion, her voice is monotonous, but her fingers are getting pale. The curse of necromancy does not enter our gathering. Aces hopes to start negotiations with the Merchant Guild. What are your thoughts? She looks towards your axe and clamps her hand over her staff with new strength. We are not ones to tell our village how to act or how to think. If they decide to follow their mayor, we'll follow. She lowers her voice and her gaze is like a storm. When a bear enters your house, you don't scream at it nor hold the door for it to leave. You wait or throw it a fish. But if it heads to the bed of your child, you jump on its back, even if all you have are your teeth. For a single heartbeat, you see a red line in her eye. I'm looking for a healer. She raises her head a bit and observes you in silence. You will not find them here. My soul has its limits. I need to be there when an elder falls down the stairs, when a child gets fever, when a lumberjack cuts off their arm. I mean, a lumberjack would be pretty shit at being a lumberjack if they managed to cut that. How do you cut your arm off as a lumberjack? Pretty fucking special. We do not need your dragon bones, and I will not put a stranger above my neighbours. Well, that was pretty fucking pointless, wasn't it? I guess... Should learn to stop hissing. Right, Eric's is the only person we haven't spoken to. Did you have a chance to talk with Aristos lately? His eyes get gentle. Poor kid. Is he in trouble again? You mentioned that someone wants to offer him a job, but the innkeep lets out a sigh and leans against the counter. Maybe that's for the better. Lately he's been struggling around here. While he's far from eager to share the details, one part in particular catches your attention. That's the thing with bad affection, you see. My wife was clear he ought to stay away from our daughters until both him and they passed 20, but 'tis easier said than done. I'm looking for a few hunters, Admund, Dahlia, and Vashel. He rubs his neck and looks at the clouds. I recognise those names, but I've seen no folks from the creeks for a long time. They came here before and after the winter's trade for grains. Rations, what have we got? I've got no rations, I've got 1 money. Bath and dinner was too... Oh no. I'd love to sleep in a room, it'd be amazing. We're gonna have to sleep on a Mouflon pelt. This is free. We lose half our food and we lose some of our non-existent cleanliness. I think we can wash here, can't we? There must be, there's a stream going through, right? I don't have any rations anyway. Oh shit. Come to our rations. Yeah. Sleeping on the muff. You notice it while... Oh, hang on. You notice it while you undress. One of your recent wounds is going to leave a mark. I first notice it by touch, then see if the reflection on my blade... I first notice it by touch, then see it in the reflection on my blade. A long cut on my cheek. The deep cut in my hand still hurts, especially when I make a fist. I manage to ignore it, but the cut on my leg hurts with every step. The bruises on my stomach look like a night sky. Why would I care? It happens to all travellers given enough time. Let's just keep it clean. So I want a cut that leaves a mark on my cheek, on my hand, or my leg. Your stomach. Let's just keep it clean, right? It's warm here, but the Mouflon skin allows your back to rest a bit. You wake up a couple of times during the night. The smell of the cooked stew fuels your hunger, and the staff return to the room once every hour or so to stir the pot. You wake up early, but leave the building to check on Pferdy and give it water from the creek. The innkeeper is sitting near the door, from time to time carrying out another bowl of stew or gruel. The place is nowhere to be seen. We want to offer our services to the guard, not for one. Gotta be better ways. Okay. Right, I'm gonna go grab some drink refills and pop to the loo quickly. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Have we even got anyone watching? Let me just check if there's many. Got a few, but I might just leave it on this music because I know some people have gone to bed and some people are lurking. And everyone's seen my clips like 6 million times anyway, so we'll just leave it on the gentle, relaxing music. I'll be back in a couple of minutes anyway, so it's less jarring for those who have been kind enough to leave us a lurk while they go to sleep. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for sticking around, I appreciate it. Right. Where doth we wish to travel? Should we go to the Elder's Cave? It's not far. Family of deer you met some days ago has returned to the pond, this time accompanied by more members of their pack. One buck towers over all others, with antlers as large as your palfrey. Takes a few steps towards you, shaking its head. You better stay where you are. Thank you, Bug. You observe their curious, lazy glances. While the adults quench their thirst, the young ones are playing in the tall grasses or basking in the middle of the road. It takes quite a few minutes before the large beast orders the others to head back into the woods. Its bellow is like a falling boulder. I wait for a few minutes patiently. Two blue-tailed monkeys are jumping on the rocky mountainside, chasing each other and screaming cheerfully. The old druid is resting on the bench and welcomes you with a new interest in his voice. Words of the help you showed my neighbours from Howler's Dell have reached me, traveller. Good, very good. Has one of those critters of yours brought you the news? I'm always ready to do the right thing. He vaguely grunts. Have any hunters from creeks visited you recently? Here, in the opposite corner of the peninsula, most people do not have a beast to carry them for miles, stranger. Playful Tone suddenly gets worried. Or did their struggles with meat get so grim that they ever consider such a dangerous trip? He takes a deep breath and leans back. I cannot force beasts to jump under one's blade. The forest would not trust me anymore. Trying to learn more about this trapper, Erastos. Are you sure he's a trapper still? His tone is quite inquisitive. I spoke with him in this very place not so long ago, and he was convinced he's going to take a lighter craft. I will probably drift. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your stream in case I miss the end. Good night, chat. Bug, thank you so much for hanging out this evening. I appreciate it, gorgeous. You have a lovely sleep if you drift, which you probably will. Take care of yourself, darling, and I will speak to you tomorrow. Excuse me. I wonder why you don't wear robes like the druids from Howler's Dell. I wear what I need and enforce what is needed from me. Therefore, what is needed of me. He speaks with pride. My ancestors knew such path leads to freedom. No empty gestures, but honesty, gratitude, and tranquility. He looks towards the north. Those left in the village are putting their hands into matters that fit the empty-hearted. Their petty clothes are but a costume, not better than a dress of a merchant or a pretty rock thrown into a lake. You're following in a few minutes? Okie dokie. Thank you as well for hanging out this evening. Lovely to see you, Mel. Take care of yourself, sleep well, and we will see you soon, darling. We will be back tomorrow evening. We have one more night off from work, so whether we play this or not, I don't know. See how I feel tomorrow. But I might see you tomorrow. I bring news from old Pagos. A terrible plague has fallen upon it. His eyes widen. What did you say? A plague? You tell him everything you've heard about the symptoms. He attentively observes your lips and sometimes asks you to clarify some details that you usually don't know how to answer him. He finally nods, then turns away and approaches the garden beds, lost in thought. You wait in silence. He speaks after a short break. There's nothing I can do. His words are trembling. You'll have their blood on your hands. He's pissing me off, and that's it? Are druids really that useless? Is there anything I can do? He strokes his beard and examines your equipment. There may be. You can help me cast a spell of great power, but it will take much. You would not dare, and you'd have to give up a grand reward. 'Tis a quest for a hero, not a messenger, and there are no heroes. You may be right. Tell me more and I'll decide what to do later on. Interesting. Before you finish, he turns away from you and looks at the falling water. Then listen. Help me awaken Beholder, the good totem from the swamp. You've already passed its altar on the crossroads north from here. It needs to be fed, and it only feasts on spirits. The Numea held in human blood, the magic locked in items. Offer them, and it will answer your call. But 'tis a hungry beast, and it will not be nurtured by a single gift. Who knows how much it wants? Carries on without pausing as if he's speaking from memory. But let it grow, and it will reward you. Take its holy seed and bring it back to me. I'll enter the village, and through the totem's power, I'll replenish my strength and keep the Numea before it leaves the lungs of humans. He stands at the same spot for a few breaths, and finally looks back at you. So I need to offer magic to the altar. What must we do next? Tell me more about this seed. Sounds like you're trying to push me into some dark magic, old man. Maybe it's time to ask the druids from the village to help me. I'm sure they could spare some of their Numea. Do you have anything I could give to the altar? He reaches into a pouch that was previously hanging from his neck. I do not know you and I can trust. I do not know you and I cannot trust you, but if it's this or the death of dozens of soul, I have no choice here. As he reaches out, you see a flat bluish pebble lying in his open palm. You could go to any stream and find hundreds of rocks like this one. 'Tis a gift I received a few years back, a rock filled with Numea by Udeka, the enchantress. Once put in one's mouth, it brings back the strength of one's exhausted Numea, or kills you, if you are not a spellcaster. Put it on the altar, and it will help feed it. Tell me more about this seed. His voice becomes confident and solemn. Beholder bears but one fruit a year, and only if its hunger is satisfied. The heart of this fruit, its seed, holds a great power of youth, strength, and magic. Therefore, when the winter ends, the people of Hallisdale gather at its feet and give away the mare holding their blood and possessions. 'Tis a sacrifice that would kill a single soul, but when shared by many, 'tis but a sign of acceptance, an act of pain. So I need to offer magic to the altar. What must we do next? When you deliver the seed to me, we'll leave, though we'll need time to get old Pagos back. 'Tis a long road for a shell of my years, but the totem's gift will keep me strong. Maybe it's time to ask the druids from the village to help me. I'm sure they could spare some of their Numea. Puts his hands on his sides and looks at the clouds above him. If they were willing to help you, they would not send you here, at least not by yourself. They stare into the promises of power and the fears that such promises bring. For them, losing the mare is a risk. You must understand that old Pagos is not friend of theirs. As it bows to the right, the creature that laughs when we wither. Many people would not spare a tear for this place and would much prefer it to turn into a house for boars and rooks. It sounds like you're trying to push me into some dark magic, old man. He gestures for you to stop. None of us would accept a sacrifice of human life. To grow, a beholder needs our souls. Not our souls, but rather a Numea it can find. Your judgment is needed here. Is not needed here. What will I get in return for this trouble? He looks towards a brown rat that wanders near the rocks looking for seeds. Who can tell? I hold no treasures to share, and I'll do my part, not for reward, but for my belief that 'tis the right thing to do. Maybe the monks keep something in a chest in that disgusting temple of theirs? Fine, I know everything I need to. How am I supposed to address this guy? Oh shit, what's his name? Fuck. Oh no, our archive only goes so far. Didn't he change on our character sheet? Advanced combat, hardly any sparred animals. Member of the Fellowship, undetermined faith, no lies, no sewing experience, and no gambling. I don't want journal. Called the old druid. Okay, where should we go? We are here. What if we try putting the stone on now? Oh, what's in our thing? Spirit rock. We do it all at the same time or a little at a time? As soon as you lay it on the stone slab, the pebble hisses for less than a single breath, then shatters into dozens of tiny rocks, not much larger than grains of sand. The tree greets your offering with the sound of a moving, stretching branches. Okay, so it grew a little bit. Where is the... Maybe we should go down here. We see if we've got any fucking fish, man. Fish trap! 3 fish! Nice. Let's set it up again. Let's check this fish trap. Let's wash in the stream. I'll wash my shell. That's a little bit better. Heal up with the fish trap. Another 3 fish. Let's go. I'll take this one back. We got 6 fish. What time of day is it? Oh, we can probably carry on south a bit more, maybe. 6 hours. Try the foraging grounds. How much energy have I got? I've got 6 hours. Oh, we're risking. Let's see if that's Pegos is still here. Oh no, it's got the big bird here, hasn't it? As far as you can tell, none of the nearby mushrooms can be trusted, even the ants avoid them. The runner is still in sight, looking for prey. Can I travel past? Oh. The only tracks in sight belong to small critters. The cabin has no window, but a stubborn beast could easily burst through the old thatch. A gust of wind doesn't move the door. A curious ibex observes you from the crag, but flees from your gaze. I check in the cabin. We got tether Pferdy to the supporting beam. Its curious eyes are tracking the crickets that are jumping among the grass blades. Stretch your limbs, adjust your armor, and reach for your axe. Let's eavesdrop first. You sneak towards the door and crouch down. After maybe a minute, a quiet rattle comes from inside, something similar to that of a cracking of knuckles. You peek inside and just barely see a small part of the dusty room. A large spider web is spread among the knuckle-down. Ooh, this is a big-ass spider. We can get some spider silk. I grab my axe and get inside. A spider looks at you from the center of the web. Its shell is larger than your head, and the thin legs are longer than your arms. Its countless hair blends with the walls. They're brown, grey, and cream. What do you do? Let me think. Attack! You rush forward and the spider skitters off, shaking the entire web. You fail to avoid its spit. The sticky ooze hits your eyes, covering them like glued cloth. Drop my weapon and clean my eyes. I swing my blade left and right without pause. I wait for the spider to approach me, then dash at it fiercely. I drop my weapon and grab the spider with my bare hands. I have time to clean my eyes. I wait for the spider to approach me, then dash at it fiercely. Charging spider can't escape your confident swipe. The sack of flesh smacks the floor and clicks in agony. You hear only your own heart and the chirping of insects outside. You're getting sweaty. Your eyelids can't even blink. You drop the axe on the floor, then sit on the threshold blandly. I watch out for my eyes, but act quickly, harshly pulling the ooze. I remove it gently, bit by bit. Saliva clings tightly to your skin, but stretching it with your fingers helps. The eyelids are the worst part. But you're grateful for your reflexes. At least you still have eyes. You get to see the light slowly, then the shape. The thing turns out to be grey and white. You stand up and look around. The room is covered in a thick layer of dust. Getting through the web could be risky. A single thread won't stop you, but a bunch of them could grapple you for good. Someone could be interested in such a thick web. I spend an hour or so gathering it. You bring a twig from the outside and use it as a spool. You don't have much practice, and wearing the gloves makes the necessary gestures even more awkward. From time to time the silk breaks, but shouldn't be a problem for a tailor. It's a material for stitching and wouldn't be turned into a cloth anyway. You notice maybe a dozen defenseless spiderlings. They flee towards the exit, with their speed limited by their tiny legs. They're smaller than a finger. We'll let them live. Creatures crawl over the threshold and disappear among the grass blades. It could be the first time they've ever been touched by the sun. I search the building. The chest hides a few old water skins and inedible stale rations. Among them, however, you find 2 quarrels for a crossbow. Nice! We're back to 3. The bones have no obvious owner, but judging by their age and the lack of a skull or human-like hand, you doubt they could be awoken by the fogs. The boots, rugged pants, an old sticky tunic, and other scraps are cheap and hide no jewellery. The bowls and mugs are empty. I drag the spider carcass away and throw it in the forest. You put on your thick gloves and grab the 4 spider legs at once. You grab 4 spider legs at once. The corpse isn't heavy, so you drag it behind you. You reach the bushes at the edge of the road, then lift up the entire creature. The more you shake it, the more distracted it is. You send it into the tree trunk. It sinks into the thicket, causing a bit of rustling. Let's enter the cabin again. Can I sleep here? No. Hey, Shiggity coming in with a raid. Shiggity, how you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. The Zooted, welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good Sunday or Monday. Shiggy, what were you up to, my friend? Playing some Phasma. Ooh, is that your first time playing Phasma? I don't think I've ever seen you stream Phasma. You are most welcome. It's good to see you, dude. Happy New Year to you. How have you been keeping? I guess I can't stay here. Have 3:45. Okay. Got completely sucked in on the first play. It's a good game. I haven't played it properly for a long time. I played it a fair bit when it first came out, although it has changed to my knowledge quite a bit since then. But I'm glad you had a good time. It is a good game. I've been good, thank you, my friend. I've been good. I've had a few days off work, using up some last bits of holiday and the like, so it was very nice. I had the end of last week off and I've got the beginning of this week off, so it's nice. It was so nice today not having to work a Sunday, and I've still got Monday night off, and then I'm back in Tuesday night, but then, you know, only a half week, so that works out quite nicely for me. So we've used some time we're trying this new game. I say game. It's kind of more of a pick-your-own-adventure storybook, kind of. Where we are a Roadwarden, and we are investigating, travelling around this northern territory. It's supposed to be, it feels almost kind of Witcher-esque, that we're supposed to be like patrolling the roads and keeping them safe from things like that. But we're also exploring for a merchant's guild in the south. So, you know, we're making connections with villages, investigating areas, doing stuff to help. It's quite interesting. Zuni, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. So, yeah, we have 40 days before we were supposed to report back in the south. Decide what to do. We only have like daylight hours. We're not supposed to stay outside during the night. I don't know why. We never actually stayed outside in the night. Could I not go south again? I have 3:45. Leave the building. Now I must be able to travel. Can I keep going this way? Let's go this way. It's interesting. Oh, this sounds like danger music. The gentle road leads uphill, getting more rocky and bright as the trees grow sparse. Just in case, your eyes run towards a few drier parts of the meadow, and you instantly shout at Pferdy to make haste. A pack of short-haired wolves, at least 20 members strong, is chasing after you. Their coats are a mixture of yellow, black, and white spots, as if someone threw mud and paint at them. They move towards the road with human-like speed, and you realize only some of them run straight at you, trying to cut through my path. If it wasn't for your palfrey, the beasts would have already caught up with you. Their trap was perfectly set up, not leaving you any path to escape. The terrified mount is disciplined enough to stay on the beaten path, and even though one of the big-eared wolves almost sinks its teeth into your mount's thigh, you manage to squeeze between the hunters. For the next few minutes, you do your best to get further away, and while your gallop is indeed faster, the wolves easily shorten the distance by moving through the sparse forest. You cross a weird river bridge made of a stone slab, but the chase doesn't stop yet. Maybe I have something I can use here. I don't know if I do. You think about your sacks and bundles, but the packs won't wait for you to sort through things. The group gets larger the further you go, and even more of its members, previously hidden among the rocks and grasses, now join the hunt, allowing their tired family members to slow down. You may be able to lose them after some time, but scaring or wounding some of them may force them to give up on their prey sooner. I'm not watching the stream, chatbot. Choose someone else in chat. My crossbow is ready. Oh. You reach for the drawn crossbow and bolts, then lock your sights on the closest creature. You wait until you learn its rhythm, then shoot once it's in midair. The arrow flies through the wolf's flesh, causing it to let out a pained cry and plunge to the ground. Its concerned allies howl with fear and anger. While a few of them try to keep up, many more stay behind and surround their pack member, protecting it from potential threats. After another few minutes, you are alone again, and once again at the foot of the watchtower. Pferdy is tired but patient, more happy to survive than it's angry at your wanderlust. At least you can hope the pack will move to a different place during the night. I let it rest for a bit and look around. Well, we're back at the watchtower, but I don't have a key. Can I seek shelter here? I don't think I can. No. Closest shelters. How is the closest at Foggy's? Because we go back this way. Can I not go this way? This is closer. We can't stay here. Or we can stay here at Tulia's camp. It's not a very good sleep. I don't know if I've got... Power of the North isn't a bad shout, but I think I'm on my last coin. Actually, we might be able to sell the fish to him, right? Did we sell fish to him? I think we did. I know, we'll find out. Okay. The watchtower is blending with the wilderness slowly. For a moment you think the gate's position has changed since your last visit, but once you get closer you're sure there are no fresh tracks. Well, we got 3 hours. If we travel here for 2.5, here's 2:45. Should I? This is really tight. We can spend half an hour gathering some fruit and vegetables. Picking fruits and vegetables should be easy on an open hill. I spent half an hour foraging. Pferdy grazes at the fence while you cross a short meadow, seeking edible leaves of fennel, sorrel, and lettuce that hide in the shadows of spruce trees, forcing you to get on your knees and push the branches away. After some time, with needles in your hood and sleeves, you carry the vegetables to the gate, washing them with your water skin and spreading them on a blanket, allowing them to dry up. As you pick up the very few remaining pears and berries, you notice a wide tree hollow. You take a look inside and find a fresh stash of acorns and chestnuts, but also hazelnuts and walnuts. Squirrels will need them more. I don't think so. I'm taking that food with me. Sweet, more food. You pick out enough of the stomach-friendly nuts to satiate a days-long hunger of even a portly human. Okay, cool. Seek shelter. Oh, interesting. So I could travel there and get attacked. But I don't understand. Why can I not go the other way? Why doesn't it suggest that? It doesn't make sense to me. Alright, well now we've got a bit more food. We've got lots of wild plants. And we gained a food ration. That's useful. Okay. So let's travel to... We should still reach the military base. Well, I thought that only took half an hour. Oh, fuck off. 2:15. I don't think I can stay here, can I? No, I can't because of Pferdy. I can't actually get anywhere before nightfall. There are wolves away. I mean, that's really dumb. It told me it was only going to take half an hour. Well, if we're not going to make it anyway, we might as well go for the Pelt of the North. Why don't you let us travel? Oh, because it slows me down? I understand. But the thing is, this takes me right past the wolves as well. Oh, you let me go to the southern crossroads. You follow the overgrown trail between the dolmen and the southern crossroads, but it got even more difficult than a few days back. You look at the fallen branches and a few trampled shrubs that are blocking the road. The large paw, a few blood trails, and scrapes of fur tell the story of a long clash between dangerous beasts. From now on, riding through this spot is going to take you even more time. I don't have time to do it now, we'll have to ignore it. A loud roar comes from the north. Your Palfrey stops and observes the forest and swishes its tail and moves ahead. Okay. Hang on, what? Oh, we're at night time. Just called night time. Okay. Julia's camp. Why can't I go to Pelt of the North? I guess they probably locked the gates, haven't they? We'll go to Julia's camp. No, why can't... This doesn't make any... Why can't you... Let me travel. Your nose catches the scent long before you reach the gate. A large roasted leg of a runner is hanging above the campfire. Julia welcomes you with a nod. Hello again. The days are getting colder, huh? Any chance I could buy some of your roast? She gives you a cold look. You can eat as much as you need for a coin. I see. I want to discuss something else. Were any of the hunters of the north passing by your camp recently? Not from the north, not from the south. She lets out a weak chuckle. I didn't expect this place to be that desolate at this time of the year. You're the only soul we've seen in days, unless you count beast folk. Unless they're from the creeks, I don't. She smiles. Well, I didn't ask them, so there's always a chance. Guess what? I met with Cassius. You mention the tavern and Foggy's care. Tulia sighs with relief and rests her hands on her sides. Alive. That's good to hear. Deserter or not. How's he doing? He's a man of faith now. Kind of. He's insane. The people around him try to put him to good use. His soul is healing, even if slowly. You describe what you've seen, making her reach behind her head and take a deep breath. Guess I ought to be a bit less angry thinking about my squad, though that's quite a request. She chuckles. I'm so glad he found kindness in this land. I wish he didn't have to look for it, though. Approach a barrel with water. The barrel was recently refilled by the soldiers. You fish out the few drifting insects. An oak ash and shade. I wash. We still get a -1 because of our clothes. It's kind of annoying. We should get +2. Sleep. God. Where's what's his face? Can I sleep in his tent? No, I'm just gonna have to sleep and take the pain. We're going to be very unhappy in multiple ways. Your back begs you to stand up. A green field mouse is foraging in the grass, unaware that you've noticed it. You prepare Pferdy for the journey ahead. Oh, let's have another wash. Anything with Tulia? No. Inventory. Can I eat something? Foraging! Okay, right. Nourishment by 1. Let's get a pelt. See if we can shift these fish for a little bit of coin. Guard welcomes you with a nod as you ride in the other hunters. Oh, actually, enter the inn. The innkeeper. Ah, oh, shit! I forgot we can gamble. Have more fish to sell. Sell all the fish. Nice. Any leftovers? Yep. You're lucky. I was planning to give them to the boar. He goes to the stove and in a couple of minutes prepares you a meal. Here, you see old rye bread, a fistful of nuts, and fresh grain beer. While you're eating, he asks if you need anything else. Nice! We obviously don't need to eat 3 of those things, but I don't know how long those fruits and stuff are going to last. Okay, there's this gatekeeper, Quintus. 3 nuts. He looks into the fire, listening to your tale. So what do you expect me to do with him once he's here? He can handle some easy tasks. Ask him to be on the lookout for the beasts and traveller. He's a brave, strong soul. He can assist you, your hunters, on their trips. I think he's brave. Is he brave? I think he is. We use our wits and traps, not so much for brute force, but I guess you're right. A fierce fighter may be of use. He rubs his arm and reaches for a piece of roasted lizard. Bring him here. I offer him gruel and a corner to sleep, and I'll pay him once he helps us catch some worthy game. Nice. I bring sad news from old Pagos. The villagers were stricken by a plague. He sighs and puts his muscled arm on his head. Then he asks you about the state of the village and the symptoms you know of. After a short conversation, he observes the fire. I was planning to get in touch with those stone cutters. Thank you for bringing me the news. Let's hope they can make it until spring. Do I have anything you'd like to buy? No, I don't. I don't have an answer about the band. You don't have anything I want, I don't think. Well, I've got 4 coins. Let's buy some more rations. We are literally like on the edge with these fucking coins. Aren't you tired to throw axes? No! When are you going for the goblins? Sweet! We've dealt with the goblins. It's done! Most of the goblins are dead, some are back in the forest. The loot wasn't that great, she sighs, though maybe we missed something under all the feces they left behind. Well, thanks to some magic, our wounded are fine. She pushes her hair away from her neck, but I still think the place should be burned. About the hunters you wanted me to recruit. Can I still learn more about Aristos? I don't know if I can. I feel like I've spoken to everyone in their village. Do I want to gamble? I can't believe I'm too tired to throw axes. Fucking Nora, on day 11 already. Do we gamble? Surely, but we're doing it the right way. All 10 rounds, so it's going to take us half an hour or so. 4 players, each one bets a coin, winner takes it all. Alright, well, we'll risk it for a biscuit. The game is new to you, but in no way baffling. 4 people can play at once. The wooden dice are long with only 4 dotted faces. Every time someone wins a round, they get a point, and the person with the most points at the end of the game wins all the coins. As you play, you don't feel like you have much control over the results. Just a few minutes, you get 2 points, which are now represented by smooth pedals. You don't really know how you got them. Either you don't get this strategy, or it's just pure luck. Let's see how lucky I am. You're not. Time goes by, filled with the light-hearted jokes and chit-chat. After a long series of bad rolls, you finish with 2 points, the second lowest score. You put a dragon bone in front of Dalet, who comically exaggerated thanks that met with laughter. After the table and chairs are moved back to the building, she asks if you need anything else. I can't afford her knowledge. Oh, Quintus. I met Quintus, the one who trained with your team. He may need your help. You explain the difficult situation he finds himself in, putting emphasis on his wounds and food issues. Listening to your conversation, the nearby guards surround you, forming a circle together with the boar, and ask you if Quintus is in one piece. Your tale causes the tension to give way to jokes. He's so scared of the wrath of the herds that he'd sooner eat his bloody crossbow than learn how to use it, says one. Let's give the poor guy a break, Dalet interrupts, which is not welcomed by a one-eyed man who comments that he's not even here. After another minute, she grins at you. Thanks for telling us. We'll change some plans and get in touch with him during our next trip. Come on, not that, the same man chips in, but quiets down under the redhead stairs. It's a really interesting game, yeah. Like, the beginning is... I mean, the game is basically very text-based and very text-heavy. Like, we're on day 11 now. We've done what? So we've done like 5 hours today, and I think, what did I do yesterday or last night? I think we did 8 hours. Like, it legitimately took us about 4.5, 5 hours just to do the first day. But then you're not going very far, and you're speaking to a lot of people, or a couple of people for the first time, and just kind of going through a lot of speech and questions, trying to gather knowledge and that. And we literally spent like 5 hours doing the first day in real time. But once we've been to a lot of places and discovered stuff, it's quite interesting. It feels very much like playing playing D&D. You get to choose what job you start with, kind of like how you, like if you're like a fighter or a mage, or I can't remember what the other option was. So that gives you some interesting differences. You get to kind of choose your backstory a bit, and then like a lot of the speaking interactions that you get with people, you can approach them like in a friendly way, in like a kind of like a reserved way, like aggressively. And then wherever there's like a dice in a choice, then it's like a luck-based decision that you're making. So it's kind of like, feels like you're rolling a d20 in D&D to see whether you pass to do stuff. But yeah, no, I quite enjoy it. Well, we're playing it again. So at the moment, well, we've got some food that's good, and we have a couple of coins. Just need to think who we need to see. Oh, actually, do I want to speak to the tailor? How many coins have I got? 2. Do I want to spend one with him? Listen to the armorer. Let's patch it up once. That's a little bit better. And apparently you are like, it does. So things like being full, as you get more and more, your nourishment is up, then, it gives us an advantage, shall we say. Same with your armor, will take some damage. Your vitality is kind of like your energy, which is quite difficult to recover from. And your appearance makes a difference as well, apparently. Like, we spent some money getting, like, we've got like a bar of soap somewhere. Somewhere we have got a toothbrush and a bar of soap that we've brought. But we need to try and get our energy back up. So these ones haven't got me any work. So like if you rest in a decent place, or if you have like a decent sleep, then it kind of like ups your vitality by 1. You can also spend like a whole day at like an inn just to regain your vitality, but then you spend a whole day doing it. I just need to decide what I want to do. We still need to go in this direction and here. I've got a feeling one of the villages we need is here. Do we want to check out the ruins again now they've cleared it out of goblins? Maybe we go this way. I know I need to go... Do we need to go here? Oh, fucking hell, the creek's is millions of years away. This is no point. Go like this. Do I need anything from... We've just been to Howlers, haven't we? Fuck it, let's try and find fresh pastures. Well, we're going to have to go here, right? Let's see if it lets us clear this. Why not, though? Oh, we can set up our fish trap here, though. I won't get any cleaner. No. Let's go this way. The first part of the trail is narrow and overgrown. The steep crag in the south divides the lush forest in half. You barely recognize any shapes in the entanglement of greys, browns, and greens. The northern landscape, while similarly impenetrable, is the exact opposite. The meadow turns into barren hills and mountains, barely covered by grass and bushes. Maybe the riding ibexes of the clanspeople from the growing mountains would get through such a barrier. There are no clans here. How intense is the survival? So the only time that we've died once, we died doing an encounter with some monkeys. But it let us replay the encounter. Point at this icon of this one here. Oh, interesting. Okay. We only died once, and what it did is it let us replay the encounter. So we actually did that. That was kind of like towards the beginning of the stream. It let us retake. As for anything else, like we've not been starving before. Being unwashed has only should only affect our interactions. We have been on like 0 vitality before, and we've had to but been able to still do things. Like we've not died, we've just had no vitality, so we couldn't do much. We had to force ourselves to rest up at an inn for a day. But that cost. But it is a consideration because most of the inns and that are going to take money. We really don't have much, if anything, to sell. That people at certain places will buy certain things depending on what you've got, and there's definitely like a trading element in this. So like certain villages, like the places up here, like here that have a problem with food, you know, will accept food potentially. Also, you can kind of buy semi-luxurious goods that you might be worth more selling up north, but not everyone will take anything. So we've not done a lot of trading. It's kind of been selling a few bits and pieces here and there, just to try and make money. But like the problem with like the inns, like if you can get to a shelter at night, then you can sleep there for free. The problem is it just is really detrimental to all your abilities. Usually you'll lose some vitality and some cleanliness, whereas if you pay for somewhere, then you'll usually gain your vitality. And that's kind of like what's key in a lot of interactions, because you'll find interactions need you to have energy or will take energy up. So there'll be interactions which are grayed out because it says you're too tired. Like he didn't let us throw axes today because we were too tired. And we pretty much always win the axe throwing. We've done it like 4 times and won it every time because we're a warrior. So you kind of, while we haven't reached a point where everything has kind of gone bad completely, like we're very scared, or I should say I am afraid of getting to that point. We're trying to plan out because we're not supposed to be out at night. The night before was the first time we've been out at night, and so you kind of plan what you're trying to do with your time. It tells you how long until dusk, so you're very much like, what can I get done, how can I travel, based on how much time you've got around you or how much time you've got left. And you're kind of always thinking about where your closest inn is and like which one it is and how much it's going to cost to stay. So I don't know how it works. I don't know if we died, say, in the night, if it would let us restart or anything, because you can save this game. There are save points. It just doesn't feel like something, you know, I don't know. It feels a bit weird saving it like mid and then going, oh, this thing didn't go well, I'm just going to reload it. So we haven't been doing that at all. Lolly, welcome in, sis. How you doing? Good morning to you. How are you this morning? Lovely to see ya. And I quite like the way this on the left, so like when you have these interactions and you're exploring stuff, it like opens up and it changes what's going on in the picture and what you see based on what choices you make and what interactions you have. So like this is obviously an area we can explore, so depending on where we go to explore and open up, and if we do like any interactions or changes within one of those areas, it will change the picture. So it's kind of like filling out the storybook or the picture side of what you're doing in the story. You're okay? Yeah, no, I'm good. We probably should wrap up in... Yeah, I should wrap up really soon, actually. It's 7 o'clock now. I'm alright, I'm good, thank you. I don't have to work tonight, so I just got to get out for the school run. I will have to get up soon. Well, I should go to bed soon so I can get up for the school run. But I've got one more day of chilling or I've got one more evening stream in me, which is nice. And then back to work Tuesday, but short half week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So, yeah, it should be a good week. You got a normal week this week? You're not away anywhere this week, are you? Okay. The road leads you downhill to the edge of a lake. The clearing around the dwelling is quiet, with no crickets, flies, or even toads. The grass is not even knee-high. There are no signs of a wharf or boats. This wall wasn't coated and has already been bitten by winds and rains. Right next to the gate, a gargoyle or stone look-alike kneels on a slab. It's dark purple, almost black with yellow pointed teeth, though its half-open mouth has no tongue and the creature doesn't move even an inch. The eyes have been replaced by crystals, red like currant juice. Normal week? Oh, that's not too bad. I knock on the gate. Finding no knocker, you use your fist. There's no response. Anyone home? Your voice is welcomed by the screeching of dozens of avian throats. They take off from behind the wall, heading towards the lake. After a few breaths, the eyes of the gargoyle grow brighter. What's with all the ape shouts? You lost? The words are coming from the monster's mouth, though it remains still. Stand in front of me. I want to see your mug. The drawling voice belongs to a woman, but is lined with an unnatural creaking. A step closer. Looking at us. The eyes don't rotate nor blink. So, who are you? So, like, we get to choose now. We can do, like, friendly, playful, distanced, intimidating, or vulnerable. And we can click on them before we make a decision, so... I don't know why you do vulnerable. But you could probably do quite some interesting runs with this, just kind of sticking to one. I mean, you've got the freedom to choose any of these, but you could go through and try and do a run of this with, like, just using vulnerable. I introduced myself. I'd like to ask you a few questions. intimidating. I'm the new Roadwarden and I value my time. Let's speak face to face. Bit rude. Distance. I may be the new Roadwarden. Playful, which you very rarely use. I must say, as a Roadwarden, I've seen some disgusting beasts, but you surely have the kindest voice of them all. I may be the new Roadwarden. Why can't I see Roadwarden today? I may be the new Roadwarden. I'm having a great day! During the long pause, the glow of the gargoyle's eyes subdue. Once they light up again, the voice isn't much softer. Well, good to see a new warden. You come to pick up some stuff? You're many days too early. Or do you even know who I am? I don't, I'm afraid. I'm just getting to know the realm. Oh, you're Edukia. So you lost your way, and now you're wasting my time. I'm Edukia, the only enchantress you'll find in this land, and you're disturbing my work. I don't see people in the middle of the day. Return in the early morning or a few hours before dusk if you have to. Best yet, don't bother me at all. The monster's eyes darken again. Your mount is ready to ride away. I will make her angry, but I touch the gargoyle's head. I'm afraid I have to speak with you right now. I wait for as long as it takes for her to let me in. What does she say? A few hours before dusk? Like 7 hours. Let's see if we can go anywhere else. Well, it is giving us direction, it's just no directions this way, so we can't actually progress. Well, we can't go here because we've got wolves. I think they're still there. I don't want to miss her. I guess we just wait. It's getting colder, but finally the monster's eyes glow red. Go inside, I'll be with you soon. The monster's eyes darken again. Soon after, you hear heavy steps and the earth shakes. Something lifts the beam blocking the gate. You realize that your hand is already on the haft of your axe. One day, such instincts are gonna save my life. It's a little golem. Well, actually, he's probably a big golem, isn't he? But the gate opens violently and rebounds with a loud thud, almost closing again. The creature in front of you is made of floating rock that appears to be connected, but it's just an illusion. They could twist and bend in every direction. The eyeless sentinel faces you blankly. You've seen other golems in Hovelan, endlessly helping with bothersome tasks, but you've no idea what makes them move. It lowers a slab-like hand and steps aside, making way for you. Its head rotates following your steps, but other than that, it is as motionless as a statue. Let's enter the yard. The house in front of you has a huge entrance just large enough for a golem. The building is whitewashed, but the lime is aged and damaged. The tools are spread around in no particular order. The rocks resting on top of the shed resemble the golems. The garden patches, covered with herbs and vegetables, are neglected. It's quiet here. I approach the golem. It seems dead, inactive as city folk would call it, but the Nemea still makes its chunks float less than an inch away from one another. It doesn't react to your presence. Unlike the previous golem, this one bears engraved signs on its larger rocks. Their meaning is unclear to you, and you can't tell if they're a decoration or carriers of spells. A leaf of the door opens. I step closer. The woman is tall and stands upright with her arms crossed and legs apart. She's more than 30, with a face touched by a lack of sleep. She gives you a long look, observing your blade, hands, boots, forehead, everything but your eyes. I greet ye. Without the distortion caused by the gargoyle, her strong voice isn't as disquieting. No surprise that it caught your eye, but don't disturb it. It's very much awoken and will defend itself, or me, if it comes to it. I give her a better look. She's wearing a long, ragged robe covered in stains. It used to be blue, but is now unevenly pale. She's barefoot with skin covered with dust and dirt. Her dark hair was recently washed, but it's untidily spread on her shoulders, back and chest. She wears no jewelry, belt, or buckles. Glad to have. Yeah, we'll just carry on with friendly. We're pretty much mostly doing friendly for this, although we're supposed to be funny to one or two people. Finally find one of the other cities. I'm glad you have a moment to spare. I won't bother you for long. She looks at the ground and draws out her words. I sure hope not. I'm not interested in chatter. If you need to bother me, speak in the tongue of dragons and barter. I don't serve stew. I don't offer bars. If you come here, I better get all from it. She walks past you and cocks her head towards the golem who let you in. It turns around and shuts the gate. Good that you came at such an hour. Keep it up in the future. If you ever come here in the middle of the day, you'll stand outside looking at the doors like an ibex. We don't need more salutations, so why are you here? I'm trying to learn more about the peninsula. She leans away, frowning. I can't even begin to describe how much I hope you aren't here to exchange gossip. If you crave so much, ride south to Pelt of the North. The keeper is stiff like a broom, but offers a nice room. Hey, that rhymes. She glances at you, but her grey irises remain absent. Or, if you'd rather visit a cheerful place, ride north to Foggy Lake. Or was it Foggy's Lake? Whatever. Foggy is the keeper. At least she's not as boring as the other guy. There's so much we need to speak to her about. Do you have anything interesting to sell? Well, I'm not a trader. I do the stuff people ask me about, and they're not for sale. She glances at the house, then towards a pocket at her hips. There's but one tool that I'm willing to part with for 10 bones, but if a spellcaster's only. She reaches out to you. On her open palm, you see a flat, small pebble, bluish, but in no way unusual. You put it in your mouth and press it to your palate. No chewing. If you're a sorcerer, it will restore your Nemea. What if it's used by someone who still has Nemea in them or can't use magic? Oh, you don't want to do that. She grabs the end of her hair. It will boil your blood and rip your skin apart. Each shell is like a bottle for Nemea. It has its limits. You can train to contain more of it, like I've been doing for more than 20 years now, but there's no magical rock that's going to do it for you. Why a pebble? Wouldn't a potion be easier? Do I smell of smoke and mushroom? I'm not going to play around with flask and ale mix. Jesus Christ. She shakes the rock. This one won't break, won't scatter, won't spoil. Perfect for a traveller or any buyer, really. She steps away and adjusts her dirty robe. It works, it won't hurt you. If you're smart with it, it's a lifesaver. But we do actually need one of these for the altar, don't we? It's in trade. Spirit rock. I have to buy the spirit rock. I found a barren field that may be affected by a curse. Do you have anything I could use to see if I'm right? A cursed field? Where did you find this stuff? As you explain briefly, she observes your boots. I know the place, but... She steps away and approaches the garden patch by her house. She observes it for a moment, then kneels down, paying no attention to her robe, and reaches for a wooden spade. What she digs out looks like a tree sapling with 2 leaves that are as large as a hand and as thin, elastic stalk. It's shorter than your head. Would you look at that, still green? Give me 2 dragons and I'll put it in a bag with soil. It should survive at least a couple of days. How does it work? She straightens up. Well, if you plant it, of course. Wait for half an hour and you'll see. If it grows an inch, she frowns, raises the plant to her eyes and grunts, forget it. If it bursts into bloom, the soil is enchanted. If it withers, it's cursed. Stays the same, no Nemea. She lowers it again. Just be careful when you do it. It loves fox. So it's a plant that grows by magic. Yes, and it costs 2 dragons. I can't afford it. Why do you even have such a thing? Are there many magic fields around? What? No. But these plants are the only stuff I can think of right now. I'm trying to make a plant that grows without sunlight using just water, soil, and Nemea. I'll know I'm there once it starts to bear fruit. I swear I don't even mention mushrooms. You ask her about the purpose of all this, but she just plays with her hair and looks towards the gate. Just a hobby of mine. Surely you filled some arrows in Nemea before. Any ideas where this is from? I share the one that I found in the fallen tree. Why? Are you chasing a murderer? She smirks, but then grabs the arrow and takes a quick look. Black and orange. I don't know much about wood, but I recognize these feathers. The people of Gale Rocks breed such pheasants. She gives it back. It's in the far north, close to the coast. Have you ever been to the shortcut? Only once, she admits slowly, and it's not a good memory. Her brief tale is rather vague. She once had to use her golems to travel to the other side, seeking a remedy for a stomachache. The beasts were afraid of the noise they make. She points at the massive stone legs of her creations. But the monkeys in the far west were too dumb even for that. They kept throwing things at us, even poop. She pauses, making a disgusted grimace. We couldn't reach them or scare them away. You ask what happened next, but she crosses her arms. I was told it's better to ignore them. Let them get used to one side, but my stomach was better already, so I just took the long way back. A few hunters recently left the creeks and haven't returned so far. Dahlia, Admon and Vashel. Have you met them? Admon, he was here alright, asked me about the lands east of the Stone Bridge in the north, but I couldn't help him much. Those lands are better left to. I've heard about some bandits, don't they bother you? She puts her hands on her sides and straightens up, displaying her unusual height. Is this another sick game of hers? If so, tell her I'm not interested either in her head or her offers. You notice the sudden movement of her golem. So she's still like, no one wants to talk about the bandits. So, what's your story? Why do you live so far from any visit? She looks around. No. No what? I'm not here to tell you bedtime stories or to hear about your own sad life. She lets out a long sigh, trying to limit her frustration. Back off. Psst. I bring news from the west. Old Pagos is facing a grave plague. She stands still. Come again? While you describe the symptoms, she starts to fidget and finally interrupts you. Cut it. Have you heard all about Eualia and Irenaeus? They're about 50-55, a mason and a sculptor. Her eyes are getting bad. He has a limp. I never entered the gate. She rubs her arms above her elbows as if to warm herself. If you ever ride there again, meet your eyes, ask around, please. I need to know. Ooh, we can get some information for her. That would be useful. Do I have questions about your golems? Thing is, I feel like I should ask everything. Because it might help us in one of our 6 million quests. She walks around the closest sentinel and observes it like a farmer would a donkey before a purchase. Isn't it clear what they are? Furniture that walks and works. They carry rocks and logs, hunt, kind of, and protect this place while I rest. What else is there to say? Do they talk? Inokia still moves her lips, but her words are coming from the stone creature, which doesn't move an inch. No more than the gargoyle you've seen. The voice is deep, distorted by an echo. They don't need meat or bones and listen to my commands, but have no understanding of what's happening around them. To create a sentient creature, you need a human shell and a whole lot of necromancy. Golems raise its hand and shows you its palms, and I'm not going to touch that. He then mentions that her creation isn't much of a messenger. It needs to remain close to her. Just look at it. The golem covers its non-existent mouth. It has no eyes, snout, ears. Seeing the world through its head is like putting your eyeball into a rosebush. It takes Nemea, and further away it is, the more exhausting it gets. How do you make one? I fill each rock with Nemea, bind them together. She pauses, then waves it off. You won't build one anyway. Like alchemists, enchanters have their own secrets, but I've got no way of sharing my talents with others. for sale. One day, or so, I hope. She points at the golem's hand. One wrong order and it'll tear your head away or kick over a house. It won't ever be safe, but the dead make for bad customers and I won't be blamed for other stupidity. Her further answers come in greater detail, but they're rather complex. From what you understand, she plans to invent a set of very specific commands that could be quickly learned, then bind them to a wand, binding it to the creature. I'm still not sure if it's the safest solution. If a wand is taken by a reaver, stuff could get ugly. It's so loud when it walks, no monsters react to its presence. She lets out a chuckle. They flee from them as they would from trolls. They can't stalk their prey or jump on them from a bush, but when they don't move for long, beasts take them for rocks. It's not like they need to breathe, it just sits still, waiting for a roe deer to get close. Golem's eyes suddenly get brighter. It jumps forward and punches the air. It lands with the sound of thunder. That's why I need them to be so large, the enchantress explains. I can't give them muscles. The speed I give them is pure Nemea. Being firm and heavy helps. She disregards your mention of the wrath of the herds. True, I make more mess than most humans would, but that's one of the reasons why I stay away from the villages. Being all alone, I give the beast time to get used to my walls, and my sentinels know to stay away from unicorns and pepplers. I saw some words on your golems. What do they mean? She looks at your right elbow. It's naught, Warden. Decorations. She doesn't want to talk about it. What's with the gargoyle? Can't I enchantress show off her trophy? She gives you a proud smile. My sentinels took it down years ago. The tribe of old Pagos is fond of statues, so I have my own, like in the old days, long before the monks came to the north. Seeing your puzzled look, she twirls her hair. A dead gargoyle on the road or by a village gate was meant to scare off evil spirits. I don't know about that, but it's a sight sure taught the local beasts who they're dealing with. I'm looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. She raises her chin, challenging your look. I know not where he may be, but if he wanted to be found, he'd let us find him. He glances at the gate. Could you fill out an item of mine with Nemea? That's not how this works. She points at her golems. Her nails are short and clean and her hands are soft. I work all the time, but each item takes me days, sometimes a full season. The tribes bring me things to enchant in the early spring and collect them a year later. I've got to... She blinks a few times, not sure what to say. Her grey eyes widen. Imagine stuff. It takes great focus. You mention that you generously reward her, but she only shrugs. You don't plant, you don't build. I won't eat dragon bones. For now, do your warden duties and come by the end of autumn. Maybe I'll have time to get something done for you after the thaws. What if I'm in desperate need? She rolls her eyes. Ye and everyone else. I'm looking for a job. She stands still for a moment, then cocks her head to the side. I've got some stuff that could use another hand. You're up for some danger if it comes to it? You nod and ask what sort of creature is bothering her. Nah, I meant riding and climbing. If you can do it without grabbing that axe of yours, fine. Now give me a moment. She opens one of the heavy doors to her house and you catch a glimpse of a messy bed and a floor covered with clothes. After a minute, she shows up with a large sack filled with rod made of smooth, clean bronze. Here's the gist of it. I need you to go to 8 spots across the peninsula. High buildings, trees, mountainsides. I don't really travel much. She lets out a confident cackle. So I can't hold your hand. I need one of them in white marshes, in the wetlands to the far west of here. Other than that, you need to keep your eyes open. She takes one of the rods. Once you reach a good spot, place one of these as high as you can. I'll pay you in dragons, 2 for each one, but place at least 4 before you come to see me. I need as many of them out there as possible. So far so good? What are they? 4. Well, there's magic in them, as you can imagine. You weigh a rod in your hand. Even though it's more than 2 feet long, it's light, empty inside. You can bend it on your knee. The bag also contains a long hemp cord and a scrap of cloth. If I were to send my golems away, let's say a mile or 2 from here, they'd stop moving at all, waiting for me to show up. She approaches the nearest sentinel and touches its chest. They carry similar rods inside, So the plan is to give my orders better range, so to speak. I'm tired of depleting the hirelings, especially since they no longer stop by. She leans against the golem with her arms crossed. Questions? How much time do I have? Oh, don't worry about that. She dusts off the golem's arms. Let's say before the leaves turn yellow. Some of the locals might not be happy with me putting bronze rods on their rooftops. She gives you a puzzled look. Wardens do have their ways to get on people's good side, correct? Oh, should we gamble? Maybe forced to pull some strings to get it done. 2 dragon bones won't be enough. And I can be sure that you've no plans to raid villages with an army of unstoppable sentinels. Let's gamble for more. You haggle for a bit, but her distrust is like a wall. She waves your arguments off. I'm not a merchant, I don't gather coins for the thrill of it. I'm putting almost 20 dragons on the table here. Should be enough. Do all 8 rods, and I may prepare all else for you. You're not going to attack, are you? Her grey eyes give you a long, disquieting look. You can swear it's getting colder. I won't ask for your trust, and I don't need it. Either help me or leave the rods and do your own stuff. Fine. The roads around your watchtower are in terrible shape. Hey, good morning, Ish. How are you doing? Yeah, more reading time, although I definitely should be needing to go to bed. So you actually have to get up today. I can't sleep till 8 o'clock in the evening. How are you doing today, Ish? Roads around the watchtower are in terrible shape. Why don't your golems look after them? Why would I bother? You expect her to continue, but the question is in earnest. The paths are getting overgrown. Soon getting to the other villages would be close to impossible. She twirls her hair, looking in the direction of the tower. It may be for the better. She starts listlessly. She starts listlessly, then shakes her head gently. You might be right. I hope the trail would take care of itself, with traders and all, but the years are getting emptier. Still, I need my workers to seek food and to guard my walls. She speaks mostly to herself. I could bring you some rations in return. She observes your boots, then crosses her arms. The more bronze rods there are spread across the peninsula, the easier it gets for me to send the golems into the woods. For now, let's say 20 rations. I guess gentler roads will get more food anyway, so I don't need you to bring me any barrels. School run today. I've got the school run, but it's the school pickup. Oddly enough, otherwise I probably would not be up. I'm doing alright though, thank you, darling. Doing alright. Last night off work on Monday, and then back in Tuesday, so shouldn't be too difficult a day. Okay. What can you tell me about enchanting? She looks at your hands and starts to twirl her hair. Not really. I don't know how I do the stuff I do. As a kid, I put mire into my toys. I made my earthen sparrow fly, and my whistle gave a tune without being blown. I practiced for years, but by doing, not by understanding. She puts her hand on her hips and observes her clean nails. I can't teach stuff that's in my fingers, or my eyes, or my breath. It's just part of me. Alright. I need a place to rest. Can I spend the night here? Even though she draws out her words with frustration, she speaks with ease as if she's reciting a memorized speech. I know how harsh the woods can be, but I don't offer shelter to travellers. I don't want to look behind my own shoulder for hours or use my golems to protect you. Travel north or south, or look for a tavern or an inn. You find a safe hearth there. She blinks and crosses her arms. And we're both adults. Don't tell me that I could bind you with a rope or take you away your blades. The less I have to touch you, the better. Right. Well, that does it for her, I think. Okay. Trade. Oh, and the sapling. I can't even remember where we're supposed to be going with that. The ruined village is what we probably need. Well, we got 3 hours to get somewhere. I guess we're sleeping at Tulia's camp again. Fucking Nora. Can I make it to Foggy? I can make it to Foggy. I can pay in rations at Foggy's though, I think. How many rations have I got? 4. Okay. I think we go to Foggy's, right? Okay, our time here is done, and then we'll go to sleep, and then we'll wrap up. Where did I put my other fish trap, though, is the question. How much time do I have? Did I say? 3:15. We've just got to go straight to Foggy's, I think. You gotta do your workout. See you later. Alright, sis, thanks for coming in and saying hi this morning. I very much appreciate it. You have a lovely day. Enjoy your workout. Hope work goes alright. And I will speak to you soon. Take care of yourself. This is so much reading, my head would be bad. Yeah, there is a ridiculous amount of reading. But I can't really just like leave it on the screen and be like expecting people to read it while I read it in my head. Alright, we're going to try and make it to Foggy's and sleep. I don't know where I left my fish trap. We'll have to check it in the morning. I can't risk it anyway, because if it takes anything longer than like 15 minutes, then we're going to be in trouble. I've got rations that I can use to stay the night at Foggy's. The light shines on the water and the empty road with no herbal beds or travellers in sight. The tavern looks abandoned. Oh, the forest. Oh, I wonder if we can do the hunt soon. Jesus. Oh, okay. The only thing she wants to buy is the troll piss, but I want to keep the troll piss. What she got to buy? Just meals. But I think I've got 1 meal left, okay. I bring news from old Pagos, they're not good. Oh, she gave us. Listening to your tale, she rubs her forehead. Well, not what I was hoping to hear, love, but I'm glad you went there. Better warn the other settlements. Folks should know before they send their own messengers. It's going to be a rough few seasons for us all. She pulls out a dragon bone from her pocket and tosses it in your direction. Here, good job. She steps towards the ajar door and looks to the lake. Want me to do anything else? She scratches the stump of her missing arm. Her powerful voice carries a hint of threat. I need a soul who can handle a delicate task, and I'm not sure it's you, dear. There is a lack of trust going on here. Is this the... Yeah, we're not doing this. Okay, sleep. Yeah, see, like, we can sleep for free, but it's going to lose our vitality, and we need our vitality back, as well as losing our nourishment and our cleanliness. This one, we still lose our nourishment and our... whatchamacallit? Our cleanliness, but we gain a vitality. It's going to cost me either a coin or 4 rations, but I think 2 rations. So we'll use the rations. Really struggling with coins. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Ah, another day of muddy roads. So the muddy roads means it takes us longer to travel with our horsey. Listening to the grunts of the annoyed Pferdy makes you feel uneasy, but at least the furs covering the floor are helping you relax. You don't even notice when it's already morning, and while the smell coming from the lower floor is not inviting, at least it's not you has to take care of it. Foggy turns towards you and waits for you to speak. Okay. Well, I think we'll stop though. We've got some vitality back though, that's good. Where can we look at going? I have a fish trap. I'm trying to remember where the one is that we kept. I think it was here in the northern road. Where am I going to go next though? I think we need to go up here though to the creeks because we need to talk about the last person that died. Potentially we could go and travel through the old tunnel. We haven't gone through there. I don't know if I've got enough energy to do that though. We also have stuff here. I don't think we can do the hunt yet. I mean, we have got so many quests on the go right now. We completed 4. We have like 15 or 16. I'm hoping it's going to tell me where I can place these. Well, I would guess if we need to put it in lots of different spots and then high places, this will probably definitely be one. Maybe one here. There's 2 places she said it definitely needs to go. Maybe like the gate or up here. The monastery though, we're not going to get in there. Alright. Well, we'll think about it when we play this next. There's no one. Let's replace this save. Sweet! Alright. Well, thank you very much everybody for hanging out with me this evening / this morning. I appreciate it. My chatters and my lurkers. I love you all very much. Let's see if there's someone we can raid. Bom, 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 bom. Let's see. Do you know what? I mean, I don't know anyone else that plays this game because I don't think I've ever seen anyone streaming this game in the first place. But someone who has quite recently come back to streaming some TLD is Tic-Tac-Poe. So I think we're going to give Poe a little raid and say hello. Doing some long dark practice by the looks of it. We're going to check in and say hi. As I did mention earlier on, I have got Monday night off work, so we will look at doing one more stream this evening, Monday evening. I will not be on as late. I won't start as late as I did tonight because I will not be busy for so long. But yeah, I'm not sure what we'll do. I feel like I should do a bit of TLD, but I mean, we've got RimWorld. I really quite like playing this Roadwarden game, so I might carry on with Roadwarden. Could do some Sunken Lands. I kind of see how I feel, really. But yeah, we'll be on tomorrow night for another stream. And then back to normal, really. Thursday afternoon, we'll be on Baldur's Gate again, and we'll take it from there, yeah. Thank you, everyone. Ish, Roller, Nanny, Shig, thank you for the raid, Shig. Jen, I thought you were supposed to be going to sleep. Thank you, Jen. The Zooted, was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for the follow, and thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And Bug is still awake too. Bug, thank you very much, darling. I appreciate it very much. You all have a fantastic Monday. Take care of yourselves, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Oh, you were asleep? Okay, cool. Let's go and give Poe some love. Bye.